Buenos dias, bonjour, guten tag, and hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this day 2 of 2 here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. My name is Simon Byford. It is my absolute pleasure to be here today to run you through all of our fantastic racing action that we have going on today. Here's a little bit about the track. 1,400 metres or more, almost 1,500 metres there, 1,495 metres in a clockwise direction, 15 degrees, scattered clouds, no wind currently, so that is going to provide slightly more of a challenge for our drivers when the day begins to heat up. 15 degrees currently, it is set to rise though. Today is set to be the hottest day of the weekend, as we can see some beautiful pictures there of our circuit. Coming up today, we have the T4 Mini qualifying heat 3 at 10 o'clock, followed by the junior third heat, and then the four groups of seniors, I should say, divided into 2 heats each. And then we have our T4 Senior 165 third heat, and we will be kicking off in just under 3 minutes' time here in sunny Spain. Obviously, this live stream naturally brought to you by the fantastic guys over at the RG MMC, so we are very much appreciative to them for their fantastic services. Looking at the live stream yesterday, over 2,500 views yesterday alone. Really fantastic numbers to see people tuning in to T4 Racing, and a lot of those people are relatives, friends of our drivers here today who perhaps couldn't come, perhaps it was too far away. Obviously, a lot of drivers coming from the other side of the world here to Valencia to race our fantastic T4 karts. Starting off in 2 minutes' time, we will have the T4 Mini third heat, as you can see on the live stream there. Oh no, never mind. The mini final there, 14:50 Spanish time, followed by the juniors, the seniors, and the 165s. And as we say, live streaming today, but also broadcasting to the track. So those of you on the live stream, you will have to bear in mind that we may have to make a few track announcements over the live stream that might not be applicable to you, but they will certainly be applicable to everyone here at the track. As we can see there, all of our mini drivers forming up in their karts and starting to get ready to start their final qualifying heat here at 10 o'clock local time. As we can see, the last few words there being had between the drivers and their mechanics. Many of these mechanics mechanicking for a lot of them 2, 3, 4, maybe more drivers, as we see our race director there with the 1 minute board showing it to the live stream. And thankfully, my live timing has just updated, so I'm not seeing the timing from the 165 shakedown that just preceded this session. 7-lap heat for the minis and the juniors today, and then 9-lap heats for the seniors and the 165s. As the visors go down, everyone looks towards the man with the flag, as we see crowds packing the sides of the track, a sight reminiscent of last year at White River when people were nearly being pushed through the fences trying to spectate the action. And it is great to see so many people turning out to watch the racing. It would be easy for some people to just stay in their tents and work on their karts, but I think a lot of people here today wanting to see all of the action, not just take part in it, as we can see all the minis following each other out onto the track through this slippy, slidey, greasy pit lane, weaving their way through, trying to warm up the tyres as best as they can, as we have George House leading the way, the young man from Great Britain. He's lining up alongside Luke Millward, and Yindra Svoboda lines up in P3 in front of Armani Kinua and Jarell Goodman, the 2 South Africans. They're followed by Magado, McLaughlin, Glover, Gomez, Babano, let me see, Romoff, Duarte, Venkov, Iglesias, Tomasello, Arkhipov, Sandoval, Malone, Wheeler, Helena, Isidro, oh dearie me. Oh, I've messed that name up right at the end. I came so close to getting the grid almost perfect, and then I messed it up right at the end. Then rounding out our grid, we have Diego Babano and Bernie Gomez Gonzalez. And a really fantastic grid here today. Very, very talented young drivers between the ages of 8 and 11 in our mini category, as we can see them flowing their way through turn 10. The final couple of drivers coming through the second sector, entering the third sector, and they will have an extra warm-up lap, obviously just to get the tyres warmed up, get the engines warmed up, and the brakes as well. A couple of heavy braking zones in this track, namely turn 3 and turn 10, both very good overtaking opportunities for all categories. As well as turn 1, we've seen a few fantastic moves up the inside into turn 1, as we can see all of the minis flowing their way through that long right-hand corner, and they're in the back of frame heading into turn 3. The tricky chicane, very easy to spin there. We've seen a good few people spinning at turn 3 in practice as they flow their way through now. The turn 5 and 6, it's very reminiscent of the snail section at the Shanghai International Circuit. That middle sector, lots of very tricky corners, almost having to look over your shoulder to spot some of the apexes. As they all begin to form up now, we have the two Britons on the front row ready to do battle, but hopefully for Great Britain's sake they don't do too much battling, because obviously the drivers not only competing for personal prizes but also collecting points for their respective nations in the Nations Cup points standings as they round turn 12 now, getting ready. All their thoughts are going to be on the start. The race director, he has his notepad ready and he's going to be looking towards the start, all organising themselves into nice rows there, but that looks to be Ben McLaughlin is not quite in line, but they seem to be sorting themselves out just before the tram lines begin. And as they round the final corner, we get ready to go. Are we going to go racing? It looks like we are going to go around. Yeah, we're going around. I'm seeing hand signals there. The repeat light has come on, and it is our first start of the day and our first false start of the day. And the drivers there seemingly a bit frustrated, waving their hands around, saying we're going around, why are we having to go around, wasting our tyres, wasting our fuel? But it is an extra lap to get their tyres warmed up. Those drivers who might not have been able to warm their tyres as effectively as some others. I'm looking on the live stream there, the amount of drivers who have white helmets. It seems like everyone from 10th position back has a white helmet, as we can see the marshals there waving the yellow flags as part of the warm-up lap procedure, as George House leads into turn 10 onto this small little back straight where we've seen plenty of overtaking already this weekend. Very tight corner. Important to keep it tight on the exit in actual races, because it sets you up nicely for turns 11 and 12, which can lead to an overtaking opportunity into turn number 13 as they all round their way through. It's a very pleasing sight from the commentary box, all seeing the little helmets just flowing through the track nicely, carrying along at seemingly a constant velocity, like a lot of little ducks along the river, all the white helmets, as they come through the second to last corner for the third time. And a little look there from the 133 of Sebastian Venkov to the cart behind of Antonella Tomasello. But as we come up to the line, are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we are. We are away, and it looks to be a good start from the two Britons. But it looks to be George House who's going to lead into turn 1. And Luke Millward falling back there. Up the inside goes Yindra Svoboda, it looks like, into turn number 2. Fantastic moves already happening at the front. But George Millward leads the way from the 118 of Yindra Svoboda, who has got up from P3 into P2. And he is followed by the 173, the fast starting Ben McLaughlin, up from 7th. A fantastic start from the young Irishman, being closely followed by the 138 machine of Luke Millward, falling down from 2nd place on the grid. He's going to be looking to get those positions back, but almost a move there from Yindra Svoboda up into turn 10, but he thought better of it on the first of our 7-lap heat. as they come through turn 11, the fast sweeping turn 12. Many drivers with aching muscles in their necks from these fast corners yesterday. George House defensive to the inside, Yindra Svoboda more attacking, however, not able to get the move done into the final chicane. We've seen so many moves here. Oh, a little mistake there from the 138 of who is that now? Let me take a look. That's Luke Millwood running slightly wide on the mid corner. Oh, look at this, coming into turn 1, almost too wide there into turn 1, and is a difficult move to pull off. You have to have great respect between the drivers, but it is still George House leading the way from Yindra Svoboda, and then Ben McLaughlin in third. Ben McLaughlin up the inside of the young Czech. Oh, they're 3 wide. This is brilliant stuff straight away. 10 o'clock on a Sunday and we're already being treated to absolutely brilliant action. I'm going to have to try and lower my voice a bit because I don't want to lose it before our first race, but they're 2 wide coming down into turn 10. Who is that? That looks to be the 145 of Armani Kinua, who has managed to make his way seemingly up to position number 2. That is absolutely brilliant from the young South African, who is being coached by the number 336 of Fabian Lanz, who was racing in seniors, a hugely experienced racer. Is he going to go up the inside? Oh, he is. This is absolutely brilliant from the young South African, up the inside into the final corner. Positions 3 and 4 are 2 wide. Luke Millwood is going to be looking at this and thinking, I can still gain something despite dropping down from P2. But George House, the red mist, will be descending for the young Briton as they come through turns 2 and now into turns 3. I'm going to have to take a swig of water because my mouth is immensely dry already. As we see another fantastic move up the inside there. I'm not sure entirely who that was, but we still have the 118 of Yindra Svoboda in position number 4. He's going to be looking to attack. And speaking of attack, look at this. George House looking up the outside of Armani Kinua. I think he was saying to him there, let's work together, let's break away from the field. 3/10 gap between P1 and P3. The first 2, the front 2, starting to break away now, and I think they're going to try and keep that up. Look at that, George House sitting in the slipstream. You could not go more defensive if you tried, Armani, and into the final chicane. The defence appears to have worked, but he's really clattered the second curb there of the chicane, and now George House sitting in the slipstream. Is he going to move to the inside? No, he can't, because there just is not enough space. Armani Kinua knows what he's doing. He knows that you cannot get a move done around the outside of turn 1 and into turn 3. Still no moves yet from George House. He's had a fantastic run so far. He has scored, as I look at my sheets, as Yindra Svoboda with a fantastic lap there, a 106.8. And these minis are able to lap the circuit faster, in fact, by almost a second compared to, I believe it is the Rotax minis. We were speaking to a driver yesterday, myself and Jake. Jake Sanson, of course, my co-commentator. He's not here at the minute, but he will be showing up in but a little while as we look at the front 3, a battle for first between all of the podium runners. But P4 of Luke Millwood is still going to be licking his lips and thinking, what can I make of this? It's not uncommon to see drivers go from P4 to P1. We saw it yesterday. There were a number of crashes at the front, moves of aggression in the final couple of laps as we come on to lap number 4 of 7 here in the T4 mini heat, the final qualifying heat before the super heats. And look at that, the 145 Armani Kinua running slightly wide on the exit of the corner and possibly leaving. Oh, that was a poor run out of turn 4 from George House there in the 177 with his distinct orange and white helmet, and he's not been punished for that little mistake there, but running ever so slightly wide on the exit of turn number 7 as well. And look at this, he's under attack from behind from Yindra Svoboda round the outside. Can he get the move done? Oh, that is absolutely sensational from the young Czech racer round the outside of George House at turn number 10. That is absolutely scintillating stuff from the young man, and now he goes in hunt of first position. He started third, he is now second, and he wants that position number 1. And as they come through the final chicane, he is going to be putting 7 shades of pressure on Armani Kinua, the young South African. He moves to the outside. He's got a fantastic run out of the final chicane. They're side by side into turn 1. Surely not. No. Oh my goodness me, Armani Kinua holds the position for now, but up the inside, no. Or Yindra Svoboda thinking better of it into turn 3, thinking I don't want to risk this now. I've done so well to get up to position number 2. I'm not going to take my chances. Oh, a little bit of a bump there from George House, and he is now side by side, but he has cost himself on the exit, and he is going to be under attack from, that is, the 138 of Luke Millwood. The slow starting Millwood started P2, fell down the order into turn 1, and he hasn't been able to recover those positions just yet, but still time. The flag doesn't, the race isn't over until the flag drops, is what I mean to say. And as I say that, Millwood attacking and getting through on George House, who is falling down the order at a rate of knots now, as Kinua coming into the final chicane. He's still looking to attack the fast starting South African of Armani Kinua as they come across the line. Kinua checking over his shoulder. Where are they? I can't see them. He leaves the inside open, as does Svoboda. And oh my goodness me, the margins there were absolutely millimetric. That was incredible. That could have been race over very, very easily for Svoboda, as we see positions 3 and 4. That is George House and the 177 of George House being passed by the 138 of Luke Millwood there. And Millwood starting in second, back up to third now. He is starting to regain some positions as they're looking to make moves into turn 10, but doesn't seem to be a particularly favourite overtaking position of the drivers. But as they come into the third sector for the final time this race, it is Armani Kinua who leads, but Svoboda isn't going to give him any room. Look at Luke Millwood on the outside. He's not going to be able to do anything into turn 13, into the final chicane for the final time, up the inside. No, the move can't happen, and it looks like it's going to be Armani Kinua, but a race to the line. Who's it going to be across the line? It is going to be Yindra Svoboda, who takes P2, and just missing out on Armani Kinua, who takes the victory. A fantastic race there from him, taking his second win out of 3 heats. He won Heat 1, he finished 4th in Heat 2, and he has now won Heat number 3, collecting a whole host of points for South Africa and not doing himself any what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not sure, but he's setting himself up well for the final, and he looks like he's going to be starting right at the front. Certainly one to watch there. Kinua taking the victory over the just less than 10 kilometres, and doing a fantastic job there. Circulating round, giving a thumbs up perhaps to the driver behind of Yindra Svoboda, and they're all telling each other, slow down, the race is over, as they follow their way into the pits. A fantastic race there to kick us off on this Sunday morning from the minis. Look at him, he puts his hand into the air there. Let's take you through the finishing order. It was Armani Kinua who finished first in front of Yindra Svoboda and Luke Millwood in third. George House, disappointing race for the pole man, finishing in 4th in front of Patrick Romoff, Ben McLaughlin, Mogado, Glover, Venkov, Tomasello rounding out the top 10. Tig Malone just about missing out on the top 10 positions in front of Gomez, Bourbano, Carolina Duarte, Francisco Iglesias, Fernando Wheeler Jr., Durrell Goodman and Gabriel Sandoval. And then rounding out the top 20, we have P19, Jaromir Arkhipov. P20 is Bernie Gomez Gonzalez, excuse me. Then we come with Valentina Helena, Antonio Sidro and Diego Baradone. And I'm delighted to say now that I have been joined by the late starting Jake Sanson. Jake, you have just missed the mother of all mini races.
I'm sure I probably have. I should point out to you, though, of course, that a commentator is never late. They always appear exactly when they mean to.
Well, I'm never late, I can tell you that much.
You can tell I was watching Lord of the Rings last night, can't you? Anyway, no, a fantastic victory from Armani Kinua. Was watching all the way here, so fantastic to see Yindra Svoboda and Luke Millwood pick up some decent results, particularly good for Luke Millwood, who kind of needed a good result for his own push forward after the difficulties yesterday. So great to see him emerge and get himself into a competitive position. Now we get to see the emerging battle once again between Chase Pascalia and Dana Moore on the front row of the starting grid of the junior battle. Really interesting to see that neither driver actually emerged with a race victory yesterday. It was very, very tough right from the outset, but the incredible talents of Truly Adams really giving himself the best possible chances to move forward. So a very exciting battle from the outset, and it looks as though we're going to see some really exciting challenges from the contenders continuing to emerge. But certainly T4 Junior gave us plenty of drama yesterday.
It certainly did, and I can only say that my voice, I'm surprised it's still holding up the amount of shouting that I was having to do in that race. Absolutely fantastic stuff now. And Jake, it seems like we have a special guest come up to the commentary box.
We do indeed. We're actually joined by a guest of Tillotson T4 in the Nations Cup this weekend. Josh Bugembi has walked into the commentary box, Super 1 champion. Josh, good to see you over here in Valencia. How have things been for you watching and observing so far this weekend?
It's been amazing. I've seen, good driving from all classes and enjoying the experience.
This is the kind of competition we would have loved to have seen you in. I'm guessing 2023, this is probably now on your radar, potentially.
Yeah, hoping for 2023. I think it's in Portimao, so in Portugal. So hopefully next year being able to go and drive.
Now, you've had a very competitive season in karting this year. Coming and looking at an event like this when everybody's in exactly the same equipment, as a racing driver looking at this is kind of the sort of style of racing that sort of makes your mouth water in terms of, everybody having the same equipment. This really does test the driver as to what they can really do out there.
Yeah, it does show people who've got the talent, because then you don't have to have the best engine because they're all the same. So everyone's in the same equipment, like you said. So it just shows the talent of a driver and how good they can be all in the same equipment.
Well, considering you're already a championship winner in karting, perhaps we'll see you in Tillotson T4's UK branch next year. And who knows, we may even see you race in the Nations Cup one day.
Yeah, hopefully.
Fantastic. Josh, thank you so much for coming up and having a word with us. Great to see you, and we hope you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Josh Bugembi, one of the many karters who have decided to come along and just watch the action to support mates, but also to get a real slice and a real taste of what this Nations Cup has to offer. A lot of drivers pleasantly surprised by just how exciting the racing is, how intense the battles are, and how even the competition actually is, from the guys from the front of the grid all the way to the back.
They certainly are, yeah. We've been hearing a lot of that. A lot of drivers, this may be their first experience in T4s. Obviously, you don't necessarily need to have raced T4s before you come to the Nations Cup. And a lot of drivers here, this is their first competition in the T4s, and they've been saying that it's very, very similar in excitement-wise to their racing karts at home. Obviously, it's a fraction of the price. That's one of the selling points of the T4s. But driving-wise, they are still very, very tricky to drive, and you do have to practice quite a lot in order to get right to the front of the field. That's what we've seen so far this weekend. Very, very close racing, and the most experienced racers are the ones who come out on top. Many of the racers here with 20 or plus years of experience, multiple national champions, like Conor McPollin, for example, our 2020 inaugural T4 senior champion. He has a huge amount of experience racing karts on the island of Ireland, and even then he's not up at the front this weekend. There are other people who are still managing to beat him, even though he has so much pace. As we can see, the 1 minute board there, all of the junior drivers, starting to get ready for their third and final heat.
Well, it's the variety and diversity of a race like this that really throws the cat amongst the pigeons to a certain extent, because a lot of drivers will be still learning the circuit as they go. Some of them will have experience of this track, others will not. So you're kind of in the middle of a very interesting biting point, trying to learn the circuit as you're going about racing on it. So a fascinating challenge for all of the contenders, and they're definitely giving us plenty of excitement out there. But it is very tricky to see how things were going. Now, a couple of the drivers out there on the grid for this T4 Junior had the pleasure of having a nice dinner with last night, actually. Tara Keneally and Breen Wilson, the two Irish contenders in the junior category. Fabulous to see just how much fun they're having over the course of this week. And again, it's a bit of a knife edge for them as they're trying to learn and progress. Chase Pascalia and Dan Amor on the front row of the grid then, from Diego Polanco and Richard Saker. From George Townsend and Truly Adams, then Sean Canivet and Jayden Tromp. Theo Lestrange and Phil Becker from Amalie Akits and Nico Franca, Dan Hartley and Marco Velasco from Brooke Loretti and James Treacy, then Antonio Vicente and Daniel Berzin, Jensen O'Neill Going and Manuel Gonzalez from David Chinchilla and Antonio Martinez, Breen Wilson and Tara Keneally, then Rudy Schussler and Matteo Alfano from Keith Burke, Hugo Fenol and Rafael Calvo, as all of the contenders now gearing themselves up for another 7 laps of the course. This brilliant 1.428 kilometre race circuit. For some drivers, this will actually be the longest kart circuit they'll have ever raced on as well. In some of their national and domestic competitions for Tillotson T4, some of the circuits struggle to push a kilometre in length. So this is actually probably one of the most physically demanding weeks they've ever had in racing. And that obviously adds to the challenge of trying to compete up at the sharp end of the grid, not just for their own pride, but also for the pride of their nation.
Yeah, it certainly is a very challenging track. I think last year back in White River, now I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this, folks. I think the track is something like 1,200 metres, so 300 metres shorter almost than the track here in Valencia, and obviously an awful lot cooler as well. So they're having to do a longer lap, the same number of laps crucially, but a longer lap by 300 metres in intense heat. Now it started off this morning at 15 degrees Celsius, but as the sun is rising, it is set to be the hottest day of the weekend so far, and that's something that the drivers are really going to have to battle with in today's racing, especially given that they've been possibly getting a bit dehydrated the last couple of days. The amount of sweating that some of them have been doing in their driving. They've been going very hard, very fast, and getting very, very hot behind the wheel.
So 8 miles as the crow flies to the Circuito Ricardo Tormo, where all sorts of motor racing activities from MotoGP to Formula E testing takes place. 20 miles as the crow flies from Valencia city centre. 22 miles from the start-finish line of the old Formula One circuit that ran on the streets of the Valencia Marina. Fabulous location for motorsport this, and great to see the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup really taking on an exceptional challenge here, as 7 laps of the circuit will once again greet us for qualifying heat number 3 in the junior competition. It was excellent racing yesterday that we saw from the juniors, and they gave us plenty of entertainment all the way throughout the Saturday. We had the fabulous 3-hour endurance race taking place yesterday as well. Always really exciting to see how that one played out, and it gave us a lot of drama and excitement, which was wonderful to witness. Now we're going to get to see it in junior racing fashion as we head to the first corner. Chase Pascalia getting a good run. Dan Amor trying to break through around the outside. Looks like a couple of drivers trying to make the mix. Dan Amor is committing to that outside line, and he's going to slot into second position round the hairpin. Very nicely handled there by Dan Amor, not losing too much ground. And as the juniors make their way through, are we going to see the third conflagration in as many races? Yes, we are.
Oh, no.
Just as we had in the first 2 heats yesterday at exactly the same point on the circuit. Too many juniors into too small a space. That happened in both of the junior heats yesterday, and it's happened again.
It certainly has. That's very disappointing. 4 karts involved in that, and it looks like we have 1 retirement. I'm not entirely sure who that is. The other 3 have managed to keep going, but it remains to be seen. It's the 299 machine.
Matteo Alfano again.
Oh, it's so unlucky for the young American. He runs away from the kart there, and he is going to be absolutely gutted, coming all the way from the USA and DNFing in his 3rd and final heat. That is so disappointing for the young American.
So now Dan Amor has got pressure dialed up to the max on Chase Pascalia. They come off the final turn and down the home straight once again. So Pascalia and Amor, Adams and Canivet, Townsend and Lestrange. It's been a real shuffle of the deck in the top 6. Only the 2 front row men are the same as they were at the start. Good battle as Truly Adams works away there with Sean Canivet, the Frenchman, trying to close up on the leading duo, but from 5th position downwards it's an absolute squabble, as that is Theo Lestrange, I do believe, the Irishman, that has managed to work his way through into 5th position. A good start from Theo Lestrange, so has worked his way forward there. Oh no, that's Dan Hartley. That's the British driver, Dan Hartley, who's somehow popped up into P5. Lestrange is still there. He's in P6, but there's great wheel-to-wheel drama as Dan Amor continues to hold on to the back of Chase Pascalia's kart. And they need to get on with this quickly, because Truly Adams is there in 3rd position, and we saw how fast he was yesterday. I have a feeling he's going to be just as quick, if not quicker, today.
Yeah, not Chase Pascalia. Truly Adams there, winning both of his heats yesterday in fantastic fashion, and he is going to be chasing down this leading pack as they're squabbling coming through the final chicane there. Chase Pascalia under pressure from Daniel Amor. Their bumpers are glued together as they come down into turn one. No moves yet from Amor, though, in the very distinctive yellow and black overalls with the white helmet there in position number 2. And I think they're just going to try and break away from Truly Adams in P3, Jake, because they know that he is exceptionally fast.
Indeed, it was 2 out of 3 in the T4 minis across the 3 heats for Amani Kinyura of South Africa. In junior, Truly Adams is trying to make it a hat-trick of 3 victories out of 3, and it looks as though we've gotten off. Down at turn 3, somebody's had an incident there. I think that is Diego Polanco. Diego Polanco, who started right up in 3rd position. The Mexican has fallen all the way to the back of the field, and now he's out of the cart walking away. That is Diego Polanco. That is a big disaster for the Mexican in the 220. So his race is over at exactly the same spot that Matteo Alfano's ended. I think Tara Keneally was involved in that incident on the first lap as well, so she is also out of the race. But Dan Amor all over the back of Chase Pascalia as they come onto the home straight once again. Looking particularly close quarters racing from them again, as up to the first corner they come. Dan Amor right in behind Chase Pascalia once again. But up to the first corner, looks like we're going to get an interesting duke for position in 8th position downwards, because we've got Jaden Tromp and Antonio Vicente running together for 8th position. So they are dueling away. George Townsend running in 6th position up behind Dan Hartley. So as they run through, Hartley and Townsend have managed to catch up with each other. They're now in 5th and 6th, trying to chase down on the guy in 4th position, Sean Canivet, the Frenchman. But still, Dan Amor doing the sensible thing, just running away with Chase Pascalia. They know how quick Truly Adams is going to be. He's within a second of them still, so this is not done yet. But Dan Amor cannot afford to start racing Chase Pascalia 4th position until lap 6. That's when you can really make your first spin. There's a spin. There's a spin on the way to the back straight. We've had somebody drop a long way back there. I think that's Marco Velasco. Marco Velasco has had a moment. The Spanish driver has now dropped to the back of the queue. That's very unfortunate for the young Spanish driver. 23rd position in the race he is now. Very unfortunate as he drops his way back. The drivers getting involved in the earlier incident, David Chinchilla, Hugo Fenol and Rafael Calvo, have all managed to get going again, but it was Tara Keneally and Matteo Alfano that got caught up in the incident initially, as Marco Velasco drops all the way back to 23rd position, just in behind Jensen O'Neill going. But a fascinating duel so far as we're on lap 5. The next lap is when the race would really aim to be starting for Dan Amor. He just needs to get himself in the right place at the right time.
And I'm just looking down the order here. We've got Daniel Hartley and George Townsend, the 2 Brits, really trading fantastic lap times here. 106 flat from Daniel Hartley there to take the fastest lap. He is matching the pace of the 2 leaders, and he is gaining about 8/10 a lap on Sean Canivet in front. So that's going to be a battle coming towards the end of this race, possibly, perhaps on the final half of the final lap. That is going to be an interesting battle to watch out for position number 4.
Jaden Tromp has had a bit of a moment on that lap. He's dropped down into 12th position, so he's lost a few places. The South African trying to make up as much of a gain as possible. So they go into the hairpin, turn 1 once again, and it's still Chase Pascalia and Dan Amor. The United States versus the United Kingdom as they battle away. Team Brit desperately trying to get ahead of Team USA on the points. And a victory from Dan Amor would definitely do some damage to that little tally that the American contingent have got so far. But at the moment, it looks as though we're going to get a different race winner to the 2 heats yesterday. And the hat trick would be broken then for Truly Adams, although he is still there in 3rd position, but the gap has come up to 1.7 seconds. Dan Amor can afford to spend a little bit more time sat behind Chase Pascalia. 1 more lap to go at the end of this one, so he really wants to make the overtake on the final lap if he can.
And this is going to be very interesting, because while Dan Amor does want to win, let's look at the top 3. It is Truly Adams, who has taken 2 wins so far out of both the heats. We have Dan Amor, who has taken 2 4th positions and is now running in 2nd. And we have Chase Pascalia, who has taken a 2nd and a 3rd. So this is going to be crucial to see how they line up for the finals, and potentially, Dan Amor darting to the outside there, coming through turn 1. Can he make the move? No, he can't. It's very difficult to make the move there round the outside. But as I was saying, this is going to be crucial to set the grid for the final, and starting on the outside in the final is a very difficult place to start from. So could Dan Danamore play tactically here and not pass Chase Biscaglia to try and give himself an advantage.
He's got to be here for slow in, fast out if he does want to take the overtaking move for the victory. He certainly wants to show his cards to everybody at the right moment. Looks as if there's been an issue further back for Antonio Vicente. He's had a problem as Chase Biscaglia protects big time on the inside of the hairpin. Now he knows that Danamore is going to come alongside. Amore just waiting for his moment. He needs to go slow in and fast out. Biscaglia still protecting that inside hairpin. Truly Adams is catching them hand over fist, but Danamore is going to get alongside on the back straight, and now surely he can commit to the inside line. He's there. Danamore waits for his moment, picks it on the last lap. Now he can go defensive into the final chicane. If he knits it together nicely, he should be able to make it across the line, but Biscaglia is still there. It's going to be side by side to the line. It's Danamore just by 9 thousandths of a second. That is the closest finish of the weekend.
That is absolutely incredible. When I thought that all our Christmases had come at once with the minis, we finish off with an absolutely scintillating final sector of the final race. Danamore leaving it all until the end into turn number 13 on the final lap. We don't see too many overtakes there, and then side by side a photo finish across the line. That is a fantastic performance from the young Briton to break well, not the record, but the momentum of Truly Adams, and to take the UK's first win in the T4 junior category.
We need to get our nerds and boffins on this. Is that the closest finish in T4 Nations Cup history? 9 thousandths of a second could well be.
Well, I don't remember seeing anything quite that close at last year's World Cup. But I'm not sure. Maybe 2020 there might have been something, but it would have been a far smaller grid. But I think it might be, you know.
Well, that is a fantastic effort. Danamore, 9 thousandths of a second ahead of the American Chase Biscaglia, and his countryman Truly Adams in third. From Dan Hartley, Theo Lestrange and George Townsend. Sean Canivet in front of Richard Saker and Daniel Bazin. Then Jaden Tromp, Amelie Ackitts and Phil Becker from Nico Franca and Manuel Gonzalez. Brooke Loretti is in front of James Treacy. Jensen O'Neill coming home in 17th in front of Brian Wilson. 19th position on the finish is Marco Velasco in front of Rudy Schussler and Keith Burke. Then Antonio Martinez and Antonio Vicente. Then Hugo Finol, David Chinchilla and Rafael Calvo. Big problems for the Mexican Diego Polanco, retiring on only lap 3. And then problems on the first lap for Tara Keneally and Matteo Alfano. Hopefully both of those drivers are okay, and they'll be able to continue the race weekend heading into the superheat coming up later on. But certainly for Danamore, we think he may be the winner of the closest finish in T4 Nations Cup history. We need to verify it, but certainly 9 thousandths of a second, the tightest finish of this weekend and possibly in T4 Nations Cup history.
Do you reckon we could get a trophy for that? Because I think, you know,
It's definitely worth something, isn't it?
Less than 100th of a second gap, you know. I mean, that will make a great brochure for the T4s, actually, now I think about it, you know.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, over the course of the entire circuit, 9 thousandths of a second, that's only about 4 centimetres, I would think. So it's not much at all. So very nicely managed there by Danamore, just managing to not push himself too far over the limit there in the final chicane, just hanging on exactly as needed. Right, that is the qualifying heats done then in T4 Mini and T4 Junior. Our attention turns once again to the T4 Seniors, and it'll be Group A versus Group C once again. A very strange day at the office yesterday because we had so many incidents take place over the course of the 4 qualifying heats that we had yesterday. Kalai Atkins was destined to take a dominant victory in yesterday's race, the first one, but then it was handed to Tyler McIntyre after Ben Lyder won the race on the road. But then obviously a starting line infringement meant he picked up a 10-second penalty. And so it was Tyler McIntyre who took the win over Fabienne Lanz by 15 thousandths of a second. So even Danamore just managed to beat that sort of gap over Tyler McIntyre and Fabienne Lanz, with Ian Quinn going from the back of the grid to 3rd position. Very impressive. 2 disqualifications, unfortunately, for the Colombian Alejandro Payan and the Guatemalan Paulo Estrada. Then we had the crazy race that took place next up in qualifying heat C versus D that saw Rashaan Goodman clinch the victory in front of Dara Adriansens and Francisco Acevedo. There were penalties, unfortunately, for Jan Worthman and Hunter Perry, so they slipped down to 5th and 6th behind Owen Ayrton Spires. Owen Spears, I should say. I do apologise. Then we had the qualifying heat, B versus C. That was Evan Stapleton. The Irishman came through to take a race victory in front of Dara Andreassens and Jan Worthman, with Ian Quinn again going from the back of the field up to 4th this time. And so Kalai Atkins then made it 4 different winners from the 4 heats in front of Fabienne Lanz and Hunter Perry, with Tyler McIntyre in 4th ahead of Rashawn Goodman and Eddie Burns. So fascinating stuff continuing on then. And now we go into the next race. There's a genuine chance we could end up with 6 different winners from the 6 heats, especially with Jan-Luca Werthmann running on the front row of the starting grid.
There certainly is, and I wouldn't put it past us. And one thing that we have to consider as well is that Fabienne Lanz, she's had 2 second places, but she hasn't actually won anything. She's lining up in 3rd. Never rule her out. She's going to be starting on the inside, which is a very beneficial place to start on the track. It's a lot easier to overtake into turn 1 from the inside than it is from the outside. Now, what we saw from Danny Moore in the last race was absolutely exemplary, managing only to hold his position around the outside of turn 1. It is very, very difficult to do, though. We've seen in the weekend so far that there have been drivers losing 3, 4, maybe even 5 positions starting on the outside of the grid going into turn 1. But yeah, never rule out Fabienne Lanz. Obviously, she hasn't won anything just yet, but 2 second places. She could be potentially our 5th or 6th different winner, as Jake says, in 5 or 6 heats from the senior groups. Another name to not rule out is Tyler McIntyre. He's taken a win already. The AB heat yesterday morning, he won that. He's lining up in 5th position. And Rowan Conradi as well. The teammate, I believe, actually no, not the teammate, but the countrymate of Fabienne Lanz. Another quite quick driver there. And like Jake said, Jan-Luca Werthmann, again, one of our T4 ticket winners from Mexico, as we see the race director there holding up the board. Let's see, is it the 3 minute or the 1 minute? I suspect it might be, and we're not going to see. Well, that's very unfortunate on the live stream.
I would say that's the 3 minute board.
Yeah, well, everyone seems to be jumping into their carts now, so it'd be a bit strange if they were only jumping in with a minute to go. But as I was saying, like Jake said, never rule out Jan-Luca Werthmann. He won one of the free tickets to come here from Mexico, having won the Mexican T4 Championship. So he's definitely one to watch, starting in the 314 machine with his red, white and black helmet there. You can see on the right of the frame on the live stream.
I'd also keep an eye on Dara Adriansens, the Belgian driver who's been on the 2nd row of the starting grid for each of the heats. In terms of what he's been able to produce, he's had a lot of bad luck, but he had 2nd place in one of his earlier heats and then in the 2nd as well. So he's never finished lower than P2, but he has had his opportunities to win both of the heats that he started. So he just had a little bit of bad luck in terms of where the kart was positioned at the right time to make the overtaking move. But certainly Dara Andreassens, the Belgian talent, has the opportunity to win here in this 3rd qualifying heat. Could win the whole thing as well, because he certainly had the pace and definitely has the tenacity to run at that sharp end. Tyler McIntyre is definitely up for a scrap. He won a race on the road, but has obviously taken that victory based on just finishing in front of Fabienne Lanz, but was actually 3rd when he came across the line, was inherited the victory, but certainly there for an opportunity to go and get a decent result. Jose Gomez has had a lot of bad luck actually, from 6th position on the starting grid in his heats, and now trying to work his way forward. Hopefully today is going to be a little bit more rewarding of the hard work and the hard effort that he has been able to put in. So good to see. We're going to have 9 laps on the board, as we do once again for the T4 senior categories, as Ross Upton tells us that we only have 1 minute to go before the start of racing. Race director Gonzalo Planta has taken his position on the top of the starting gantry, and it's going to be an interesting situation once again as the contenders in the T4 senior qualifying heat A versus C will take to the circuit. In terms of the Nations Cup, it's definitely getting pretty close now between those 3 or 4 nations that are really settling it out. We've got a nation from Africa, South Africa to be precise, from North America, the United States of America, and of course from Europe, Great Britain, who are all pushing very hard to try and come through as the winner of the T4 Nations Cup. There are still plenty of countries to try and throw their hat into the ring, but certainly it is pretty tight up at the top. But of course our podium yesterday in the endurance race. Well, the win went to the Netherlands yesterday night because the Peter brothers of Ora managed to come through for the win in the 3-hour endurance. So that's given the Netherlands quite considerable haul of points. But now we go into the qualifying heat for Groups A versus C in T4 Senior. And Kalai Atkins, who has already taken one victory on his debut weekend in Tillotson T4, has the chance to take another. Kalai Atkins from Jan-Luca Werthmann, Fabian Lanz and Dara Adriansens from Tyler McIntyre and Jose Gomez, Rowan Conrady and Francisco Acevedo, Alistair Tinker and Rasheen Sweeney, then Paulo Estrada and Patrick Hayden from Yuris Calveles and Miguel Parra, Alejandro Payan and Gerardo Roselia Freche, Harris Gladkins, Fabio Marangon and Peter McBride taking up position in 19th place on the grid.
Yes, it's going to be a very, very interesting race as we see all of the drivers circulating their way around the circuit, trying to warm up those tyres. Kalai Atkins, he has clear road in front of him, and he is going to be trying to make some clear road behind him as well. But it is going to be a tricky task to gap the Mexican and the South African in Jan-Luc Werthmann and Fabian Lanz, both of them incredibly skilled and experienced. But Kalai Atkins, very much the young gun in this grid, the T4 esports champion, one of the two champions here today. Obviously, we've already seen Dan Moore. He was the other champion. He took the victory just a few moments ago in the T4 junior category, as I'm sure everyone at the track knows about at this stage, and many of you on the live stream. If you've just tuned in, you can re-watch the fantastic move that Dan Moore made into the final sector just a few minutes ago. It really was absolutely fantastic. Well, all of our racing seems to be absolutely brilliant today, but that move was award-winning, you might say, given that we're going to see if we can get some kind of trophy, maybe made out of cardboard, we'll see, for the closest gap ever across the line in T4 racing, as we see the leaders and everyone else behind them following their way through the second and third sectors. Kalai Atkins slowing up now through turn 11, trying to get the grid to form up on him. Obviously in command of the race start as they snail pace their way through turn 12. This long right-hander, very, very difficult on the neck, particularly over long periods of time. But naturally at this speed, doing, I would say that's maybe just north of 15 miles an hour, it's not going to be too challenging for them. But Kalai Atkins setting the pace, everyone forming up behind him now. That's the entire grid that has formed up, and it looks like everyone is being rather well behaved. The 364 there of Alistair Tinker doing some serious weaving, trying to warm up those tyres. It's not going to be too difficult to warm up these tyres in these temperatures. All you need to do is kick the rear out a little bit. It's very easy to do, and boom, suddenly you have tyre warmth.
Junior and senior are the only two classes all weekend that have managed to go through a race with retirements in every single heat. So it's a non-start on this occasion. They go around again. I was going to make the point that both T4 Mini and T4 165s have been able to complete a race with every single driver that started coming to the finish. Junior and senior have not managed that yet. Every single race that we've had so far in both junior and senior has featured at least one retirement. So it shows you just how tough things have been across the T4 senior category. It's been very close all the way through, but it's a new formation lap that's needed once again, because obviously we weren't quite ready to start on this particular occasion. So they will go around again to try one more time, and the contenders are there in position ready for an excellent showcase. But Kalai Atkins and Jan-Luca Werthmann, the Brit and the Mexican, running on the front row of the starting grid. Fabienne Lanz hoping to take her first two races yesterday when she was third on both occasions, second I should say, sorry, on both occasions. Second in one and second then again in the other to Kalai Atkins, to come forward and try and take her first win. Even by staying consistent in second place, she has a really good chance of running on the top spot, pole position for the superheat, because consistency is just as important as winning races. We've had 4 different winners from the 4 senior heats so far: Stapleton, Goodman, McIntyre and Atkins. So let's see who gets the win this time as we go green. Up to the first corner. Good start from Kalai Atkins. Fabienne Lanz and Tyler McIntyre are going to go with him. So they go through into second and third from round the outside. A bit of a lackluster start from Jan-Luca Werthmann. There was a little bit of a tangle there. McIntyre connected a little bit there, I think. So McIntyre has dropped back a little. Has Fabienne Lanz lost a little bit of ground as the field works their way through? And I think she has. So she now finds herself down a little bit further. But there was a little bit of nudging between the two carts as they came through. So now up to second place has come Jan-Luca Werthmann. Fabienne Lanz has dropped back. So too has Tyler McIntyre. But there is an investigation flag into the start for Jan-Luca Werthmann already, so second position may not be particularly safe. Dara Adriansens is battling away now with the 344 of Rowan Conrady. There's a spinner there. Is that Fabienne Lanz?
No, I think that is Fabio Maranon at turn number 10. I seem to recognise the colours of the helmet. He's a journalist at Vroom Magazine, racing here this weekend, his second T4 Nations Cup, and he is right the way down the order now, a few corners behind the rest of the pack now.
Well, Lanz has dropped all the way down to 9th position, McIntyre down to P6, so this is going to be a very tough race for both drivers now as they try and make a bit of a comeback in through the first corner. Looks as though the 312 there having a little bit of a battle. That's Rosalie Frech along with Gladkins having some very interesting duels, those two carts. But out in front, Kalai Atkins has 7/10 of a second on Jan-Luca Werthmann, and if he's going to get a penalty from that investigation, then Kalai Atkins looking good for 2 wins out of 3. Certainly going to be an interesting charge forward for him. Had a conversation with him after the races yesterday because he was leading on the first heat, don't forget, right up until the last lap. And I asked him what went wrong. He said chain came off. Very simple. So very easily done. It's not easy to predict when these things are going to happen, but that was how he lost the first race. And obviously once that goes, it's a bit like a bicycle. You're not going to go anywhere, essentially, once the chain comes off the car. But now the battle raging between Werthmann and Adriansens as they continue to work forward in unison onto the main straight again. Adriansens looking for an opportunity here to try and get his first win of the weekend, trying to get his bid on the inside of the Mexican. 4th place for Rowan Conrady, then Tyler McIntyre from Rasheen Sweeney, Alistair Tinker and Fabienne Lanz, who has worked her way back into 8th place past Francisco Acevedo. So Acevedo down to 9th place, and in 10th position is Jose Antonio Gomez on the inside line. There's the move from Dara Adriansens. Manages to squeeze through, takes on the Mexican. No worries at all there for Dara Adriansens. Has the audacity to then tap the back of his helmet and say, right, don't overtake me. Let's go after the leader, Kalai Atkins. Not sure Jan-Luca Werthmann is going to be playing ball with him somehow.
Well, it is universal sign language, so we can't say that there's any language barrier there. It might just be complete refusal to comply with the orders there of Darian Adriansen. But a 1.5 second gap almost between Kalai Atkins and Dara Adriansen. That is huge.
A real tap of the helmet from Rowan Conrady as he came in behind Tyler McIntyre. He's clearly not happy with the American in front of him in 4th place. So something's gone on there that we didn't quite manage to spot in time. Over the line, Kalai Atkins in front of Dara Adriansens and Jan-Luca Werthmann. Then it is McIntyre and Conrady having a really solid battle, the two of them, as they continue to duke it out for position there. 6th position for Rasheen Sweeney, a much stronger race for her, actually. The Irish racer doing very well there and leading the charge for Ireland in this particular heat in P6. Then in 7th position, that is Fabienne Lanz, so she's managed to get past Alistair Tinker now. So we'll keep an eye on Lanz and Sweeney, the two ladies who are in 6th position and 7th, as they continue to try and work their way back forward. Kalai Atkins, though, really settling into the rhythm. The British Jamaican, based in London these days in the United Kingdom, having a really good run of it up in front and looking very much at ease with things in the lead of this race, with Dara Adriansens and Jan-Luca Werthmann still dueling over 2nd position. Tyler McIntyre looks like he may have a part to play in this. I think Fabienne Lanz has actually come through to move up into 5th position here, past Conrady. So Conrady trying to hold on to the position, but I think Fabienne Lanz has already managed to get the move on the inside, so that should be Lanz through into 5th position. Conrady is still there in 6th position, but Rasheen Sweeney is going to be lining up a move.
She certainly is, and as we come through the first couple of corners, this is a very interesting battle emerging for 2nd position. It's going to be interesting to see when do these guys start fighting, because Kalai Atkins still pulling out his lead over the rest of the field. As, like Jake said, Fabienne Lanz and Roisin Sweeney flying the flag for the females here in this race. P5 and P7, very good results so far from Roisin Sweeney in this race. She didn't do too well yesterday in her heats. obviously suffering with the heat. Rather ironically there, no pun intended, but a pun nonetheless. I was speaking to her as she got out of her cart after I think it was her first heat, and she was very, 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 very tired from the heat that they were experiencing, and it's only going to get hotter today, like we've said. But Fabian Lanz, you have to say, after getting pushed out at turn 1, very good recovery to get up to P5, and she is going to be chasing down the driver in front, who is Tyler McIntyre, the American, who has set the fastest first sector of anyone.
And we know what happened the last time Lanz and McIntyre came to blows. Lap 1, turn 1, they ended up tangling, and that's what put them down the order in the first place. So McIntyre trying to hang on in front of Fabienne Lanz. 6th place for Rowan Conrady. And it looks as though Gomez has now managed to get through past Roisin Sweeney, who's now down to 9th position behind Paulo Estrada. So the racing's still very close in the mix, but it's very tricky to see who's going to get the opportunity to move up the ranks. Atkins still going strong in the lead. The gap is up to a 1.5 seconds now. But Worthman is all over the back of Andreassens, trying to make the bid to come through on the inside line. McIntyre losing a little bit of ground to Fabienne Lanz as Conrady continues on, the South African, in front of Jose Antonio Gomez. But this is going to be an interesting challenge down the back straight. Tucking it out through turn 13. Up to the final chicane. Worthman looking for his way through on the inside of Andreassens, hoping for an opportunity to mince words into the first corner. Across the line, 3 to go. Worthman still looking for another opportunity as they continue into the first hairpin. But so far, Worthman has not quite been able to find the opportunity on the Belgian up front.
And I've just been given a message from our Lord and Saviour Jamie with the RGMMC to remind everyone in the paddock, so this is not related to anyone watching the live stream necessarily, that the T4 Mini Superheat on the entry sheet, or on the time sheet, the schedule, it says that gates open at 11:40. That is not correct. The gates open at 11:20 and they close at 11:36. So for the T4 Minis, for the Superheats, the gates open and close 20 minutes earlier than published. So that's an announcement for everyone at the track. And Jake, they're taking a look at my sheet.
Yes, indeed.
Should we go back to the racing action?
Good idea. But yes, T4 Mini, the gate will open at 11:20 and shut at 11:35. So there you go. That's the important message for the T4 Minis. Make sure you're on the ball with that one. Atkins, Andreassens, Worthman, McIntyre, Lanz, Conrady, Gomez and Estrada as they continue down the main straight. This is the battle for 6th position. You've got Conrady, Gomez, Estrada, Sweeney, and then just in behind that is Yuri Kelvelis, the Latvian. So around the outside, here comes Estrada, trying to get the move on the inside there of Rowan Conrady, the South African, trying to hold on to his position. Just in behind Estrada, we've got Roisin Sweeney, still trying to move her way forward. And it looks pretty neat and tidy as they come onto the far side of the course for Andreassens, still in front of Worthman. So Andreassens and Worthman still having a very solid race of it as they continue on the charge. Kalai Atkins looking very neat and tidy, up in the lead of the race by 1.8 seconds. Does not need to get into hot water, but this battle going well. There is Roisin Sweeney trying to close up on Estrada, who's got pressure on the back of Rowan Conrady. So 3 drivers there, all going for the mix. It looks as though on the back straight we're going to see the overtaking move from Conrady, trying to get through on the inside of Estrada. In fact, Estrada not able to finish the move there on the end of it, so Conrady has managed to get through on the number 374, the Guatemalan of Paulo Estrada. On to the final lap they go then. Kalai Atkins still 1.8 seconds clear. Andreassens and Jan-Luca Worthman still having a very tidy race of it as Fabienne Lanz sets the fastest lap of the race in P5, trying to close up on Tyler McIntyre. Not particularly happy with the way this race has played out for either driver, I'm sure. But if Jan-Luca Worthman is going to get a penalty after his investigation, then they're going to be finishing in 3rd and 4th places respectfully. We'll have to see how that one figures out in the final reckoning, but certainly an interesting end to the race battle as Kalai Atkins is going to cruise home for the victory. It should have been a hat-trick of wins really for the British driver, but it looks like it's going to be 2 out of 3 as he will become the first driver this weekend to get 2 wins out of 3. Another inside on the last lap. That's Jan-Luca Worthman stealing 2nd on the final turn. Atkins is going to take it, but Jan-Luca Worthman will just hang on in front of Dara Andreassens. But I do suspect that Jan-Luca Worthman has still got that post-race investigation to come his way. So battles all the way home, but it will be an interesting one. McIntyre 4th, Lands 5th, Gomez 6th from Conradi, Estrada and Roisin Sweeney in the top 10 there, along with in 10th position the Latvian driver Juris Kalvelis. So a very solid opening race of the day for the seniors then. They've given us plenty of excitement out there on the course and some very solid driving standards. And I'm delighted to say for the first time this weekend in senior, every single driver that started the race came home to the checkered flag. Only the juniors have yet to replicate that now across the classes. But Kalai Atkins, even more importantly, has made it 2 wins out of 3. His DNF in race 1 is the only thing that has separated him from going into the superheat in pole position. Now he's going to have to do some serious overtaking in the superheat to get himself back up towards the front. But that is what we are excited about and very much in anticipation for as the racing continues here in Valencia. Kalai Atkins from Jan-Luca Werthmann and Dara Adriansens, then Tyler McIntyre and Fabien Lands from Jose Antonio Gomez and Rowan Conradi. Paulo Estrada in front of Roisin Sweeney and Juris Kalvelis in the top 10 positions. Great work from them. 11th position for Alistair Tinker in front of Alejandro Payan, Francisco Acevedo and Patrick Hayden. Then Gerardo Rosalie Efrecha from Miguel Armando Parra and Harris Gladkins. Then it is Peter McBride, the Irishman, in 18th position in front of the last driver home. That was the Italian Fabio Marangon. So everybody has managed to come through after finishing a very solid race. It was a good duel, a good battle, but every driver that started the race has been able to come through to take the finish. So very positive start to the day then in qualifying heat A versus C. It'll be groups B versus D that come out onto the circuit next, of course, in senior. So there's going to be more good battles to observe in this next T4 senior qualifying heat. And we could well see a 5th different winner from the 6 races that have played out. Plenty of drivers gunning for the top spot in this one. But obviously in the senior qualifying heats, we've seen some very good battles across the qualifying heats thus far. Ben Lyder and Hunter Perry are going to take to the front row of the starting grid to make it an all-American affair in qualifying heat B versus D. The 3-minute board goes up, and so it's going to be just a few short minutes then until we see the drivers getting away from the start of a very solid race battle here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. This is the final day of competition. By the end of the finals later, we will know the identity of the nation that has come forward onto the top spot of the podium as the winning nation in the T4 Nations Cup. It's been a solid start to the weekend so far, though. And the contenders gearing up ready for senior qualifying heat in groups B versus D. So they will battle away in position. Ben Lyder and Hunter Perry on the front row of the starting grid, making it an all-American affair. It's an all-Irish affair on the second row of the starting grid. Evan Stapleton and Eddie Byrne, who are together on the second row. Then Ralvo Drijp and Roshan Goodman, the Latvian and the South African, who has already taken a race victory over the course of the weekend. And then, of course, we have Joshua Bach and Kirsten Adriansens, Calvin Pratt and Owen Ayrton Spears that are going to be together on the 5th row of the starting grid. So down in pit road, we have obviously got Simon Byford standing by, who has got himself an opportunity to speak to one of the competitors down there in pit lane. So over to our correspondent, Simon Byford, who can tell us a bit more about what's going on down in pit road.
Well, I'm down here in Parc Ferme with Kalai Atkins. Kalai, a really fantastic race today. You dominated right the way through, starting on pole, finishing first. That really is justice for yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it was really annoying having that mechanical yesterday, finishing 20th, which is obviously going to have to put us a lot further back for the superheat, but, you know, we've got the pace and I'm looking to make my way through.
And you mentioned that you are going to be at a slight disadvantage coming into the superheat. Obviously, the 2 wins will bump you up the order slightly. What do you think you can do going into the superheats and the final? Do you think it's realistic to think that you're able to win?
Well, it just depends where I start, to be honest, but I have got the pace to win, so we'll just see what we can do.
Well, it's going to be very, very interesting seeing you carving through the field from wherever you come from, and certainly going to be very, very quick. Kalai, thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon, and great to hear from Kalai Atkins there once again. as it's going to be a fabulous battle as the contenders gear up for an exciting race once more. T4 Senior Qualifying Heat B versus D coming up on the racetrack. And the drivers will be prepared for another 9 laps of the course, another scintillating battle. 12.85 kilometers of racing in these qualifying heats. And the drivers now gearing up, ready for the start. The whistle goes, T4 Senior Qualifying Heat. The drivers get out onto the circuit. Qualifying Heat B versus D. The drivers venturing out onto the course. And now we're going to get to see the conclusion of the qualifying heats in T4 Senior. Ben Lyder and Hunter Perry on the front row of the starting grid from Evan Stapleton and Eddie Byrne, then Ralvo Dripe and Roshan Goodman, Joshua Bach and Kirsten Adriansons, Calvin Pratt and Owen Ayrton Spears, from Conor McPollen and Richard Kinloch, then Andres Klinkan and John Nuttall, Colm Manili and Rory O'Shea, from Alex Fleming, Sam Johnson and Ian Quinn from the back of the grid. So some great talents as the contenders work their way forward. We'll get to see some more exciting duels from the contenders, no doubt, as they prepare for the exciting challenge. There's going to be quite a few drivers who'll want to put on a bit of a showcase in this race to try and bring them a little bit further forward. So we're going to try and see what more of these lap times the drivers can do to bring them a little bit further forward. So the contenders obviously having to work their way through the field. We're going to watch out for the likes of Andrei Klinkan, the Latvian, along with John Nuttall. He's going to be hoping to try and make some progress. Watch out for the flip-flop himself, Alexander Fleming, as he tries to come off the 9th row of the starting grid alongside Samuel Johnson, who had no end of bad luck yesterday. And it's going to be interesting to see how the contenders bear up. Expect a charge through from the back of the field, very akin to the Black Missile in Mario Kart from Ian Quinn, because he was doing that in fantastic style yesterday, from the back of the grid, charging his way through to the top 5 in both of his qualifying heats. So fabulous displays from Ian Quinn yesterday. Must have had an issue in time qualifying, because his speed is definitely not replicant of where he has started his races from, because he's been able to go from the back of the grid to the top 5 in both of his encounters. He finished in 3rd place in one race, and then he was 4th in the other. So Ian Quinn, from dead last, is definitely going to be charging his way through the pack once again, as long as he stays out of trouble through this first sector. We've just completed our first T4 Senior Qualifying Heat to have every single driver that started the race come home to finish it. So only the T4 Juniors have not been able to replicate that so far. So we'll see what happens when they get to the Super Heats, but shows you just how competitive and how even these races are, but also how robust the karts are in this competition, because they all have a chance to run up at the front end of the field. They all have a chance to get some good overtakes and good racecraft under their belt, but they also want to try and move up to the top spot. Ben Lyder and Hunter Perry on the front row of the starting grid, then the two Americans along with Eddie Byrne and Evan Stapleton together on the second row of the grid for Team Ireland. Watch out for Ralvo Dripe, who's going to be there 5th position on the starting grid for Latvia. They come around that final corner. They don't take the chicane on the formation lap. They do in race trim though. So the contenders will fight their way forward, and we are going to go racing. No problems at all for Ben Lyder and Hunter Perry. Up to the first corner. Can Hunter Perry out-drag Ben Lyder? He's certainly going to get some assistance from Evan Stapleton. He'll try and get into 2nd place round the outside. Little bit of wheel rubbing, but it's okay, as Stapleton will get through to 2nd place. A good charge forward from the Irishman. So Stapleton into P2 as they go through the S's. This time they've all just about got through at the chicane. No worries there. So as they go through the S section, into the hairpin, into the long, fast sweeper out, and they will come through. There's a little bit of conflagration again. Somebody off in the middle of the road there. That's the 323. John Nuttall, we think, has gone off. Yes, he has recovered and rejoined at the back end of the field, but John Nuttall definitely now has his work cut out for him. And that's a move up the inside for 2nd position. That is a good run from Hunter Perry to get back on terms with Evan Stapleton, I should say, once again. Mixing up my names here, as Roshan Goodman has now managed to get up to 4th position, I think that is, in the 347. So the top 3 are as they started. Lyder, Perry, Stapleton, but Roshan Goodman, who already has a win to his name, is going to be charging forward again. So Roshan Goodman charging hard. South Africa, the pride of the nation, in P4 at the moment.
Yeah, Roshan Goodman there, making the most of his opportunities for his win there to collect it after the leaders got involved with each other, a bit too involved, one might say, tangled with each other and went off, and Goodman inheriting that win and very happy to do so, as we see up the inside of Evan Stapleton there. That is a fantastic move from the South African, but they're still going at it through turn number 7. That is a brilliant move from Roshan Goodman to take P3 from the Irishman.
So Roshan Goodman now 3rd position. A good run there from Stapleton, who was looking to be leading at one stage, but it is Ben Lyder still who has led the race from the start. Partway round lap 2, still having a very good race of it as they mix it up. But Ben Lyder and Hunter Perry having a really solid run of it onto the back straight. Hunter Perry trying to make his bid on the inside of Ben Lyder. 3rd place, Roshan Goodman still going strong. Evan Stapleton looking for an opportunity down into the chicane as they come to the braking point. No point for Hunter Perry to get through on the inside of Ben Lyder, just lining up the opportunity into the slipstream. Diving up to the hairpin once again, looking for the opportunity maybe, but he needs to hurry it up a little bit because Roshan Goodman definitely has strong pace and will want to try and make the overtake on Hunter Perry before Perry thinks about the move on Lyder. So Perry perhaps having to speed up his approach to try and get the lead a little earlier. Roshan Goodman is not going to wait around forever. Here comes the opportunity. No chance there from Hunter Perry, holding on to the inside line. Looks as though Kirsten Adriansens has had a bit of an issue on the first lap. Kirsten has now ended up down behind John Nuttall, so Nuttall and Adriansens had problems there on the opening lap of the race, and they now find themselves down the order, very unfortunately. So Lyder, Perry, Goodman, Stapleton, 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they continue to make good work of things. A little bit of a gesture there from Roshan Goodman to Evan Stapleton. Come on, work with me. Let's not let these 2 American drivers up in front get away. We really need to make good work of things here. As they get onto the back straight and then filter out through turn 13. They come up to the chicane once more. This is going to be an interesting challenge. Right, left, right, and onto the home straight again. What can Hunter Perry do?
Coming up into turn 1 now, this is going to be very interesting to see. Are they going to make moves, or are they just going to stick with each other? As we see up the inside, that is the 399, that is Ravo Drip, I believe, going up the inside of the, let's take a look, the 321 of Eddie.
Oh, on a spin!
Oh,
a
no!
spin! Ravo Drive, and he's been driven into there. He got spun off. He tried to get through on the inside of Eddie Byrne, and there is the front fairing having come apart from the machine. So I'm afraid that is very much game over now for Ravo Drive. What a shame for the Latvian. Game over there as he just tangles in with Eddie Byrne. The back end stepped out. He lost the back of the cart, and nobody could avoid him. I think there's more problems. That's the 317. That is Joshua Bach. I think he's the driver who actually went into the side of the cart of Ravo Drive. So that's damage for his car. And I'm afraid game over for both drivers. Very unfortunate. Nothing Joshua Bach could do about that. Completely blameless and nowhere to go. And there's the proof of the pudding for Ravo Drive. Mechanical problem because, of course, he is missing his front fairing. So he will not be able to continue. Lyder, Perry, Goodman, Stapleton pulling clear now of Eddie Byrne, who managed to get away with that without even so much as a dent in the fender.
Well, he was very lucky with that, but very, very unfortunate to see there for Ravo Drive there. We've seen a lot of people making that mistake at turn 3, just locking the brakes and spinning round, and obviously in that instance nowhere to go for Joshua Bach, straight into the Latvian racer, and like we say, that is game over for both of them in the most unfortunate of circumstances, and the last race before their superheat, that is not going to do their chances any favours.
So Lyder, Perry, Goodman, Stapleton, the top 4 still absolutely glued to each other. Eddie Byrne has a little bit of a gap back to his fellow countryman Calvin Pratt, but then Owen Ayrton Spears, Richard Kinlock, Ian Quinn charging through again into 9th place now, and Conor McPollin next up. Stapleton has a think about the move on Roshan Goodman. Still very early in this race though to be making those kind of gambles. Right, left, right at the end of the circuit once again, out of turn 16 and onto the main straight. Still all about calculated risks at this phase of the race. Clearly all 4 drivers deciding to team up and just get away from Eddie Byrne in 5th position. They've extended that gap to 3.2 seconds ahead of the Irishman who is there in P5. Pratt, Spears, Quinn, Kinlock and McPollin are next up. Ian Quinn is absolutely charging through once again, and it's not going to be too long before he starts to make the impact on the move there as into the 2nd position mark. Perry is still trying to shake off Roshan Goodwin, but Ian Quinn sets the fastest lap of the race, having made the move now up into 8th position, still trying to make his move on the inside of Owen Ayrton Spears.
He certainly is, and this is going to be a very, very interesting battle that's going to emerge here. Ian Quinn probably too far back to make any real difference when it comes to the lead of the race. But if we do see some tangling, which we certainly hope that we don't, as the 4 cars filter their way through turn number 13 and into the final chicane, there could be a chance for Ian Quinn to get up a bit further into the top 10, potentially a top 5. I wouldn't put it past the American racer, as the leaders flow through turn number 1, still just maintaining their positions now on lap 6 of 9 here in the T4 Senior BD Heat. And Evan Stapleton at the back of this queue. He's very used to winning in Ireland. He has a track record of being pretty much invincible in the T4 Ireland Regional Series, the champion of that series for this year. And he is going to be looking to at least salvage a podium for this, because he is not going to be comfortable with just sitting in P4 forever. And as we look, coming in to turn number 10, Evan Stapleton might be making a move up the inside, and he is on Roshan Goodman. That is a brilliant move from the Irishman.
Yep, Stapleton and Goodman, both race winners, of course, for the weekend so far. Goodman got the win in the second heat of the weekend. Stapleton got his in the third. So both drivers that have won races so far this weekend. Leiter has won a race on the road, but he had it taken away from him on a technicality. So Leiter now really wanting to cement that, as too is Hunter Perry, who has a third place finish to his name, but no better than that, unfortunately. Now making the move on the inside, though. That is a comeback move from Goodman, who will not settle for third position, who will not settle for fourth position, sorry. Stapleton has been overtaken. So up to third comes Roshan Goodman. And these two dueling has actually given Leiter and Perry a bit of a breathing space to play with there as they duel for the victory. It's one thing to be the top driver in your nation, but to do it in front of the entirety of the T4 nations represented in the Nations Cup, that's another thing entirely. So this is going to be an interesting challenge. Hunter Perry still looking for his maneuver on the inside of Ben Leiter, but he doesn't want to let him know what he's doing. He needs to keep his cards close to his chest.
He certainly does. And as they come down onto the back straight, topping out, I'm not sure, they have a slight headwind coming down into turn number 13, so that's not going to be pushing them along as much as it was at times yesterday. Coming down into the final chicane, still line astern, no moves being made thus far, but as we come on to what will be the final lap of the race, this is where the moves start to happen. This is where we start to see people going for the win. It could be all or nothing as far as Hunter Perry is concerned. Will he go for the move into turn number 3? No, he's too far back, far too far back to go up the inside of Ben Leiter, the Polish-American racer, as they flow through sector number 2 into turn 7. Keeping it nice and handy there, Ben Leiter in control and maintaining his 2/10 lead over Hunter Perry very, very effectively. And as they come down into turn 10, you have to say it's not going to be an opportunity for Hunter Perry. He is just too far back. Has he fallen back at just the wrong time, having been pretty much glued to the back bumper of Ben Leiter for almost the entire race?
Yeah, sadly, Hunter Perry seems to have missed his window. Now he's under pressure of losing second to Goodman and third to Stapleton as they go through turn 13. There may still be one last chance of it. Down into the braking zone for the chicane. Perry trying to hold the car together at the line. He gets a little bit squirrely, but it is going to be Ben Leiter. No problem at all for him, as he will take the victory in front of Hunter Perry, Roshan Goodman and Evan Stapleton. Less than 3/4 of a second covering all 4 drivers at the flag, but very controlled indeed there from Ben Leiter. He knows that he's in a good position to win the final later if he just keeps his consistency up, having taken a 6th position from his earlier heat. And then of course in Ben Leiter, he had a DNF in one race and a 6th position in the other, so he really needed a victory to give himself the best possible chance of a solid starting position for the Super Heat. So this win is an important one for the American, and a very solid job it is indeed. 4/10 of a second clear in the end of Hunter Perry, Roshan Goodman and Evan Stapleton following in behind. Ian Quinn, another good charge forward, P6. So he's had a 3rd, a 4th and a 6th, considering where he qualified. That's very good work indeed from Ian Quinn.
It certainly is, yeah. Like Jake says, starting down at the back, really not representative of his true pace for Ian Quinn, but it's good to see him carving his way up through the field, not taking any prisoners when it comes to traffic management, absolutely scything his way through, and that's really good to see.
So it's an American 1-2. Ben Leiter from Hunter Perry in front of Roshan Goodman, then Evan Stapleton and Calvin Pratt from Ian Quinn, Eddie Byrne, Owen Ayrton Spears, Richard Kinlock, and rounding out the top 10, it is Connor McPullen. Then Colm Manelli in front of John Nuttall. Kirsten Adriansens is there in front of Andre Klinkan. Rory O'Shea finishing up 15th in front of Flip Flop Fleming himself. Samuel Johnson is the last driver home. Raivo Drijp, the Latvian, out of the race, as too was Joshua Back. One retiring as a result of the other. Unfortunately, Raivo Drijp spinning. Joshua Back had nowhere to go but into him, causing damage to the kart. And sadly, both drivers then plumb out of luck as they retire from the race. They parked up pretty much in exactly the same place as each other. Raivo Drijp obviously trying to continue a little bit further into the race, but then realizing with the lack of front fairing that he was not going to make it to the finish line, and nor was the Guatemalan Joshua Back. So that is it for the T4 seniors. I noticed that Raivo Drijp is actually trying to bring himself back to the pits under his own steam, which is very good news indeed for him. So it proves that obviously once they put the front fairing back on, they can put him back into position once more. But obviously it's a little bit too little, too late as far as he's concerned. The final qualifying heat before we get to the super heats will bring us into the forefront of the race battles thus far. T4 Senior 165 coming up.
Come on. Yeah. Come on.
Back into the action then with the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, brought to you in association, of course, with RGMMC and Tidal Sport. Looking forward to seeing what happens with T4 Senior. Qualifying heats are done, of course, so they'll be back in action for the super heats a little while later. But now it's time for the T4 Senior 165s, and that's going to put the German and the American back on the front row of the grid once again. Andreas Matisse and Phil Pignataro. There is the schedule for the day. Just one more qualifying heat to run, and that's for Senior 165s. Then we've got the super heats for minis, juniors, and then seniors in their two groups. Obviously, they are separated into two separate super heats. Then they will shorten their way down to just one final senior grid. Sadly, there are going to be a few senior drivers out of luck and not able to take the start of the final a little bit later on, but at least they've given it their best shot. Then we will have the super heats for Senior 165s, then a much needed break, thank goodness, in the sweltering Spanish heat, and then we will have our finals, kicking off with the minis at 250, the juniors at 320, the seniors at 350, and the Senior 165s at 420. Then after that point, of course, we will have a mammoth podium presentation where all four finals and the Nations Cup itself will be presented to the winning country. If you've just tuned in, perfect timing, well done, cancel your plans for the day. It's going to be a fabulous race to settle in with for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Simon Byford, and we're going to continue all the way through the action. 9 more laps of the course in T4 Senior 165. This is for the Masters category, drivers over the age of 35, I think it is. In years.
I think it's 30.
30, okay, so I'm just about able to compete in that one then, that's fine. As we all know, I turned 30 last Tuesday. What? I'm poking you in the eye with my nose. I'm terribly sorry. I'll pack it in. Anyway.
That's like my mum turning 27 for the 14th time.
For the 14th time,
yeah.
Absolutely right. Andreas Matiz and Phil Pignataro will take up their residency on the front row of the starting grid then, the German and the American. Andreas Matiz on the inside line, Phil Pignataro on the outside line. Then it is the Brazilian Felipe Braga, running under an Italian license. Julian Granvaux, and then Jensen Adriansens and Roberto Woodstrack from Anwar Beryl Smith and Jaime Labastida. Then Dirk Prochnov and Niall Herson. Then it is Juan Pablo Glover and Vladimir Vlasov from Jamie Going, Harm Sherman, Darren Beavers, Rudolf Berzin, Walter Kessler, Ryan Herson, then Aaron Doyle and Fernando Wheeler. Worth pointing out that for the British contingent there in the middle, you've got Jamie Going and Darren Beavers, who are in their first kart races at this level. Very impressive that they've come straight into the T4 Nations Cup. Jamie Going has never competed in kart races before this weekend. Certainly nothing more than the old stag do arrive and drive rental jobs anyway. So, yeah, interesting for the Ford Fiesta racer.
It certainly is, but that's one of the plus points of the T4s, is it does give entry-level drivers who haven't raced karts before a very easy and affordable platform to start their racing careers in karts. Obviously, it's raced in the Nations Cup by many very, very experienced drivers, but there's also some here. We have Rory O'Shea in the seniors. His third race only in real-life racing was last year's World Cup, and he finished P10 in the final. He's a very experienced sim racer, and he jumped into a T4 and immediately he was sort of on the pace straight away, and we've seen that today as well and yesterday, that he's been very much on the pace despite driving for only a little more than a year. So it is a very, very accessible platform to those drivers who haven't got much, if any, karting experience.
Anybody thinking about this and looking at it going, yes, I can race in this sport, I can manage this, Tillotson.ie, make sure you have a look at it, and there's plenty of opportunities whether you are a youngster or an old bean. You're going to have plenty of great racing out there. I'm fairly sure that the oldest driver in the field in T4 Senior 165s this week is 72 years of age. You're never too old. You're never too old to race at this level.
Oh no, never at all. I think that's Harm Sherman, I think. He's, I believe, now I could be wrong, don't quote me on this, but the official Netherlands importer for the T4s is Sherman BV, which I believe is a company that he founded. Now he's racing under the Portuguese flag, but he is from the Netherlands originally, I do believe. But he has a huge amount of experience. I believe he worked with Maxis in the 80s, the same people who make our tyres, developing tyres for other series in karting, and yeah, a vast amount of experience in the motorsport and the karting industry for Harm Sherman.
The original founder of Maxis tyres, of course. So what an amazing contribution he's made, not just to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, because everybody is running on Maxis rubber, of course, but also to the karting world as a whole and to the motorsport world as a whole, because, of course, Maxis has plenty of footholds within the likes of drifting and rallying and various other competitions around the motorsport globe. So they're coming up to the start line, and we're racing! Good start from Andreas Matiz. Phil Pignataro trying to hold it round the outside. No issues at all as they come through. Felipe Braga trying to break through, but around the outside, Pignataro has still got his kart fairly wide, and there's a little bit of a nudge between Pignataro and Braga. They just about get away with that in second and third. Braga came up off the deck on the front wheels by just a couple of centimetres, but they have got through without too much drama. So the top three remain as was. Matiz, Pignataro and Braga. It looks like Julian Grunwald is still there or thereabouts in the top five, battling it out with Jensen Adriansens. Roberto Woodstruck Jr. trying to put himself into the frame in the number 418, the 416 I should say, the Brazilian driver trying to work his way forward. A little bit of a run wide there from our race leader, and that's enough for Phil Pignataro to pick up the opportunity.
It certainly is there. Very opportunistic move there from Phil Pignataro. He's got 25 years of tuning experience with karting engines. Obviously, these engines you can't tune, but he is still very, very quick. He's worked with Nicholas Latifi in the past, has up the inside, almost there. The 433 of that is Felipe Braga, and they're giving a quick hand signal to the driver behind of Julien Granvaux, the Frenchman, who's looking up the inside, defending from Jensen Adriansens, I believe, there, and through turns 2 and 3, coming into the 3-4 chicane, and all quiet on the Spanish front thus far. The race settling down now. The T4 Senior 165s, a lot of these drivers are the most experienced in the T4 categories, and that's clear to see because there's very few silly moves being made. A lot of them just settling down, keeping it calm, trying to wait until later on in the race to make the important moves and make their way up the field gradually.
How competitive is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, you ask? Well, we're in T4 Senior 165. There were 2 races yesterday. We had 2 different winners, Jensen Adriansens and Julien Granvaux, and neither of those 2 drivers are currently in the top 3 at the end of the second lap. That's how competitive it is in Tillotson T4s. So, Pignataro still leads the way in front of Andreas Matiz and Felipe Braga, the Brazilian. Then in 4th place, it is Julien Granvaux in front of Jensen Adriansens. We had an issue on the last lap. 2 carts dropping down the order. It is Walter Kessler and Aaron Doyle. They have fallen to the back of the field, but they are still circulating. So they managed to get going again after their little trip up at turn 10. But still the battle's raging as Pignataro, Matiz and Braga are now being caught by the 2 winners from yesterday, Granvaux and Andreassens. So 5 drivers all pitching to go for the victory now. A little bit of a tap on the helmet for Felipe Braga to the 2 drivers behind, Granvaux and Andreassens. Let's work together. And Felipe Braga knows all about team tactics in karting. He is the chief mechanic to the newly crowned FIA karting world champion, Matheus Morgato, Brazil, who won the title a couple of weeks ago in Sarno in Italy. So while Matheus celebrates and parties the world championship success in Brazil, his mechanic is pushing for his own piece of history here as he tries to make his move on the inside line to try and get into second position, and Braga's going to get there. No worries at all. Up the inside, gets the move on the German Andreas Matiz. So Felipe Braga now into second position. Gestures to the drivers behind. Don't overtake me. Let's go after Pignataro in front. But they're going to go 3 wide nearly into the first corner as Andreassens knits his way through on the inside line there of Julien Granvaux. So Granvaux ends up falling back down to 5th position, maybe 6th place now, as Anwar Beryl Smith gets his way into the battle.
He certainly does, and I have to say, so far today I've been seeing an awful lot of drivers giving that hand signal of let's work together to catch the kart in front, and there's been very, very little compliance. It has been absolutely brilliant to see drivers just saying, no, I'm not going to do what you ask me to. I'm just going to go straight up your inside, into turn 3, into turn 1, into turn 10, wherever I so please. And we're going to have a nice cheeky battle as we see 2 wide there. That's Jensen Adriansens and the 478. I do believe, is it the 478, the 4? Yeah, the 487, excuse me, of Andreas Matiz as they come through turn number 13, all trying to figure themselves out now into the final chicane, keeping it nice and civil, but there's a little bit of a mistake there from Jensen Adriansens. He clattered the curb, but he's going to be going up the inside now. Phil Pignataro into turn 1. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can.
There's now 8 of them battling for the victory. Adriansens, Pignataro, Braga, Granvaux, Matiz, Beryl Smith, Woodstruck Jr. and Jaime Labastida. 8 of them now gunning for the victory in this one. And now up the inside, here comes the charge from Granvaux to get on the inside of Braga. Braga will not let it happen. Big banzai on the inside from Matiz to try and get through into 4th position. That did not work out for Matiz. So Braga holds on to the position, as does Julien Granvaux. But Beryl Smith has worked his way to 6th position in front of Woodstruck Jr. and Labastida. They end up getting a little bit side by side as well. But Phil Pignataro trying to get himself back into the lead once again past Jensen Andreassens. This is going to be a tricky one as they come off the turn and onto the back straight yet again. Andreassens looking very closely here behind Phil Pignataro, looking for an opportunity to get through on the inside line. Diving for an opportunity. Can he get through to the final chicane? Pignataro not able to pick the lead off from Jensen Andreassens. They finish up lap 5, and as they charge up to the first hairpin once again, there's still 8 of them in the mix for the victory, covered by just 2 seconds. Braga having a look for the inside of Pignataro. That'll do nicely, but he gets out wide. Pignataro trying to cut him back. No chance. Braga has held second place.
This is absolutely fantastic racing, Jake. It seems like for a lap the tension builds and builds and builds, and then we see a monumental move by 2 or 3 drivers, absolutely throwing wet ones up the inside of each other into every other corner. And Jensen Adriansen's there in the lead, trying to break away. He takes the fastest lap. Now 3/10 clear of Felipe Braga in position number 2, but that gap has pretty much completely dissolved. In fact, up the inside, oh, Braga getting very, very close, and now he's lost the position to Pignataro, who has said, thank you very much for that mistake, I'm going to nip up your inside onto the back straight.
Easy mistake to make because, of course, it is a Praga-based chassis, the Tillotson T4 chassis, part of the Praga IPK group. But off the turn, it is a big mistake there from Braga to get a little bit hungry on the inside of Adriansen's into turn 10. And Pignataro picks up the pieces. Braga's going to come back at Pignataro. And this time, the door is going to be a little bit further open for Julien Granvaux. So Braga gets through. Pignataro slots back into 3rd position. No worries there. Granvaux still holding on in front of Andreas Matiz. And they've lost a little bit of ground, the 3 drivers behind them now. So you've got Woodstruck Jr., Beryl Smith, and Jaime Labastida still there in 8th position. Niall Herson and Harm Sherman, 10th position, still going strong, Harm Sherman. Excellence knows no age, as we prove there in 10th position, but still pushing hard. Adriansen's looking very strong here in front of Felipe Braga, and then it is Phil Pignataro in front of Julien Granvaux. Granvaux's going to make the move on the inside of Pignataro. That'll do nicely into 3rd place. They run very deep, and that's enough for Andreas Matiz. The German comes through now into 4th position, and all of a sudden, Phil Pignataro finds himself down in P5.
He certainly does. Now the 2 victors of the previous 2 Senior 165 heats are currently running in P1 and P3. This is going to be very, very interesting to see if Felipe Braga can hang on to his P2 or perhaps upgrade it by 1 up to a 1st position. And he might. He goes up the inside into turn 1. Adriansen leaves in the space. This is absolutely fantastic racing from the 2 lads. Oh my goodness me!
Granvaux's going to get them both!
This is incredible stuff. 3 wide into turn 3. Adriansen, he doesn't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. No one has a clue what's happening. But somehow Granvaux has got up into 1st. Again, he lucked his way to 1st last time when the leaders collided, and he has somehow done it again. The trickster, Julien Granvaux, the Frenchman, he defends coming into turn 10. This is absolutely extraordinary.
Adriansen and Braga were so busy eking each other out of the exit of turn 1 that they left the door wide open and Granvaux crept through. Adriansen's gesticulating to Felipe Braga. What are you playing at? We've just given away the lead. What do you want, man? And now they've got to try and catch up to Julien Granvaux one last time as we go into the final lap. Adriansen's absolutely resolute. He's going to get a better exit off the chicane. Braga's going to go with him. They'll force the issue into the final lap. Braga will go with Adriansen's. They'll get through. Adriansen's retakes the lead. Braga retakes 2nd. Granvaux back down to 3rd position in front of Matiz, Beryl Smith and Pignataro. But this is not done yet. Felipe Braga has a brilliant opportunity here to get the victory in front of Julien Adriansen. He's been a little bit hungry at times to try and make the overtaking move. He needs to time it right if he's going to get it. But Julien Granvaux is still there in 3rd position. Braga hoping to hang on to 2nd place. He wants Granvaux to go with him to hold on, but look at Jensen Adriansen. He's going ultra defensive up towards turn 10. They come through the hairpin. Braga still holds on. Granvaux round the outside trying to sneak through. Matiz will get the inside line. The German will tuck up into 3rd position. Nice opportunism there from Matiz, and Beryl Smith will go with him. Matiz into 3rd, Beryl Smith into 4th, and here comes the defensive strategy from Adriansen. Can he hang on in front of Braga? Matiz, Beryl Smith and Granvaux all dueling away with Pignataro. One last bit from Braga, a bit of a slide out of the chicane from Jensen Adriansen. Braga's going to get alongside.
Oh my goodness me!
It's not enough!
This is absolutely incredible. Again, 3/100ths of a second is the difference between the 2 victors. This is absolutely insane, Jake.
Jensen Adriansen hangs on by 300ths of a second to Felipe Braga in 2nd place. Matiz is 3rd from Beryl Smith and Julien Granvaux. The top 5 covered by less than a second, and even Phil Pignataro and then Roberto Woodstruck Jr. and Jaime Labastida were within a second of them as well. Just phenomenal. That is how good the racing is in Tillotson T4 Absolutely amazing. We had an off on the final lap there, actually. Aaron Doyle coming off the racetrack on the very last lap. So Aaron Doyle dropping off the circuit, I'm afraid, but Tillotson T4 once again delivering in Senior 165, an absolute heart stopper right to the end there. And Jensen Adriansens, the Belgian, picks up 2 wins out of 3 in Senior 165s to book himself pole position, I'm sure, for the Superheat. Felipe Braga, second place in front of Andreas Matiz. Anwar Beryl-Smith doing a great job to P4 in front of Julien Gronvo and Phil Pignataro. Roberto Woodstruck Jr. and Jaime Labastida, 1.5 seconds, covering the top 8 karts. Niall Herson in front of Harm Sherman, then Juan Pablo Glover and Dirk Prochnov. Vladimir Vlasov in front of Darren Beavers. Ryan Herson ahead of Jamie Going. Then Rudolf Berzin, the Latvian, in front of Fernando Wheeler, the Guatemalan. And then finishing up, it is Walter Kessler and the retirement on the very last lap, I'm afraid, Aaron Doyle, who was not able to bring it home to the checkered flag. Great racing in the qualifying heats, and now we get to savour the spoils of the super heats as the karts have got themselves into a great battle, and it's not going to be long to wait for them at all. They've got 5 minutes before the start of the next T4 mini race, which is the super heat. Just drama all the way in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, exactly as we were hoping it would be, and exactly what we've been gifted. Terrific stuff here in Valencia so far.
It certainly is. I'm not sure about you, Jake, but in my very limited commentary career, that has to be one of, if not the greatest karting race that I have ever had the privilege of calling. It was lap after lap of just combatant dueling. It was incredible stuff, and 5 or 6 karts involved at any given time. Absolutely exemplary. You can see why these guys are regarded as some of the best. They have so much experience to be able to pull off the moves that they were doing without coming together. It is something to be marvelled at. It really is absolutely brilliant stuff.
Certainly one of the best I've seen for a while, and really good to see how the competitors have put it all together. Right, we are going to get ourselves continuing on the battles. And it's going to be T4 mini time. Now, as a result of what they've been able to produce in the qualifying heats, pole position has been taken for the super heat by the South African driver Amani Kinyua, who has taken away 2 wins and a 4th position. Jindra Svoboda came away with 2 seconds and a 5th. George House, a win, a 4th and an 8th. And then Guillermo Morgado, a 3rd, a 4th and a 7th. And that's how they have ended up in the top 4 positions of the starting grid for this super heat. But a very competitive grid of drivers, and all 23 of them in a very solid position now, ready for the start of their 4th race of the weekend out of the 5 races they will give us. But this is the last chance to book a decent position on the starting grid for the final. Obviously, 36 places available in the final for the senior category. Only 23 drivers in T4 Mini, so all of them will make it into their first final at the T4 Nations Cup. But certainly a very solid effort and a great performance from them all. And it's 5 different nations. Sorry, let me correct myself. 6 different nations in the top 6 places of the starting grid. Amani Kinyua of South Africa lining up on pole position. Jindra Svoboda, the young man from the Czech Republic, who lines up 2nd on the starting grid. Then George House of Great Britain, Guillermo Morgado of Portugal, Ben McLaughlin of Ireland, and Matthias Glover of Guatemala. 6 different nations in the top 6 places. And we very nearly have 7, because alongside Aaron Bourbano on the 4th row of the starting grid is the Dominican driver Antonella Tomazello. She is there in 8th position on the starting grid. And then we have the Brit Luke Millward alongside the Czech Patrick Romoff. So very exciting battles so far then from the T4 Minis in the earlier qualifying heat. But here we are in the race battle for the T4 Mini Super Heat. This is the last race before we get to the finals for T4 Mini.
It certainly is, and just looking at the pictures here on the live stream, seems like everyone in a very, very reflective mood, as it's difficult to pick up emotion through a helmet, but at the same time it can also be very easy, and the impression that I'm getting from the drivers as they all sit there, hands on their laps, visors down, it means business time, as the board goes up for the 1 minute mark, as we can see there, being displayed to us nicely. This is game time for the minis. This is what it all comes down to before the finals. This, very much, Jake, is it.
Indeed it is. T4 Mini drivers obviously aged between 8 and 11 years of age. But for many of these competitors, this is their first major international motorsport competition of any kind. So they really want to put on a good show here and showcase their skill and ability up against the best Tillotson Mini drivers in the world. And all 23 of them have got themselves a great chance to battle here around this phenomenal circuit. And it really is quite a fantastic race circuit to play on here at the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, the Cartódromo Valencia as it's also known. 9 meters wide, of course, this race circuit, and 1.428 meters long, 1.428 kilometers long, I should say, sorry. That would be
very long track.
That would be a very long track there. That would be good for a Hot Wheels race rather than a T4 Mini race, wouldn't it? But a 1.428 kilometer circuit in length. So there they go. Armani Kinua and Jindra Svoboda, George House and Guillermo Morgado, Ben McLaughlin and Matthias Glover from Aaron Barbano and Antonella Tomazello, Luke Millwood and Patrick Romo from Sebastian Venkov and Francisco Iglesias, Carolina Duarte and Jurel Goodman from Tyke Malone and Fernando Wheeler Jr., Martin Gomez and Jaromir Arkhipov from Gabriel Sandoval and Valentina Helena, Bemi Gamarez, Antonio Isidro and Diego Berdon. It's going to be an interesting challenge for these 23 drivers. Don't forget, of course, that T4 Mini always a little bit more interesting to predict how things are going to go because they've got more circuit to play with than anybody else. The karts are narrower, shorter, and obviously that means you've got a lot more racetrack to play with. Drivers will go for more overtaking moves, perhaps, than the juniors and seniors would attempt.
Yeah, and also the comparative inexperience of some of these drivers is also something that we have to factor in. Many of these guys, like you say, it's their first international competition. They want to do well, and it's a matter of thinking about what lengths are they willing to go to try and do that. Some of them will go for moves that they wouldn't ordinarily go for because they think that, oh, maybe it's too risky at home, but here anything goes pretty much. They have to win. That is some of these guys' outlook on the race, and they are willing to go to hell and back if it means coming away first at the checkered flag.
And of course, this being the ultimate proving ground for young racing drivers between the ages of 8 and 11, you've obviously got a lot of hard racing in front of you at this level, but the pressure is immense. This isn't like the world of soccer or cricket or rugby or tennis or any of those sort of competitive sports where you do most of your training, most of your practice behind closed doors, where there's no big microscope of pressure on your shoulders. In racing at this level in the T4 series, these guys are 8 to 11 years old. This is still their training. This is still their practice as they move up the motorsport ladder. And for them, they're under the intensity of the microscope being broadcast to thousands of people around the world. So it makes it much more of a tough pressure cooker for these guys to try and not bubble over under the intensity and the weight of it. The magnitude of it is so tough and so high pressure at this level for these youngsters. And they are coping with the difficulties and the stress incredibly well. I'm always baffled year upon year about how these drivers, some of them as young as 8, are coping with the high level intensity and the magnitude of the pressure that they are being exposed to at this early level in their motor racing careers. It's always phenomenal. Here they come. Are we going to go racing? We are indeed. Armani Kinua to the first corner, controlling the pace nicely in front of Jindra Svoboda, but it's a better start for George House as they come through into second position. Ben McLaughlin goes with him. So it is the inside line of Kinua, House and McLaughlin that has made the best launch forward. Not a bad start from Svoboda. He's still there or thereabouts. Big slide further back in the chicane, but everybody's made it through turn 4 without too much drama as George House is already starting to make his inroads into Armani Kinua, the South African who leads the race here from George House. House is having his think about it, already starting to put pressure on Armani Kinua. Kinua 2 wins out of 3 over the course of things, but George House had a little bit of an opportunity there, has a little think about it, doesn't want to rush this. 9 laps, of course, for the Superheat and T4 Mini, the longest race of their weekend so far.
It is, yeah. I think that it might be the same amount of laps for the final, or it might be an extra 2. I'm not too sure about that as we see them coming down into the final chicane. A move there for third position. Let's take a look at who that is. That looks to be Morgado has lost out. He is down to position number 5, and then up into position number 3 is Svoboda there. Ben McLaughlin is up into P4. That's a good start from him, comparatively speaking. He competed at the last World Cup, finished down in 6th in the minis and was struggling with some inconsistency, but he seems to have ironed out those issues in the last 12 months.
So now we have the leading duo getting well cleared. George House clearly playing the long game on this one with Amani Kinyua. So Kinyua and House disappearing out in front. The battle behind them is a little bit more intense as we have Svoboda, McLaughlin, Morgado, Millwood and Aaron Barbano all very much in that mixture. Up the inside, big sliding move. Good overtake there from Morgado. So Guilherme Morgado, the Portuguese driver, gets through, and that's enough to unsettle McLaughlin so that Luke Millwood gets his opportunity on the inside. And Luke Millwood now into P5. A good run there from Millwood, continuing his charge forward, having started the qualifying heats from the front row yesterday. He's going to have an interesting charge forward now as he tries to take on Morgado up in front. Morgado drifts wide out of the final turn. They're going to hop over the curbs as Svoboda has got clear of them. But things are getting pretty hectic between Morgado, Millwood and McLaughlin. And watch out for Matthias Glover, the Guatemalan, who is there in 7th position as well, trying to work his way forward. So some good duels for position for the 177. George House all over the back of Amani Kinyua. And Amani Kinyua just trying to hold the lead at the moment. George House is not going to put pressure on him yet. He knows that this is a long race and there's a lot of laps still to count down.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Morgado fares in this race. Is he going to be able to catch up to the 3rd position driver currently of Jindra Svoboda? He is currently the reigning Portuguese national cadet champion, is Morgado. So obviously a lot of pace for the young man, but we haven't been able to see it a whole lot. He has finished P4 and P... not sure where. Actually, he's finished P4 in his first heat, but I'm not entirely sure where in the second. Oh, and actually, no, never mind. He's finished P4 and P3 in the 2 of his heats, so he's well fixed in terms of pace. And as they come up into turn number 1, the leaders, oh, look at this, battling still, coming into turn 1. Morgado and McLaughlin separated by millimetric margins, and look, like Ben said, to the rear of Matthias Glover there. He's going to be getting involved in this with... oh, actually, no, it's Luke Millwood, excuse me, is going to be looking to get involved in this battle as the 2 of them squabbling away, costing each other time, and all the while this man, Kinyua, battling away with George House, but still managing to eke out time just about on the battle for 4th position.
So Kinyua, House and Svoboda, then it is Morgado, McLaughlin and Millwood, then Romoff in front of Glover, Tomazello in 9th place in front of Tyke Malone. Then it is Aaron Barbano in front of Sebastian Venkov, Sandoval, Iglesias, Gomez, Duarte, Wheeler Jr. and Goodman. And then we have Arkhipov in front of Gomareth, Helena, Antonio Isidro and Diego Berdon. So that is the way things continue as they progress through. 23 karts in the race, 23 of them having started. This is a good battle down the straight. Morgado, McLaughlin and Millwood. Millwood is going to try and go the long way round to try and shake up an opportunity here. Drops back to gain a little bit of time. Obviously you can go slow in and fast out of these corners if you time it right. But these very young men and women still battling away as Amani Kinyua still leads this one for the South African contingent. George House running a very solid race there in P2, trying to get a little bit more out of the cart as they make more progress. Svoboda, Morgado, then McLaughlin and Luke Millwood. A tough top 6 at the moment, plenty of talent within it, as George House is trying to work his way through to the lead of the race, but he's not going to make his move until at least lap 8 at the earliest. Big performances so far from Luke Millwood and Patrick Romoff. They both came up 3 places from their grid positions. However, it's the Costa Rican that's made the biggest charge. Gabriel Sandoval, who lines up in 6 positions higher than he started. 19th on the grid for Gabriel Sandoval, is now in P13. So some great performances there. Look back behind the top 3 and we've still got some amazing duels going on for 4th position, as we've got McLaughlin, Morgado and Millwood still dueling away. The fans in the stands really giving it the big guns in terms of the lung capacity as well, shouting and screaming for their favourite drivers. It's George House now bangs in the fastest lap of the race, tucked up behind Amani Kinyua. There's no rush here. He's got plenty of time, and he has pulled 2 seconds clear of Jindra Svoboda just by sitting in behind Amani Kinyua, letting him do the hard work. They've stretched away, and now it's all going to be about timing for George House.
It certainly is, and the time might be in just a few laps time at this very corner. Lap 5 of 9 currently, and look at this. You could cover them with a blanket, as I have described so many times. This T4 racing, as they come onto the back straight, is George House going to go for a move? I don't think he is. He just wants to sit behind, keep the slipstream, keep pulling away, and that'll give him more and more margin to battle in the closing laps with Armani Kinua, who is currently leading, and leading quite comfortably, it seems. Doesn't seem to be under a whole host of pressure from George House behind.
Oh, here we go. Fourth position is a bit of a mix-up as Morgado, McLaughlin and Millwood are still battling away for fourth position. Luke Millwood at the back of the queue just trying to time it right. But McLaughlin, the Irishman, trying to give his move here on Guilherme Morgado. The Portuguese driver still hanging on to it. And as they work their way through together, it's going to be a tight battle to hold on to. Still Morgado just trying to fend off from McLaughlin. McLaughlin there just in front of Luke Millwood. And these three drivers, 4th, 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, still no change between Kinua and George House. House has got to play the tactic of just keeping his rival guessing here. Trying to get him down into the braking zone. It's stalemate between the three drivers in 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment as Morgado does his best to hold off. But it looks like he's going to lose out here as we look in the background. I think McLaughlin is going to get through to 4th place. Yes, he does. So McLaughlin is now in P4. The Irishman has worked his way forward. Good work from Ben to get into 4th position there. Upping over the top of the curbs. And with 2 to go, it really is game time for George House. 2 laps, and he's got a 1/10 of a second to make up on Kinua. But as they come off the final turn, we can see the 4th place battle really close-natured indeed, as it's now McLaughlin in front of Millwood and Morgado.
It certainly is. That's great to see from McLaughlin, how far he's come along in the last 12 months, making those moves and making them stick, holding his own in amongst the pressure up into P4. That really is a fantastic performance from the young Irishman, the nephew of one of the Tillotson engineers here today, Keith, who's a top bloke and often helps people with their carburettors, the carburettor specialist in the T4 paddock, as we still see the 2 leaders pulling away from the rest of the pack. George House with the fastest first sector of anyone, and as they come into the oh no, never mind, we're not looking at the leaders anymore, we are looking at the battle for 3rd, Jake.
This is McLaughlin versus Millwood, so the 2 of them still dueling over 4th position. They're trying to close up on Jindra Svoboda. But now we get up to the final part of the race as they hop over the curbs in the T4 Mini Superheat. It's now or never, and it's going to go defensive now. Armani Kinua trying to hold off George House. Here we go. The last lap begins. George House pulls level, but he's not going to get up the inside on this occasion. Still very close for 4th position between McLaughlin, Millwood and Morgado. They will continue to battle all the way through. But George House picking for his opportunity, looking for a gap on the inside line. Armani Kinua just still trying to fend off from George House. Just holding the cart on the inside apex. He needs to look for a gap here, George House. He needs to look for a mistake or maybe even create one as the South African in front is keeping it nice and tidy. George House needs to be patient. Patience. Now Kinua protects the inside line. George House will try and go the long way round and dives over the inside. George House is through as Armani Kinua drifts out wide. George House gets through. George House takes the lead on the last lap here. So was that with contact or was that getting Armani Kinua just into the little bit of the blind spot there, and Kinua just overshooting in the braking zone? Whichever way you look at it, it's dramatic. It's changed the face of the race, and George House is going to come through out of the final chicane. George House will take the victory in the Superheat, and that'll do nicely as far as he's concerned. Armani Kinua in 2nd place, 3rd for Jindra Svoboda. What a battle this is going to be in the final as Millwood has come through for 4th position. Patience has paid off then in front of Ben McLaughlin and Guilherme Morgado for the British driver Luke Millwood.
Fantastic performance there from Luke Millwood to get up into position number 4 there, right at the death of the race. And a very, very interesting end also for George House, the driver with the very distinctive black mouth markings on the front of his helmet. The gobbling up the position of Armani Kinua there on the final lap. Not sure, like we say, if there was any contact there or if it was just a genuine misjudgment and error from Armani Kinua. That's going to be up to the stewards to look into. But nevertheless, congratulations to George House. A fantastic performance with him all race to stick with the pace of Armani Kinua in first. And naturally, commiserations to Kinua as well, leading pretty much the entirety of the race, only to lose it coming into the 3rd sector on the last lap.
So George House takes the win then from Armani Kinua and Jindra Svoboda. Luke Millwood in 4th position. Ben McLaughlin ahead of Guilherme Morgado. Patrick Romoff in 7th in front of Antonella Tomazello. And then Sebastian Venkov ahead of Matthias Glover. Tyg Malone in front of Gabriel Sandoval, who made up 7 places from his grid position. Very good work from Gabriel Sandoval. Francisco Iglesias ahead of Martin Gomez. Aaron Babano, Durell Goodman, Fernando Wheeler Jr. and Carolina Duarte. Then it is Valentina Helena in front of Jaromir Arkhipov from Berme Gonzalez. Then Antonio Isidro and Diego Berdon. All 23 drivers that started the T4 Mini Superheat came through for the finish once again. Great racecraft from them all. And now they have just one race to go this afternoon, and that's the T4 Mini final.
It certainly is. The weekend has absolutely flown by for our mini drivers. And next up, obviously, is the T4 Junior Superheat, followed by the 2 seniors and the Senior 165. So that's going to be something to look forward to. And we are very much looking forward to seeing what they come up with in comparison to the minis.
So T4 Mini has gone very well indeed. You can see, obviously, that the battles are going to be joined again as we get ourselves ready for the Superheat in T4 Junior. Back with the action again in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 here at the Catadromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Chiva, just outside the city of Valencia in Spain. Jake Sanson and Simon Byford with you as we have been for the entirety of this weekend, and having had a great run in the T4 Mini Superheat. The house that George has built is a very strong one indeed. He has put himself on the top spot in the Superheat ahead of Armani Kinyua and Jindra Svoboda. So they will continue to battle away in prime position as we will get more great race action from them. Now, of course, the attention turns once again to the T4 Juniors in their Superheat, and now we've got a little bit more of an understanding as to how the lay of the land works for them. 2 wins and a 3rd place for Truly Adams puts the American into pole position for this one. And thanks to the consistency, it's been an all-American front row as Chase Pascalia has come away with 2 seconds and a 3rd. The engines rise as the 3-minute board goes up. It's an all-British affair on the 2nd row of the grid. Dan Amor alongside George Townsend. Very quietly getting on with the job up in P5 is the Czech driver Richard Saker, who has suddenly put himself there into position with some good performances. A 5th, a 6th and an 8th. Very consistent and very even, and that puts him on the inside of the 3rd row. Then Dan Hartley, the British driver, has gone 4th, 6th and 11th over the course of the week. So that puts him into P6 of the starting grid. It looks like 3 Brits then in the top 6. Sean Canivey will line up in 7th on the grid along with Manuel Gonzalez. And then Theo Lestrange of Ireland along with the Mexican Diego Polanco. I know we've got a lot of big fans of Tillotson T4 and fellow competitors across the nations watching along at home. Ty Cuthbert has been watching very avidly as he's been sat at home watching his fellow Brits represent Team Brit out here in the T4 Nations Cup. Ty Cuthbert himself, one of the newest recruits as well to the Tillotson T4 series in the United Kingdom. And he is definitely the captain of the Sergio Perez fan club as well. His social media fan base absolutely legion. And it's wonderful to see that he's enjoying his Sunday. I hope he's having a great day back home in the UK, watching his fellow countrymen try to bring home the title in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. However, in junior, the American charge is the strongest at present.
It certainly is, yeah. The Americans fielding a very, very strong team in juniors with Truly Adams, who's taken 2/3 of all of the qualifying heat victories. Now, admittedly, there was only 3, but taking 2 is still very much an impressive affair against such strong talent, particularly his fellow countryman, Chase Buscaglia, who starts alongside him on the front row of the grid in front of the all-British second row, like Jake mentioned. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. The two Americans followed by the two Brits.
And there's plenty of talent mixing it through the field just outside the top 10 as well. Quite a few drivers that will want to try and work their way forward up the ranks again. So a few drivers there wanting to change their fortunes a little bit. The Superheat, their last chance to do that before the finals. And of course, 9 laps of the course in the T4 Junior Superheat. Again, the longest heat of the weekend so far, their longest race and encounter. So we'll have to see what happens for them as they continue to play things out here in Valencia. And now the drivers will be given the signal to head out onto the circuit. Chase Buscaglia going out just a little ahead of Truly Adams. Nothing illegal about that, but it's that psychological mind game just to let Truly Adams know, I'm here, I'm going to beat you. I know we're trying to give the United States the T4 Nations Cup, but I want to win the final. It's going to be my turn. Truly Adams and Chase Buscaglia on the front row then, from Dan Amor and George Townsend, from Richard Saker and Dan Hartley, Sean Canivet and Manuel Gonzalez, then Theo Lestrange and Diego Polanco from Marco Velasco and Daniel Berzin, Nico Franca and Jaden Tromp from Pavel Becker and James Treacy, Antonio Vicente and Jensen O'Neill going from Keith Burke and Antonio Martinez, Brooke Loretti and Breen Wilson, then it is Amalie Ackitts and Tara Keneally, from Hugo Fenol, David Chinchilla, Rudy Schuster, Matteo Alfano and Rafael Calvo. All of the drivers together, mixing it up on the starting grid. And with 9 laps to come, we have not yet had a single T4 junior race that has had a clean first lap. All 3 of the junior T4 qualifying heats so far saw the cluster effect into the chicane in turns 3 and 4. So the first task for the junior T4 superheat is just to make sure that all of the 27 drivers that are on the starting grid are going to make it through on the first lap. All the other classes have managed to do it at least once. There have been a couple of moments through the course of proceedings, 29 drivers I should say actually, rather than 27. But to try and get 29 hotly competitive young teens in and around this course in the T4 Junior Superheat, to go through that first chicane in a fairly reasonable order without so much as contact is going to be an interesting task, and they're all going to be working very hard to make sure they stay out of trouble.
They certainly are, yeah. It's going to be very, very interesting to see if there is any trouble, because obviously everyone at the front is so close on pace, and there is going to be a bit of bragging rights, even though Truly Adams is very much the favourite going into this with the 2 qualifying heat victories to Daniel Amor's 1. They are going to be starting, as far as I can see, directly behind each other, so both of them on the advantageous inside line going into turn 1, and that is going to be very, very interesting to see just what Truly Adams can do from pole. Will he defend, or will he try to break away and hope that everyone behind him just starts to battle?
So as they come on to the back straight once again, it is going to be an interesting challenge for all of the contenders here. As it looks like there's a couple of drivers that have ended up accidentally making some contact on the way round the formation lap, just by not quite reading the situation with the drivers trying to weave the tyres and brakes in the 2 tram lines. They obviously will go round the outer perimeter of the chicane at the end of the lap rather than actually take the chicane. That's in order to keep the karts in their 2 tram lines. They have to stay in the guide rails along the main straight, and they won't leave the tram lines until the race gets underway. So Truly Adams and Chase Buscaglia, front row of the grid, all British affair on row 2. We're racing here at the T4 Nations Cup in the Superheat for T4 Junior, and a good start from Truly Adams, a very strong start from Dan Amor as well. Chase Buscaglia having to drop back into 3rd position. It might even be 4th if he's not careful, because he's got to hold off the attentions of Richard Saker. Saker has to hang back, and that's enough for the drivers to get their way through. A couple of drivers overshooting at the chicane, but this time, I thought we were all going to make it through, but there's 2-3 karts at the back. Jensen O'Neill going, having to overshoot in the first chicane, and it's Amalie Ackitts, Hugo Fenol, and Matteo Alfano that are all involved in that one. There's a separate incident a little further round, 233 and 219 tangling. So that is a problem there, unfortunately, for Daniel Berzin, along with the 233. Big problems there and off the start. That is very unfortunate in the mid-pack for Breen Wilson, the Irishman, as up at the front. We've got great battles from the leading trio as it is Truly Adams in front of Dan Amor and Chase Pascalia.
And I have to say there, that was a fantastic start for, I believe it was Shan Canivet getting up into P4 from position number 7 off the start. That was absolutely exceptional. He has fallen down back to position number 5, I believe that is. No, 6, excuse me. And he's under pressure behind from, that is Daniel Hartley, the young Brit behind him, gunning for one more position as they all follow each other through the 3-4 chicane, bouncing over the curb there. That was someone on the fringes of the top 10, not entirely sure who, but Daniel Amor with the lead now, snatching it from Truly Adams. The two favourites going head to head, and now Truly Adams under pressure from behind from Chase Pascalia and Richard Saker as they come into turn number 10. Look at Truly Adams, he's relaxing in the seat, he's letting his body being pushed out to the side, not wasting any energy fighting the G-forces there, letting the outside tyres be loaded up through each of the corners as he follows Daniel Amor through the final sector and into the last chicane. Is he going to look up the inside? No, he's not. He's going to play it safe for now and live to fight another day.
So off the turn, we've got Dan Amor and Truly Adams having a great little tussle as they continue their way through. Third position still for Chase Pascalia. Richard Saker in front of Sean Canivet, and then Manuel Gonzalez as they continue to make good use of things as they work in close proximity. So this is going to be a very interesting charge of it as they continue through, and there is a investigation for Velasco as Chase Pascalia has managed to get through now along with Dan Amor. So Amor has got through to the lead, Pascalia has got through to second. So the British driver now heads the race with Pascalia and Truly Adams giving chase, but these two Americans are going to team up now. There's an investigation flag for Chase Pascalia. Pascalia's got an investigation flag. So that is the man currently in P2, and the American Chase Pascalia definitely under some difficulty by the look of it.
I did notice off the start he seemed to leave the tram lines very aggressively. I'm wondering, did he leave them too early as we see them going hammer and tong through turn number 13, up the inside, Chase Pascalia on Daniel Amor. He is through and takes the lead. He doesn't know that he's under investigation, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He takes the lead on track, and now Truly Adams is going to look up the inside of Daniel Amor into turn 1. He takes P2 off Daniel Amor, and Amor is back down where he started with Pascalia up 1 from where he started.
We seem to have lost Antonio Martinez from
and Adams has an issue.
Adams
is
a big
going
problem.
slowly.
Adams is dropping out.
He stopped.
Truly Adams is out of the superheat.
This is a disaster for the young American. 2 heat victories, and now he's parked the car. He seemed to just lose all power on the exit of the chicane. He threw his hand up in the air, and he cannot believe this luck. It is absolutely terrible to end a race in this way. It was emerging into a nice little battle there between the two favourites for the victory, Amor and Adams. It is now just Adams, and he plods his way forlornly to Marshall post number 6. He leans up against the tyre barriers and thinks of what could have been.
Well, poor Truly Adams. 2 wins in the qualifying heats, third in the third of those encounters, and now 0 after a retirement. That is devastating for Truly Adams, and you've got to feel for the American who really didn't deserve to be out on the sidelines like that. Through to the position though comes the 290. That is Sean Canivet making his way through now up into third position past Richard Saker as Pascalia leads the race still in front of Dan Amor. Then it is Sean Canivet from Richard Saker, battles further back as Dan Hartley has managed to get through there on the 295 of Manuel Gonzalez. So they are continuing their battle, but Chase Pascalia is going to come under pressure. Dan Amor up the inside, takes the lead. Dan Amor back into the lead of the race then, but they're going to have to watch out because Richard Saker is suddenly becoming a big threat in behind them, and the Czech driver who has been getting on with this very calmly, very cautiously, not over driving, keeping himself in the top 10 throughout the week. Now he's there in third position, and suddenly Richard Saker of the Czech Republic has a real chance to move his way forward.
One of the few Czech drivers on the grids there, Saker, but he is exceptionally quick nonetheless. Czech Republic not really in the running for the Nations Cup overall, but Richard Saker, he still has a point to prove as Dan Hartley defending aggressively there from Gonzalez, and as they follow each other through turn 2 and 3, The 259 there of Gonzalez still hunting down the blue helmet of Hartley. Danamore still defending from Chase Buscalia. Neither of them know that Buscalia is under investigation, obviously, as we see a move there. That is Gonzalez getting past Hartley, and there's another battle emerging directly behind them. That is Jean Canivet and David Polanco, I believe, and or Diego Polanco, is it? I think.
Yes, indeed.
It is indeed, and that is going to be a very interesting battle to see what happens between those 4 karts as we see the leaders emerging onto the back straight. There's Josh, the photographer, doing his work again right on the apex of turn number 12, getting right in amongst the action, putting his life on the line.
Check out this battle on the back straight. This is absolutely awesome as Amor, Buscalia and Seika go to battle for the victory. You've got about 6 of them questing for 4th position as they come through. And this is an amazing tussle. Hartley, Gonzalez, Polanco, Canivet, Velasco and George Townsend having a terrific duel for 4th position. And if these 3 start kicking off in the last 3 laps, this race is suddenly going to change hands again.
And the roar that went up by the crowd who are lining the balcony just to our left. It is absolutely fantastic to see such incredible passion.
Seika. Seika's come through in a second past Buscalia. So Richard Seika, now Buscalia's got him back again. But of course, let's not forget that Chase Buscalia is still under investigation. If he gets a penalty, he's going to drop out of 2nd position anyway. So the battle behind, they're all aware of the fact that they could get something massive out of this race. There is still a brilliant tussle between these 7 karts. You've got Hartley, Gonzalez, Polanco, Canivet, Velasco, Townsend, and now the Irishman Theo Lestrange has joined the battle. This is absolutely sensational on the back straight as Hartley has lost a little bit of ground there. Polanco's going to come around the outside and try and take the place. No, you don't, says Hartley. Polanco goes over the chicane, tries to hold the place. Hartley manages to secure the position anyway. Brilliant stuff. 2 laps to go, and it is very close indeed as the contenders are gearing up for more drama. But certainly Danamore holding on here in front of Buscalia and Seika. Buscalia may well incur the wrath of the officials, but up to 4th place now has come the Mexican Diego Polanco. What a comeback from him, having dropped to 10th position after his retirement in the 3rd qualifying heat. Now Polanco, the Mexican, is up into 4th place in front of Gonzalez and Hartley, with Townsend working beautifully, up into 7th place now in front of Marco Velasco. So some brilliant racing continuing on. But Danamore in front of Chase Buscalia and Richard Seika. They've lost a bit of ground to Danamore, and now they're trying to fight it back again. As up the inside, Hartley's now going to lose ground there to George Townsend. Townsend gets through. Hartley will come straight back at him, though, as they come onto the back straight behind the trio of leaders. That squabble is still very closely knit. So Amor is trying to shake off Chase Buscalia. Buscalia working hard here to try and hold on to the position. But Amor, Buscalia and Seika having a great duel of it. Amor is now going to have to defend. Final lap begins and they're going to work their magic through. Seika trying to come around the outside of Buscalia. Buscalia doing one big push to try and get through on Danamore. But it's going to be really tight as they come through into the end of the 1st sector. Through the chicane. Little bit of curb from Buscalia. Doesn't unsettle the car as much as Danamore would have been hoping for. Out through the S's. Still a great battle behind them as well. And it's 4th and 5th that's being duelled between Polanco and Gonzalez. Warning flag for James Treacy on the last lap. But watch for Chase Buscalia. Danamore knows he's there. Britain versus the United States versus the Czech Republic. Great defensive tactics from Danamore. Hanging on to it for the moment. No major issues for Amor. Great racing further back as Dan Hartley has fought his way back into 4th position. Great racing from Dan Hartley on the last lap as he gets up into P6. So now we've got Amor, Buscalia and Seika. Watch for Richard Seika. He's got a good run here on Buscalia down to the final chicane. Buscalia having to go defensive. Danamore's got this one. Brilliant racing all the way. Danamore will take the superheat. Great job. Buscalia in front of Seika. Polanco, and then it is Gonzalez in front of Hartley and Townsend from Canivet. Terrific racing to the line. That is what the T4 is all about. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup stands up and delivers yet again in the T4 Juniors. Heartbreak for Truly Adams. We'll never know where the American could have finished this superheat. It's bitter disappointment for the American, who really deserved a lot more than that. But for everybody else, they really put on a show, and Danamore comes through to take the victory for Team Brit in this astonishing superheat. It was a tough race to win for Danamore from 3rd on the grid, but he stayed patient, stayed hungry, stayed calm and collected. And that is job done as far as Dan Amor is concerned. Great racing from the Brit. He deserves that superheat victory, as did everybody in the battle, but buckets of sweat all over the Valencia circuit in the stands. But what a great race, and Dan Amor hanging on for a fantastic victory in front of Chase Pascalia and Richard Saker. Diego Polanco in front of Manuel Gonzalez and Dan Hartley. Great racing from George Townsend too to get into the top 10. Sean Canavay, Marco Velasco and Theo Lestrange ahead of Antonio Martinez and Jensen O'Neill going, fighting his way back into the top 12. Phil Becker from Nico Franca, Jaden Tromp and James Treacy from Keith Burke and Brooke Loretti. 19th position in the end was David Chinchilla of Guatemala, then Daniel Berzin and Tara Keneally. A good comeback for her. Amelie Akitz and Antonio Vicente from Breen Wilson and Rudy Schussler. Then Hugo Fenol, Rafael Calvo and Matteo Alfano. Just one retirement from the race, and very unfortunate indeed as well for Truly Adams, the American, who really didn't deserve to be sat there on the sidelines with mechanical problems. It happens occasionally from time to time, but it's always painful when it does. And you got to feel for Truly Adams there. Not really the result he deserved at all. So an exciting battle once again in T4 Juniors then. The Superheat giving us plenty of suspense and excitement out there on the course. And wonderful to see just how exciting and incredible the battles have been in T4 Junior. But we still have some good battles to come in the T4 Senior. We now have a pair of Superheats for them. And obviously that's going to be the important race that will take our competitors down to just 36 drivers, because only 36 of them can start the final, which means that there's going to be a couple of drivers that is going to walk away from these two Superheats with very little to show for it, very sadly. We would have rather liked to have all of the competitors in the T4 Seniors make it through to the final, but that's not going to be the case. However, what it does mean is that these two Superheats are going to be very closely fought indeed in T4 Senior. For Superheat 1, it's going to be Dara Andreassens, the man who has come through as the most consistent of the competitors to come through as the leading driver from the qualifying heats on 6 points for 3 second places. He comes through to the starting point in pole position with Fabien Lanz alongside. Before that, let's have a quick chat with Simon Byford down in pit lane.
I'm down here in Parc Fermé with Daniel Amor. Daniel, 2 wins from 2 today, a really fantastic drive out there. Just how did you do it?
Well, yesterday we kind of had a couple of issues with the motor and the setup, and this morning we've dialed them completely out and car's flying at the moment, so going well.
And really good to see both of the esports champions getting victories today in their respective classes, both Calai Atkins and now Dan. Dan, where does this put you in your position in the finals? Because obviously you got 1 win in the qualifying heats, now the win in the superheat. You're in a very good position to potentially take home the first prize, aren't you?
Yeah, hopefully we can just continue today's performances in the final and bring it home.
Well, very best of luck with that, Dan, and thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Dan Amor. The answer to the immortal question, can you go from virtual racing to a fully proper motorsport competition? The answer, yes you can. Just ask Calai Atkins and Dan Amor. They earned their place here in the T4 Nations Cup, and they have been able to do so in fantastic fashion to represent their country, the United Kingdom. Now they get to battle away for the final later. Certainly for Dan Amor, he's put himself into the best possible position to do so with a win in the Superheat. It's Calai Atkins' turn now, from 5th on the starting grid in this one after his 2 wins earlier in the weekend. It would have been 3 out of 3 had it not been for the chain not coming off in the first heat of the weekend. Other than that, it's been absolute domination by Calai Atkins. But from 5th on the starting grid, he has a chance to move himself even further forward, ready for this last race before the final as far as he's concerned. But it's Dara Adriansens of Belgium alongside the talented lady driver Fabienne Lanz of South Africa, who lines up on the front row of the starting grid. 3rd position for Evan Stapleton, the Irish champion, lining up in 3rd position on the grid alongside Jan-Luca Werthmann, the Mexican champion, who lines up in the 2nd row of the grid. Then Calai Atkins, who won the esports title alongside Calvin Pratt, the Irishman, who is there in P6 on the grid. Ben Lyder and Alistair Tinker, the American and the Brit. And then an all-Irish row 5. Conor McPollin alongside Roisin Sweeney, So she's going to be trying to work her way forward up to the top 3 from the 5th row of the starting grid. Lots of great challenges and lots of great battles to come here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Super heat for T4 Senior. It's getting quite tricky out there. And this is going to be the longest race of the weekend so far, other than the endurance race of 3 hours. 11 laps for the T4 Seniors in Super Heat 1. So they're going to be pushing right to the apron now as they will try to fight for this T4 Nations Cup Super Heat 1. And for my money, there's about 6 drivers here on this grid who could win just this Super Heat. Never mind the final later.
Yeah, well, we still haven't seen Fabienne Lanz take home a victory yet, so her name is never to be ruled out, as we see her there on the right of the frame.
We haven't seen Dara Adriansens in pole position take a win either.
No, we haven't.
3 second places have been consistent enough for him to get the pole.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. Obviously, his brother has been very, very competitive. Kirsten, maybe a bit less so, but still very much comfortably in the top 10. But it is going to be very, very interesting to see how this fares out. Belgium versus South Africa. South Africa, obviously, more points currently in the Nations Cup standings, but that could all change as we see the grids here now.
Dara Adriansens and Fabienne Lanz from Evan Stapleton and Jan-Luca Werthmann, then Kalai Atkins and Calvin Pratt, Ben Leider and Alistair Tinker from Conor McPollen, and Rasheen Sweeney from Patrick Hayden and Colm Manelli, Rowan Conrady and John Nuttall from Paulo Estrada, Sam Johnson, Fabio Marangon, Harius Gladkins and Gerardo Rosalia Freccia at the back end of the grid. So this is going to be an interesting challenge now. Dara Adriansens and Fabienne Lanz have not won a race all weekend, and they are both on the front row of the starting grid for this T4 Senior Super Heat. This is going to be big pressure. Evan Stapleton has won a race this weekend. Jan-Luca Werthmann has come close, but not quite been able to deliver the goods. Kalai Atkins should easily have won the hat-trick as far as many people are concerned, because he was leading his first race of the weekend before the chain came off on the final lap, but he won both of his other heats at a canter. So is Kalai Atkins going to be able to work his way through from 5th on the starting grid to the lead? Certainly being on the inside line on the approach to the first corner gives him the best chance. If he goes with Adriansens and Stapleton to the first corner, he could knit himself there quite neatly in front of Fabienne Lanz. But the South African driver, who was part of the selection process for the W Series in 2019, didn't quite manage to make it through. I think it was her lack of car time in motorsport that kept her back, but certainly not for the want of incredible karting talent. She's been one of the top European racers in gearbox over the last few seasons, and has won many countless competitions back home in South Africa, of course, South Africa. But it'll be interesting to see who gets the best of this.
It certainly is. Obviously, Fabienne is now moved into racing a Mark V turbocharged Golf in South Africa, and also has a karting team, Target Racing, in South Africa. And I believe that some of the drivers from her karting team are racing here today. I believe they're the drivers who she's mentoring in the minis. But very distinctive, of course, with her yellow and purple colours, who she gets from her father from his time in racing, when he was running a purple helmet with 4 yellow stripes, and that morphed over the years, over the 25 years of racing experience that Fabienne has, into a yellow Target logo on a pink background, which is, like I say, the logo of her karting team.
So as the competitors work their way forward, Dara Adriansens looking for his first win of the weekend from pole position. 3 second places across the heats prove he's consistent, but the win is what he wants, and he may have to wait until the final to do it, but he's certainly still there in position. Watch for Stapleton in 3rd and Atkins from P6 as we get down to the first corner, and we are in race mode. Great start. Stapleton pops out. Atkins is going to get this move to the inside line and get past them both. So Stapleton and Lanz are going to have to run wide here as Atkins gets through in a 2nd place. Big mistake from Evan Stapleton. He opened the door there, and Atkins is going for the lead immediately. Kalai Atkins has stormed through on Dara Adriansens as there's problems further back. 4 carts go off in the road. That's Alistair Tinker as well as Paulo Estrada, Sam Johnson and Fabio Marangon all going off the road there. 2 of them have recovered. It looks as though the 393 is going to as well. Sam Johnson along with Fabio Marangon, but there is a big battle in the midfield already as the contenders are trying to work their way through. But Kalai Atkins goes from 5th to 1st in 2 corners. Who does he think he is, Ayrton Senna?
Well, we do have a driver wearing the centre helmet, but it isn't Calai Atkins with his very distinctive Jamaican flag liveried helmet. But that is an absolutely blistering start from the young gun, as we see Stapleton almost getting overtaken there by Lance up the inside. These two immensely quick, chasing after Calai Atkins, who is currently standing head and shoulders above everybody else, as Lance is up the inside of Stapleton, coming into turn 1. She gets the move done, and she is up into position number 2, where she started, bumping Evan Stapleton down into the final podium position.
You've got to feel for Dara Adriansens, who's now struggling to get himself back into the top 5 once again. Here he comes on the inside, so Dara Adriansens gets the move there to move up into 4th position. So a very strong track. What a start it's been from Conor McPollin. Look at Conor McPollin, now finds himself in 4th position. What a start that is for the Irishman, who has worked his way through from P9 on the grid. And now Conor McPollin finds himself in front of Dara Adriansens, who is struggling to get himself back into the top 3. But Conor McPollin is proving to be a real thorn in the side, and that's on merit. That's not an accident that Conor McPollin is there. So what a start from the Irishman.
It certainly is. He's won no end of Irish Rotax championships, and he's also the first ever T4 senior champion. Back in 2020, he took the crown in his distinctive Tony Kart overalls, and giving a wave of "I'm sorry" to Dara Adriansens there as he moves to the inside. Adriansens gets taken by the, what is that? That is the 3. I can't see who that is. I think it might be Gianluca Werthmann, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think you were absolutely right. I think that wasn't quite so much of a sorry, more of a what are you playing at compared to what we could have seen. But Fabienne Lanz has actually gone with Calai Atkins. They're running very similar on pace, and this is a tough mission now for Calai Atkins. Atkins, one of the top drivers in the IAME categories in Europe, and he's been doing a fantastic job back home in his native UK as well. Won the chance to be here in the Tillotson T4 through the esports category. Up the inside, that's Gianluca Werthmann getting through now on Conor McPollin, as Adriansens is really struggling to keep Lyder at bay, and Lyder's come through. So Ben Lyder will take the position there. Very nicely handled. No major issues on that front, as Calai Atkins is now going to run here in front of Fabienne Lanz, but for how much longer? Because Lanz is really putting Atkins under pressure, but she's a wise driver. She will hold 2nd position behind Calai Atkins for the moment, as Atkins has worked his way back through to the lead, but Fabienne Lanz definitely pushing very hard here to try and get through on Calai Atkins. A lot of experience from the South African driver to try and take on Calai Atkins. 25 years of racing at karting level for Fabienne Lanz. Calai Atkins is still very much working his way through the ladder of karting. Oh, there's contact further back. It's Daria Andreassens. Dara Andreassens has come together with Conor McPollin. They tangled on the exit of turn 5, and I'm afraid that's both drivers out of the race in 6th and 7th place. So Dara Andreassens has got going again, but Conor McPollin is out of the race. They pirouetted into each other, and Conor McPollin's amazing drive comes to nothing.
And that is huge drama. They came together on the previous lap, and Conor McPollin desperately trying to get his kart restarted. It remains to be seen if that's going to be successful, but if he does rejoin the race, he might be a lap down, as the leaders are coming through the final chicane now and will be with him in only a few seconds. He's back in the kart now, and oh, never mind, he's back out again, and this is a disaster for the Irishman, who, like I said, won the first ever T4 championship back in 2020. He is back going again, but he is the best part of a lap down. He's coming through turn 7. The leaders are coming through turn 6, Jake.
Indeed they are. It's going to be a really interesting situation for the contenders as they continue to battle away. But Calai Atkins is looking very strong here as he continues to battle for position. But Fabienne Lanz is right in behind. So really tricky scenario then for the contenders. But Calai Atkins holding on to the lead here from Fabienne Lanz, proving that you really can go from the world of esports to the front of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. This is a big story for Calai Atkins, who won the esports category earlier this year, and now here he is representing Great Britain in the Nations Cup and fighting with Fabienne Lanz for the victory in the superheat, with just one race for them to go after this one in the final. And this is a big opportunity for Calai Atkins. You really can go from gaming to proper racing. On the inside line, Gianluca Werthmann goes through to the inside there, past the Irish champion of Tillotson T4, Evan Stapleton, reigning champion, of course. And a fantastic opportunity there. I can tell you that Conor McPollin has finally restarted, but is over a minute back from Kalai Atkins. What a shame for the Irishman.
It really is. Just looking out the commentary box window, he is still no more than a corner in front of the leaders. We've got Colin McPollin being chased down like a fish without fins. And as he comes on to the back straight, surely it is only going to be a matter of time before the leaders come across him, because I would imagine after an incident like that, he will have damage slowing him down.
Well, Dara Adriansens, who was caught up in that incident with Conor McPollin, is down to 14th position. So it's two drivers' weekends that have been severely hampered, and it takes two of the big guns in this fight out of the reckoning for the front row of the grid then for the final later. Across the line, Kalai Atkins completes the 6th lap, so that we have 5 laps to go. Fabien Lanz, the South African, is right there behind him. And this is going to be a really interesting race between these two. Kalai Atkins of Great Britain and Fabien Lanz of South Africa. Both drivers wanting to go for the top spot, both perfectly capable of doing so. Fabien Lanz is doing a great job. She's just set the fastest lap of the race, and she has an amazing chance now of overhauling Kalai Atkins. A 1 minute 5.236 for the South African lady as they continue to battle away. But now Kalai Atkins seems to have stepped up the attack a little bit. I do hope that that's not a mechanical issue coming through for Fabien Lanz. Well, the officials clearly seem to side with Conor McPollin, because it's Dara Andreassens that has picked up the warning flag for his incident with Conor McPollin.
It certainly has. We can see just out of the commentary box window, there's the flag being held with the number of Dara Adriansens, as there we have Conor McPollin getting out of the way, but right on the apex of turn 13. That's not a great position to get out of the way, but he is back up to speed now, so it certainly isn't a mechanical issue. And well, this really is going to be an exercise in patience for Conor McPollin. He certainly had the pace to fight for certainly the top 10 positions, maybe even the top 5. Alas, no more after that incident, coming together with Dara Adriansens, the Belgian. And we were saying it would be interesting to see how the Belgians would fare in this race. Seemingly not great.
Well, that's what he's out there to prove, isn't it, Conor McPollin? He knows he's not going to be able to get much more than where he currently is at the back of the field, but he's out there to try and prove what might have been as... Oh, that's a kart slowing. That's a kart slowing there on the back straight. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but certainly we've got another kart slowing down to what is potentially a bit of a crawl there. I'm not sure if that's Conor McPollin getting out of the way again to allow the queue of karts back through. Yes, it was. So Conor McPollin just having to move aside one more time and letting 3 drivers get back through. That's the problem with being a lap down. You don't really have a lot of choice in the matter. 8 laps now completed, 3 laps to go, and this is the battle for third between Worthman, Stapleton and Ben Lyder. Here comes Lyder up on the inside of Stapleton, and that'll do nicely for the American. He gets through in a P4.
He certainly does. Fantastic move there by the Polish-American racer on Evan Stapleton. But Stapleton not done yet as they come into the 3-4 chicane and into turn number 5 now. They are still going to have to think about Gianluca Werthmann, who is just a few metres in front. If they want to get a podium position, either of them, they are going to have to work together at least to a degree. Gianluca Werthmann putting up his hand there. Not sure if he has a slight issue or did he think he was losing power, but he still seems to be going quickly enough to maintain the gap, as he is currently sitting in P3 with a gap of just over half a second, it seems, to the karts behind as they're battling now. Stapleton up the inside. We've got, who is it
That's
there?
Ben Lyder.
It's Ben Lyder saying, let's work together. Stapleton says, no, thank you. Oh, and there's contact. Stapleton running across the inside of the chicane, looking back, thinking, what are you doing, man?
Pure audacity between these two. Stapleton's attitude is, why should I work with you? I'm trying to win this race myself, thanks. And so they compromise each other. Here's Dara Adriansens trying to get himself back into contention. So the 322 has worked his way further forward. Actually, I think he might be behind this queue of drivers. This is Rowan Conrady battling away with... that's going to be Col Manelli, hasn't it? Col Manelli is in the mix there, the Irishman. And then also in the mix there, you've got John Nuttall. And they're all behind Roisin Sweeney, the Irish driver, who is doing a great job there in P7 as she continues to work her magic. She needs to shut that door, because there's a good chance that Conrady might have made the overtaking move come his way. But Roisin Sweeney looking good for a 7th place finish here in the Superheat. And up the inside, diving through, that is Conradi, losing ground there to Colm Manelli. And up the inside is going to come John Nuttall as well. Nuttall will find the gap up the inside to make the move. No problems at all there, as Kalai Atkins has slowly started to open up the taps now into the final lap in front of Fabienne Land. So I think has realised that second position is all she's going to get from this race, as the pace has suddenly fallen away. But Kalai Atkins, who is out in first position, is going to come through for an epic victory in the T4 Nations Cup sorry, I was going to say semi-final, but it is the Superheat, of course, isn't it, technically speaking. But Kalai Atkins doing a fine job here, holding it nicely as he comes through. The winner of the Tillotson T4 Esports title 2022 is now going to come through 2 seconds clear of Fabienne Lanz. I really hope Lanz is going to be able to hold on to second place in front of Werthmann in the final lap, because she's losing a lot of pace here in second place. But Kalai Atkins, the esports winner 2022, is going to prove that you can go from your simulator at home to the front end of an international karting competition, because Kalai Atkins is going to come through into the final chicane, and he will win his 3rd race out of 4 this weekend. A win in the Superheat takes him 1 step closer to winning the T4 Senior Final later today in front of Fabienne Lanz and Jan-Luca Werthmann. Great racing and a great drive all weekend from Kalai Atkins. His first ever weekend in Tillotson T4. He had a battle to race for. He knew it was going to be tight, and he's made it stick. Absolutely brilliant racing from Kalai Atkins. And the British driver, who is based in London, carries the Jamaican colours as to his heritage. So an excellent run then from the contenders. Kalai Atkins doing an amazing job. And he continues on in fine style. So Kalai Atkins taking the victory in fantastic fashion from Fabienne Lanz, and Jan-Luca Werthmann in 2nd and 3rd position from Evan Stapleton and Ben Leider. So a really solid run, but an excellent performance from our esports champion 2022, who cantered us to the victory in front of the South African Fabienne Lanz. 3rd position from Jan-Luca Werthmann, from Evan Stapleton and Ben Leider. Then Calvin Pratt and Roisin Sweeney ahead of Colm Manelli, John Nuttall and Dara Adriansens from Rowan Conradi, Gerardo Rosalia Freiche, Patrick Hayden and Harry Gladkin from Paulo Estrada and Alistair Tinker, Fabio Marangon and Samuel Johnson. The last driver home, and bitterly disappointed about it, I'm sure, Conor McPollin of Ireland, who was involved in that little conflagration with Dara Adriansens, and he's not particularly happy about it at all. That really has put paid to any chance he might have had of a competitive starting position for the final later today. So he's going to have to be trying to fight his way back from the disappointment. There is still another Superheat to come in T4 Senior, as there'll be 2 Superheats in the battle. So we're going to get to see more of the T4 Seniors contest the final places on the starting grid. There's going to be just 2 of them that will not manage to make it through to the final. So always a bit of a difficult situation for our contenders. But as we get ourselves closer to the tail end of the day's action, not long before the finals, let's head down to the pit lane with Simon Byford.
Well, we're down here in Parc Fermé with Fabienne Lanz. Fabienne, fantastic pace right the way throughout the race. You're one of the few people on the grid, it seems, who can keep Kalai Atkins honest in terms of pace. Great race, but you started to fall away to the end. Why was that?
I suspect it was maybe a bit of the tyre pressures because the temperature got a little bit hot quicker than I anticipated. So that's a small adjustment that we can make, because I was very comfortable in the beginning, and I thought, you know, it's better to stay behind to study the driver and see where's he better, where's he slower, and then actually plan my move on where am I going to pass him in the final. So we're ticking all those boxes, and that's what it's all about.
So you think that you could get past Kalai in the final and potentially bring home the T4 Senior Nations Cup for South Africa, you think?
We're definitely going to give it everything we have. We're looking really good now. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, so which is really great. So it also depends where we start, because now the second pre-final is going to go now. So hopefully we can just get away on the start and then be clean, no crashing or something like that, like I had in the qualifying heat, and then just keep it there. And then hopefully we can, towards the end, we pull the move that we need to.
And obviously, you seem to have finished second in just about every single race this weekend. Starting second and finishing second, obviously, it leads me to believe that there's a good chance that you might start second in the final. Second is a rather disadvantageous place to start from, obviously round the outside. How do you combat that going into turn one when you're competing with the driver in first?
So the outside is never great, but every start is different. They're never the same, you know, so you've got to be quick on your feet, quick on the reactions, assess the scene at the moment, and sort of instinctively you make the choice that you need to do, because obviously there's a left-hand corner that comes after the right. So once you can get through on the right, then we go for that left. And of course I always pray that the third guy sleeps.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Fabian, for talking to us once again. Back to you, Jake.
Thank you very much indeed to Simon Byford and to Fabienne Lanz there as well. Great to hear from them as they prepare for the action one more time. It's going to be a really exciting battle in their final coming up. Now comes the T4 Senior Superheat number 2, and it's going to see another host of drivers trying to put themselves into a competitive position off the starting grid. So the drivers will spice things up once again. Tyler McIntyre from the United States alongside Rashaan Goodman on the front row of the starting grid. Then Hunter Perry and Ian Quinn. Jose Antonio Gomez and Owen Ayrton Spears from Eddie Byrne and Kirsten Adriansens. Then Francisco Acevedo and Joshua Bach from Juris Calvelis and Rivo Drijp from Richard Kinloch and Alexander Fleming. Miguel Amanda Parra and Rory O'Shea from Alejandro Bayan, Andre Klinkan and Peter McBride finishing up the field in T4 Senior Superheat 2. So it'll be an interesting challenge for all of the contenders as they race for proximity up in the sharp end of the dais. Some tough challenges and some good battles, and an absolutely sensational run for all of the contenders as they race through in magnificent fashion. So they will continue in fantastic fashion as the drivers are gearing up for another sensational showcase. We will have such an incredible battle for all of the racers here. 11 laps of the course once again. So we're going to see a really exciting battle for all of our contenders as they gear up for the second superheat. And this is going to be quite an interesting challenge for our drivers. McIntyre and Goodman have been fairly even over the course of the weekend in terms of raw pace. Perry and Quinn, they've been trying to fight their way back into contention. Perry having lost a bit of ground in some of his qualifying heats, but Ian Quinn started every single one of his qualifying heats from dead last and now finds himself on the second row of the starting grid for this superheat. So he really has changed his fortunes and got himself back into contention. Jose Antonio Gomez and Owen Ayrton Spears from Eddie Byrne and Kirsten Adriansens. So Kirsten Adriansens, despite having problems in her earlier heat, actually finds herself right up at the sharp end of this superheat 2, just by staying consistent, by not getting into difficulties with other drivers, just keeping it on the racing line, and has actually given herself a great chance of a solid result in the superheat.
Yeah, certainly has. What I'm really interested to see is once again this battle between South Africa and the USA. We've got the South Africa sandwich very much. Well, I suppose technically it would be the USA sandwich, but you generally name sandwiches after their fillings, don't you? So
well, it's definitely a South African sandwich on American bread, isn't
exactly.
it?
That's exactly it. One USA driver in the form of Tyler McIntyre, followed by a South African, followed by another 2 drivers from the USA. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see how this works out in terms of the Nations Cup points.
So out of the final turn, the 2 rows of tram lines of the carts will come through once again as they continue to battle in position. We're going to go racing next time. It's a false start, just a little bit too eager then from McIntyre and Goodman. They were hoping for a little bit more in terms of the race battles to come their way. It hasn't really worked out in the first part of racing there because the formation lap is called for a second time. Race director on the starting gantry, Gonzalo Planta, clearly deciding that that was not a clean enough start for us to go racing with. Just 2 races to go before we get to the finals this afternoon. We already know the outcome of one final. That was the endurance race yesterday. That went the way of the Peter Bros Evora squad for the Netherlands. So they took some points home for the Dutch contingent in the Nations Cup. But it's going to be a really interesting battle continuing on after that, as the drivers are now gearing up for the finals. Just 2 races to go until the afternoon's finals, and we're really excited to see how this T4 Nations Cup is going to be settled out. Some amazing people behind the scenes making this wonderful event flow, and in fine style too. But now we're going to get to see who is going to have the best of it from the outset. It is going to be so tough to predict how many drivers are going to get through to the top 3 in this particular race, and how many of them are going to finish there, of course, compared to the drivers up the sharp end. There's only one driver not taking the start, and I'm afraid it's Flip-Flop Fleming. Alexander Fleming has had a mechanical problem on the way to the grid, so Alex Fleming is not going anywhere. That is such a shame for Alexander Fleming, but the race is going to get on without him. And we go racing up to the first corner. McIntyre trying to hold on in front of Rashawn Goodman. He's going to have some pressure from Hunter Perry through turn 1 as well. Ian Quinn trying to break through the middle. He had to bail out of it at the very last moment. So that could have been very nasty as the drivers squeaked their way through the first couple of corners. Are we going to get through nice and clean through the chicane? Just about. That was a little bit tight and tenuous there for the second senior heat. And as the drivers work their way through, it is going to be very tight on this opening lap. And Hunter Perry has managed to break through into second position. So a good start from the American behind Tyler McIntyre.
Well, it certainly is, as we look to the leaders flowing through the third sector now, line astern, as we've seen so many times with with Tyler McIntyre, leading the way, as we say, coming up to turn number 13. Still under a fair bit of pressure from behind, though, with the, let's see what number that is. That's the 2, well, that's Hunter Perry behind him, followed by Roshan Goodman with the white helmet, and then Ian Quinn right behind them, literally nose to tail. Ian Quinn, this is actually fantastic with the sector times. We've got Hunter Perry, fastest first sector. We've got Roshan Goodman, fastest second sector, and Ian Quinn, fastest third sector.
So as they work their way through the chicane, up to the far point of the course, in through the S's, it's going to be quite tricky from here on out. Let's see if we're going to have a big opportunity. They go through on the far side. Tyler McIntyre from Hunter Perry, Rashawn Goodman and Ian Quinn. It's not going to be the easiest of situations as they continue to battle away on the far side, diving up the inside. Lovely overtaking move there from Ian Quinn. So Quinn gets into third position, and here comes Gomez now making his move on the inside line. So Gomez gets through into fourth position at the expense of Rashawn Goodman. This is one of the tougher starts to a race that Rashawn Goodman has actually had over the course of this weekend, dropping down the South African to fifth position. But Tyler McIntyre leads the way from Hunter Perry, third place for Ian Quinn. So the Americans are now 1, 2 and 3, as up into fourth position again comes Rashawn Goodman. I'm not done yet. I've got plenty still to offer in this race. Owen Ayrton Spears is having a good race of it. Up into P6, trying to get up the inside. That was very tight, but manages to get through. So Owen Ayrton Spears leaves no room for negotiation whatsoever for Jose Gomez, who now chops across on the carts behind of Acevedo and Eddie Byrne in the hope he can hang on to the position. Just manages to do so as Joshua Back gets back into contention.
This is absolutely extraordinary racing. Literally no room being left for ambiguity, as you say, Jake, as they come through turn number 9 up into turn 10. Look at this, a move from, that is Joshua Back up the inside of the 3-2-1 machine of Eddie Byrne as they come into turn number 10. One of the most popular overtaking opportunities on this International Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero as they come through turn 13, the leaders. And up into the final chicane, still no moves being made by Hunter Perry and Ian Quinn, just following each other nice and behaved as they come on to lap number 3 of 11. And down into turn 1, still no drama, just following each other, trying to make a gap. As we see the fastest lap there being posted by Ian Quinn in third, a gap of less than 1/10 of a second between the top 3, and a further gap of just over half a second to Roshan Goodman in front, as we see their confirmation of Ian Quinn's fastest lap, and starting to space out slightly the top 3, with Roshan Goodman putting a fair bit of pressure on Hunter Perry, who's been jumped by Ian Quinn. I didn't see that, Jake, but Ian Quinn has somehow got back up to second.
Indeed he has. So this is the highest that Ian Quinn has run all weekend long, and he is now just going to try and chip away at Tyler McIntyre's advantage. We've got 8 laps to go, including this one, don't forget, so there's still plenty of time for Ian Quinn to make up that 9/10 of a second deficit. But as they work their way through on the back straight, Rashaan Goodman, he's right in there behind Hunter Perry. So this is going to be an interesting challenge as they work their way through the S's onto the home straight again. McIntyre, Quinn, Perry, Goodman, Gomez and Owen Ayrton Spears. This is a really interesting race so far as Josh Back has got through in front of Kirsten Adriansens, Eddie Byrne and Rivo Drype. Just one retirement from the race, and that of course is Alexander Fleming. Big problems there for the Irishman. So he did not get the chance to start this race, and that really does leave us wondering what might have been for Alexander Fleming. But through they come. McIntyre in front of Quinn, Perry, Goodman, Gomez and Spears. Spears is really taking this opportunity in the second senior heat. The way that the battle has worked its way through, there could be some very strong results for a few of the drivers who need a little bit of a break in this particular super heat. So there could be a few drivers trying to make up progress where they were not able to previously. So an absolutely sensational run. McIntyre from Quinn, Perry, Goodman and Gomez with Owen Spears producing a very good run so far. 6th position in Joshua Bach in front of Kirsten Adriansens, Eddie Byrne, and obviously in 10th position we still have the Latvian Ravio Drype, but it's actually quite tough for Quinn to get onto the back of Tyler McIntyre. McIntyre has this very much his own way, so it's now up to Quinn to get some assistance from Hunter Perry and Rashaan Goodman. If they're sensible and if they can see the big picture, then they won't try and make the move on Ian Quinn. They'll just run with Ian to run in 2nd position to try and get that gap down to Tyler McIntyre. But it's 9/10 of a second, and in the last lap they haven't made much of an inroad into McIntyre's lead, so they need to get on with this quickly.
And the Team USA are going to be licking their lips because currently they are occupying all 3 of the podium positions. All 3 of their drivers in this race are in the top 3. That is an absolutely fantastic result for them as far as they're concerned for their Nations Cup points. But some of the drivers, I'm sure Ian Quinn, not happy with 2nd when he could have 1st, and he does appear to be making some inroads. 8/10 is the gap, down from just over 1 second, but another 2/10 to Hunter Perry, so there is very much a sense of urgency in the metaphorical mirrors for Ian Quinn as they come down into turn 1. He's looking forward, but equally he is also looking backward to defend from his countryman, who is not going to make a move into turn 3, holding station for now. They have got Rashaan Goodman just up behind them, ready to lick up any positions that might fall his way, and of course Gomez as well in behind them. All black suit, all black helmet, very much the Dark Knight in this contest. Admittedly, he is going to be absolutely burning up out there because it is so hot. Even just standing out in the sun for a few minutes to interview Fabian Lanz, I was sweating absolute buckets, so I can't imagine how Gomez is currently feeling. But nevertheless, he has got a great opportunity. It can't really go particularly wrong for Gomez. The worst thing that can happen to him in this situation, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, is that he finishes where he is now. But he has got 4 karts in front of him that he can take very quickly if things go wrong for them. And as they come down now, the gap has gone from 8/10 to less than half a second between 1st and 2nd. Ian Quinn is really hustling that T4 C1 round this Cartodromo Valencia, chasing down his countryman Tyler McIntyre, who has been very competitive so far, winning the AB heat. And this is turning into a right little battle, isn't it, Jake?
Certainly is, and now they're finally getting on with the gap coming down to the leader. They had to work together to get that done, but Tyler McIntyre is now only 4/10 of a second in front. Quinn and Perry very much playing the long game here, playing their street smarts as they close up on their countrymen. But obviously they want to finish 1, 2 and 3 for the Nations Cup. They would dearly love for America to win that, but this is not a team sport, karting. It doesn't really matter as far as they're concerned which driver gets onto the top spot, as long as it's them. You know, they're not really concerned about their teammates. They just want to get on with this and go up to the top spot and win on their own. So a little bit of selfishness is going to creep in, I'm sure, at some point in this final later today. But in the superheat, maybe they'll just play tactical. Certainly the top three are going to remain in the top three for the moment. So it will be an absolutely sensational run. So McIntyre in front of Quinn, Perry, Goodman, Gomez and Josh Bach. It's going to be a very tight race as they continue to squabble away for position. But this will be a very tough race to win, and everybody knows just how close the battle is going to be. Certainly for McIntyre, he's got a little bit less of a gap to play with now. Francisco Acevedo gets a warning flag in there. So that's really caused a bit of an issue. It's further back for fourth position. That was a little bit of a tussle there as Gomez tried to get the move on the inside of Rashaan Goodman in the number 347. So Rashaan Goodman, fourth position, the South African, manages to shake off Gomez for the moment. But now all of a sudden, that gap that McIntyre had, which was nearly a second on Ian Quinn, is gone. There's nothing left. And over the top of the curbs goes Hunter Perry. Big mistake there for Perry. Manages to get going. Still in third position, but with 2 laps to go, this is anybody's win.
It certainly is, and the gap has come down and down and down. And looking at the lap times, Ian Quinn there with the fastest lap of the race. It'll come up on the screen in just a second. The gap is less than a 1/10 of a second with 2 laps to go. And, well, this is becoming a fantastic, fantastic race. Ian Quinn, 2/10 a lap faster than Tyler McIntyre, but McIntyre with the fastest first sector of anyone. And as they come down towards turn 10, Ian Quinn just not going to be close enough to make a move so far into turn 10. As we see the photographers there still standing on the apexes of corners trying to get those all-important shots and pictures and videos for the Tillotson social medias. And I think now will be a good time to say do follow Tillotson on all of our social medias, as well as the RGMMC, who are kindly providing the services for this event, for the live streaming and also for the audio equipment to broadcast around the track.
Well, here we go, up to the first corner then on the last lap. McIntyre knows he's got Quinn and Perry right there for company. Rashaan Goodman is right there in fourth position as well. They've pulled out a little bit of a gap over Jose Antonio Gomez. So now it comes down to these 4 drivers, McIntyre, Quinn, Perry and Goodman. And they're going to have to settle this out between them. It's not going to be easy to predict who's going to get the job done here. But certainly Tyler McIntyre hanging on in front of Quinn, Perry and Goodman. It's going to be an interesting situation as they come off the turn. Still Tyler McIntyre trying to extend a little bit. He has done a good job of that as Quinn gestures to Hunter Perry, come on, let's go for him on the back straight. We can make a bid. But this is all going to be about gamesmanship and strategy, as Perry is going to work with Ian Quinn down the back straight, but he'll hope to get past McIntyre himself in order to get into first position. This is going to be a big gamble from Ian Quinn, who is now in second place. He may want to just try and wait for the opportunity later in the day. Is he going to be close enough? No, he's not. He knows there's a final coming up. He's done the best he could, but it's going to be Tyler McIntyre. He will take the victory in front of Quinn, Perry and Goodman. Great racing and a very, very happy Tyler McIntyre.
Certainly is. They're very, very relieved that that's over, I'm sure. The gap was coming down and down until sort of the final lap, and then Tyler McIntyre started to pull out a gap over Ian Quinn once again. That's great to see the fist bump there between McIntyre and Quinn. Some friendly competition, fierce competition, but friendly nevertheless. And that concludes our second to last superheat. Next up is the T4 165s, which, if you were watching earlier on during their third heat, produced some absolutely electric racing. It was absolutely fantastic as we see Tyler McIntyre, the victor, circling around the track for one last time before the real business end of the weekend is upon us for his T4 senior final, where he will be going up against all of the other competition that we have seen right at the front of the field. The top 30 drivers, or top 36 drivers I think it is, going through into the T4 senior final.
So it's an All-American 1, 2, 3. Tyler McIntyre from Ian Quinn and Hunter Perry, then Rashaan Goodman and Jose Antonio Gomez, Owen Ayrton Spears and Joshua Bach from Eddie Byrne and Rivo Dripe. It is Juris Calvelis that finishes up in the top 10. Richard Kinlock and Kirsten Adriansens from Rory O'Shea and Alejandro Payan, Francisco Acevedo and Miguel Armando Para from Andre Clican and Peter McBride. Just the one retirement from the race, and that was the driver that didn't start it, and that was Alexander Fleming. Very unfortunate for him. And hopefully we will still get to see him out in the final, but that definitely puts pay to the likelihood of it happening. Really exciting battle from the contenders. Just getting a nice little thumbs up on the gantry here from George House, who's put himself into a very nice position for the T4 mini-final later on. And you'll get to see that at 2:50 local time here in Valencia. But there is just one race to go before we get to the finals, and that is the T4 Senior 165 Superheat. Getting ourselves ready then for the last race before finals time. Getting ready for an exciting battle then in T4 Senior 165. The Superheat will set the grid for the last race of the day. And it could be quite a pivotal race as well, because obviously with this being the last final we're going to see of the day, it's also potentially going to be a bit of a game changer in terms of the Nations Cup points, which we won't find out about, of course, until the very end of the day. So this is quite a critical race in terms of the nations hoping to win the title here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Jensen Adriansens and Andrea Mattis, Belgium versus Germany. Then Julian Granvaux and Anwar Beryl-Smith in the top four. Felipe Braga, Roberto Woodstruck Jr. from Jaime Labastida and Dirk Prochnov. Then it is Niall Herson from Juan Pablo Glover. Phil Pignataro and Vladimir Vlasov from Darren Beavers and Harm Sherman. Ryan Herson and Aaron Doyle from Jamie Going. Rudolf Berzin, then Fernando Wheeler and Walter Kestler. All 20 drivers in position, ready to go. But it's all about the plot thickening at this stage of the weekend. It's not very clear cut yet who's going to get the job done.
Well, it certainly isn't, and that's one of the fantastic things about T4s and about the 165s. Like we saw earlier on, absolute dynamo racing as everyone circles around the formation lap, warming up the tyres. As there seems to be a straggler at the back. I'm not entirely sure who that is, maybe leaving the assembly area a little bit late on. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this one pans out. Obviously, Adriansen's brother involved in an incident there in the T4 Senior Superheat with Connor McPollin, which was very, very unfortunate to see. But both of the heat winners from Saturday. My brain just went completely blank there. From Saturday, both starting in the top three. Jensen Adriansens, the number 450, he won Heat 1, and then Julien Granvaux won Heat number 2. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see how this pans out. With obviously it's a very, very competitive grid. In the last race we saw all of the top 5 really getting involved in the battle for the lead, and the top 5 very, very competitive racers, all with much experience. So it is going to be very interesting to see how this battle emerges over the 11 laps that await us as they round turn 10 for the final time before combat commences.
11 more laps of the course to come then here in the T4 Senior 165s. The Superheat obviously going to give us plenty of drama, and it takes us one step closer to the big show. 25 degrees air temperature now it has climbed to, so it's getting hotter by the race at the moment. It's going to be the hottest it's been all weekend by the time we get to the finals this afternoon, I reckon. So we're going to have a real challenge for all of the contenders. A little bit of conversation at the back of the field there. Which side of the grid are you meant to be starting on? Is it the left or the right? I can't remember. You go to the left, I'll go to the right, and we'll hope that's the right way round. Love the banter as they're getting themselves up ready for the start here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Senior 165 Superheat. The last race before the finals. Drivers getting themselves ready. Well, that's not the right way to start. The 487 is way out of position. And that's not good news for Andreas Mattis, who is way out of the tram lines as they go through the first corner. But anyway, the race gets underway regardless. as Jensen Andreassens is going to lead as they go through turn 1. And the competitors trying their best to hold it all together. But certainly Jensen Andreassens under some pressure early on from Julien Granvaux. So we're going to see some really exciting challenges. In fact, I think that's a mechanical problem from Andreas Matisse. You know, he's going slowly. So Andreas Matisse finds himself right down at the back of the field. An investigation flag has started already, of course, because he's out of position. I think he was trying to throw a false start because something was not quite right with his kart, but it hasn't worked. It's backfired. He's now down to the back, and unfortunately, he's got an investigation flag.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a very interesting strategy to try and resolve a mechanical issue by stopping the rest of the grid from starting the race for another lap. As we see the leaders battling away, it is a interesting strategy, but it is a very quick thinking one as well. And you have to say, very cunning from the German, who, like we mentioned, has fallen down the grid, unfortunately for him. But I tell you what, it could also be. It could also be that he's trying to get out of the way for the others so they don't accelerate into the back of him. That's
also
another option.
Yeah, also a possibility off the start, I guess. So obviously trying to keep himself out of harm's way. But Andreassens leads from Julien Granvaux and then Felipe Braga. Third position for the Brazilian driver, racing under an Italian license. I hope he's been able to convince the officials to add his points to Brazil's tally rather than Italy's. Fourth position for Jaime Labastida, the Mexican. Definitely having his strongest race of the weekend so far. Then it is Andreas Matisse who lines up in, he's running in 5th position apparently. So Andreas Matisse having a bit of a tough start, but now finds himself in P5. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there at the tail end of the field, but certainly a couple of drivers in trouble. I think that was Fernando Vila and Aaron Doyle having some problems off the start. Jamie Going has had a bit of a difficult race of it in this one. Looks like he's had an issue there with Ryan Herson and Hans Sherman. But we'll pick it up as they come through into the inside line. There comes Julien Granvaux. Granvaux will dive in on the inside line there of Jensen Andreassens, and it looked like Jensen was actually frustrated that he had an overtaking move coming his way. Julien Granvaux getting through. Jensen Andreassens almost trying to say to Julien Granvaux, why don't you just pull away with me? What are you overtaking me for and backing us up into the pack? This is counterproductive as Felipe Braga tries to come through. We're not bothered because the racing's going to be brilliant as a result of it.
It certainly is. If it's anything to go by with the last T4 165 race, this is set to be another 9 or so laps of absolutely scintillating action. As look at this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts even, literally nose to tail, coming through in as many kart lengths almost as they come through the back straight. Look at Adrianson, he's gaining, he is gaining, he's not going to be able to go for a move into turn number 13. What about the chicane? Is he going to think about it? He backs down a little bit and gives himself a bit more breathing room in the braking zone. But as they come along the start-finish straight now, it is all to play for into turn 1. Adrianson's with the slipstream, and he just sticks to the back of Julien Granvaux, who goes slightly defensive there, maybe just deterring his Belgian compatriot there. Well, not compatriot because they're not from the same country, but his Belgian colleague as they come through the second sector. Very, very difficult to spot the apexes in this part of the track. You almost have to look over your shoulder to see where your aiming point is as they come through this very fast triple left-hander. 3 apexes almost merge into one. As we see, a move for potentially second position up the inside. Looks Felipe Braga, but he's not able to get the move done, and he has fallen back now into the clutches of, that is Andreas, I believe. No, it's not. It is...
Is that Anwar Beryl Smith?
It is. It's Anwar Beryl Smith in 4th position. Fantastic stuff from the British Algerian racer who is starting. He started in P4. He is back up to P4 after missing out a few positions on the start. He is back up and he is battling with Felipe Braga, and Felipe Braga himself is battling with Jensen Andreassens as they come through the first corner. No room for the Brazilian racing under the Italian flag, as we have said, but as they come through, a little bit of a look there from Beryl Smith as they come through sector 2. No moves just yet though, but it's still plenty of time for this battle to hot up later on in the race, as we saw last time out with the 165s. They leave it until the last minute. It builds, and then it climaxes. Here we go then. Here is the climax. It is Jensen Adriansens up the inside of Julien Granvaux, and he has got the move done. The Belgian passes the Frenchman, and he's saying, let's work together. Let's break away from Felipe Braga, who is behind us and chasing us down.
That's Anwar Beryl-Smith getting a look. So Anwar Beryl-Smith is going to get the move in there for third position, side by side with Braga. So that could be done by the time they get to the chicane, and it is. But he goes over the curb, so he's going to lose ground. Anwar Beryl-Smith now gestures to Braga. Yes, okay, I may have gone over those curbs a little bit hasty, but let's push away. Let's try and get a little bit further up. Unfortunately, Jaime Labastida has not read that script. He gets through into fourth position, the Mexican. So now Labastida trying to work his way further forward. That puts him up into P4. So as they go up onto the far side of the course, it's going to be an interesting challenge now. The drivers still trying to work their way forward. Jensen Adriansens, along with Julien Granvaux, Anwar Beryl-Smith, Felipe Braga, and Jaime Labastida. That is the way it's currently going. But Labastida now through into fourth position, as we know, in front of Felipe Braga. Is Granvaux going to get another opportunity? Well, he seems to have read the script now, and Jensen Adriansens is going to lead the race for the moment, with Granvaux going with him there in second position to try and extend the gap over the rest of his colleagues out there on the course. Third position, though, is Anwar Beryl-Smith. He's managed to work his way forward, so he's now into P3 with Jaime Labastida in fourth, in front of Felipe Braga. Then sixth is Andreas Matisse, the German, who of course is under investigation for his antics at the start. So it's all very tight. But how about this? You've got Belgium, France, Britain, Brazil, Mexico, and Germany all represented in the top 6 places. And even the United States is there in 7th position for Phil Pignataro. Brilliant racing from multiple nations in the T4 Nations Cup.
It certainly is. You have to say it's a reasonably disappointing performance for Phil Pignataro, up in second in the last race, really fighting for the win, and now he's in the bottom half of the top 10, as we see nose to tail still the two leaders going at it, with Jensen Adriansens and Julien Granvaux, with Beryl-Smith very, very close behind, and Jaime Labastida, who has set the fastest lap of the race, and last time round also set the fastest first sector of anyone. So he is definitely one to watch coming through the field. I don't think it's going to be too long until we see a battle with him and Anwar Beryl-Smith.
So obviously it's going to be quite aggressive for the drivers to try and make up the progress, but Jaime Labastida definitely the star driver in the top 5 at the moment, though he is going to lose out to the Brazilian. Felipe Braga wrestles for that inside apex, manages to make it stick through pure determination. Andreas Matisse gets through as well, as the warning flag goes out to Harm Sherman. So problems there for him, but in 7th position, Phil Pignataro, who has worked his way up more places through the field than any other driver. He's up 4 from 11th on the grid in the start of this race through to P7. So Pignataro making up good progress, but with 4 laps to go and the win definitely not being decided yet, anything could still take place. And you've got these 3 drivers nose to tail, Adriansens, Granvaux and Beryl-Smith. All of them feel they've got a chance to win this one as they come up through the hairpin, up at turn 12. They'll go on to the back straight. And this is where things are going to get more interesting, because you've got Granvaux really starting to pressurise Adriansens, hoping to get away from Beryl-Smith. But Anwar Beryl-Smith is in the draft, so he should be able to stay relatively close to the 2 drivers up front. And he actually gains ground off the final chicane. This is where Anwar Beryl-Smith is going to try and make his bid to get up the inside of Julien Granvaux. But they've held each other up, these 3, so Felipe Braga is now not that far behind.
He certainly isn't, and he is going to be licking his lips at this, thinking, what can I make of this? Can I luck a first position like Julien Granvaux did in one of the heats yesterday, his second heat?
Beryl-Smith!
Oh, look at this. Beryl-Smith up the inside of Julien Granvaux. The 469 machine keeps the position, but only by the skin of his teeth, coming through turn number 7, just about holding on to the inside line, but the battle isn't over yet. Anwar Beryl-Smith still chasing him down, sniffing that exhaust, smelling those fumes, and look at this behind as well. We have
Matisse!
Matisse,
he bangs wheels with Braga, so Braga's gone off the road.
This is absolutely electric stuff, folks. We said that the racing was going to be incredibly close and that there may be some drama, and there certainly has been. And this, look at the gap that Jensen Adriansson has managed to pull out. This is breathing space that he really, really needed.
Yeah, this is not what Granvaux and Beryl Smith had in mind. Beryl Smith is going to now move through on the inside. So Anwar Beryl Smith gets into second position. That might be the best of a bad job as far as he's concerned to get into P2. He knows now that third position wasn't what he wanted. The win is possibly not likely anymore, as Andreas Matiz is going to get up the inside of Jaime Labastida and gets through into fourth position. So the German has cut through past the Mexican and now moves up into P4. That little moment has dropped Felipe Braga down behind Phil Pignataro, who now picks up a sixth position run. That means he's gained 5 places. The only driver to have done better than that is Walter Kessler, the Guatemalan, who has moved his way through from the back up to P14. 6 places gained for Walter Kessler. That proves you should never ever give up. You never know what's going to happen. But is there time for Anwar Beryl Smith and Julien Granvaux to get close to behind Jensen Andreassens? There is just an opportunity with a lap and a half to go.
There's still room to decide this battle, as Jake says, as they come on to the start-finish straight. Anwar Beryl Smith gaining time on Jensen Adriansson through that lap. Coming into turn 1, look at how close he is. There's maybe a kart length that is separating them. The gap across the line, 0.2 of a second. That gap that Jensen Adriansson had built up with the 2 behind him battling has suddenly disappeared as Phil Pignataro posts the fastest lap. Up the inside goes Anwar Beryl Smith. Fantastic stuff from the British Algerian to snatch the position off of Team Belgium.
Anwar Beryl Smith takes the lead. I was going to say that Jensen Andreassens had made a big mistake coming out of the final chicane and caught the curbs, and that had upset his momentum, and that's exactly what's happened. Anwar Beryl Smith took full advantage of that, getting the inside line into turn 6 and has taken the lead, but it's not done yet because Beryl Smith is going to have pressure not just from Andreassens but also from Julien Granvaux down the back straight. Here comes the opportunity. Granvaux is going to be all over the back of Andreassens. Andreassens will take one final bid to come through here on Anwar Beryl Smith. Watch out for all 3 of them as they try and get the perfect line off the chicane. It looks like it's going to be Anwar Beryl Smith, but is it? Oh, it's going to be close! 16 thousandths of a second in it, and Anwar Beryl Smith just hangs on in front of Jensen Andreassens and Julien Granvaux.
When will this stop? We are measuring seemingly every single race finish between first and second in the thousandths of seconds. That is absolutely incredible. Never before have I seen so many race finishes be so close together. This is what the T4s are all about, ladies and gentlemen. This is incredible.
Just phenomenal racing right to the end there. And that is exactly how things are going to continue to play out. But Anwar Beryl Smith picks up his first win of the weekend in the Superheat. Talk about well-timed, because he's managed to push his way through to the front at exactly the right moment. So a really exciting challenge. And so an amazing spectacle for all of the contenders as they run in close proximity. But Anwar Beryl Smith, he had the patience, he had the discipline and the tenacity to finish things off in fine style there as they continue. Anwar Beryl Smith takes the win from Jensen Andreassens and Julien Granvaux, from Andreas Matiz and Phil Pignataro, from Jaime Labastida and Felipe Braga. Roberto Woodstruck Jr. and Niall Herson. Rounding out the top 10 is Juan Pablo Glover. Then it is Dirk Prochnov in front of Vladimir Vlasov. Darren Beavers ahead of Walter Kessler. Then Aaron Doyle finishes up 15th in front of Jamie Going, with Rudolf Berzin in 17th position in front of Harm Sherman. The last 2 drivers home are the Irishman Ryan Herson and the Guatemalan Fernando Vila. Great racing so far then, Simon. We're in for 4 amazing finals later.
Well, we certainly are. It seems like T4 165 never ever fails to deliver. It is a fantastic proper introduction for this class. Obviously last year we did have the T4 165s, but there was only one driver competing in it, and that was a Dominican Republic driver by the name of Diam Cabral, who is an absolutely fantastic bloke. But nevertheless, it is great to see so many experienced racers giving it 110% for 11. Oh, dearie me, I'm so excited that my voice has just decided not to cooperate. For 11 scintillating laps around this 1.4 kilometre circuit.
Well, there you go. There is the schedule for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We will kick off with the mini-final at 2:50. So a few minutes before that, we will return to our broadcast. And then every half an hour for the rest of the afternoon. You will get a final in the mini, junior, senior and 165 categories. It's been a fabulous build-up, but the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup will come to a head and will crown the Nations Cup winners at the end of this fabulous day at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Come on.
Welcome back to the action at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. It's finals time, and we are ready for the 4 races that will take us to crown our worthy T4 champions across the 4 classes, as well as the T4 Nations Cup winners. I'm Jake Sanson, and beside me is Simon Byford, and we are gearing ourselves up ready for the first of those finals in the T4 Mini category. 12 laps of the course it'll be, the longest race of the weekend. And in pole position, it's this young man, Amani Kunya of South Africa, who is definitely leading the African nation into the forefront of the battles here in the first event of the finals day here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. It's going to be really interesting to see what he can do from the front end of the starting grid. But alongside him, he has a challenge from Great Britain. George House is there on the outside of the front row of the grid, and he has every opportunity to launch himself through to the lead.
He certainly does, and we've seen that all of yesterday and today. These two have been really scrapping away and making some fantastic action for all of us. So it's going to be really interesting now as we get into the finals to see all of the fastest drivers right at the front battling it out together to see who will be crowned the T4 champion in each of their classes.
There is Jindra Svoboda, the Czech driver, lining up on the inside of the second row of the starting grid. 3rd position on the grid for him. The 3 minutes board goes up, and that is the time to start the engines as far as the competitors are concerned, to get them warmed up. So the 3-minute board goes up. 112 is next up. That is Guilherme Morgado, the Portuguese driver, lining up on the outside of the second row of the grid. Looking forward to a really exciting battle and charging his way forward from the outside of that second row of the grid. It's been a really interesting challenge for the competitors in this field. There are 5 different nations starting in the top 5 positions across the T4 mini field. 5th position on the starting grid, it is the man from the Republic of Ireland. That is young Ben McLaughlin, as he gears himself up ready for the start of the action here. Slightly out of kilter with the rest of the field. He clearly thinks he's doing the endurance race rather than the T4 mini race final, but that'll all come together again once he's rolling around the grid once more. And then 6th position on the grid, got himself back into contention again, is the young British driver Luke Millwood. So he is there in P6 on the grid on the outside of the 3rd row, looking very hungry and excited about the battle. We're going to have our podium ceremony at the end of the 4 finals, as well as a trophy presentation for the 4 drivers across the 4 classes that got themselves into pole position in Saturday morning's qualifying session. They will each be rewarded a Maxis trophy. So for those who were pole position after time qualifying yesterday on Saturday, do not disappear. Make sure you head to the podium, because there is a Maxis trophy being presented to all of the drivers that qualified from time qualifying yesterday in pole position across the T4 minis, juniors, seniors and 165s. There is the race director, Gonzalo Planta, who is going to be guiding us around the circuit here at the Cartodromo Valencia. A very exciting 12 laps of racing in prospect.
Well, it certainly is, and it's very exciting that we have that new award as we get the 1-minute board on the grid. All the mechanics making their way off, saying their final good luck to the drivers. Quick fist bump and then off the track. The only ones remaining on the track, of course, the officials and the marshals. And we have Lauren there at the front taking some fantastic photos for the Tillotson social medias. And we are about to get underway now for the first of our finals. This is what these young drivers have been preparing for all weekend and further back as well. It is an absolutely fantastic occasion here. We have people on the balcony chanting away, waving the Portuguese flags for Morgado there, who lines up in P4, the reigning Portuguese national cadet champion. He only won that championship, but I think 2 weeks ago, today in fact, 2 weeks ago, and well, congratulations to him for that, and he's going to be looking to add another championship to his repertoire in the form of the T4 Mini Nations Cup 2022, Jake.
Time to go racing then at the Cartodromo Valencia in the T4 Mini Final 2022 of the T4 Nations Cup. What a brilliant race this is going to be. Armani Kinua and George House on the front row of the grid from Jindra Svoboda and Guillermo Morgado. Then Ben McLaughlin and Luke Millwood from Antonello Tomasello and Matthias Glover. Patrick Romoff and Aaron Bourbano from Sebastian Venkov and Francisco Iglesias. Tyke Malone and Carolina Duarte. Jurel Goodman and Martin Gomez from Fernando Wheeler Jr., Gabriel Sandoval Soto, Jaromir Arkhipov, Valentina Helena, Bernie Gomarez, Antonio Isidro, and Diego Beradon. And it looks as though we got a problem already. That's George House. That is the front row man. That is Britain's George House. Mechanical problems before the formation lap has even finished.
There was a couple of drivers out there. I think they might have got involved, had a bit of contact, potentially weaving around, and that is an absolute disaster for George House, who was meant to be starting in second position, and he is out before it's even begun. He's sitting back in the kart trying to get it restarted, but I think that might be George House's day come to an end before it has even begun. That is such an unfortunate turn of events for the young Briton.
They tried to get him restarted, but I'm afraid George House is walking away. He cannot believe his luck. That is absolutely devastating for the man who cleaned up in the superheat, and you have got to feel for George House. Motor racing is a cruel mistress, and unfortunately Lady Luck has paid him no visits for this final, as George House is out of this race before the final has even begun. What a devastating end to the weekend for George House, who could so easily have given Great Britain their first T4 final win of the weekend. Devastating bad luck for George House. He deserved so much better than this race has been able to give him. So that leaves Armani Kinua alone on the front row of the starting grid, and it'll be Jindra Svoboda and Guillermo Morgado that line up on the front row. And there's more problems. It's the 134 pulling off. That is Patrick Romoff. So Patrick Romoff has a mechanical problem. And it looks as though there might be some issues for the 121 of Jaromir Arkhipov as well. Being out in the hot sunshine here in Valencia has crept up all the way to 26 degrees Celsius. It looks as though there's a couple of drivers. There's two that are parked up at the side. There is Radimov. So Arkhipov, I should say, has parked up. And so too has Patrick Romoff. So three drivers failing to take the start. What a dramatic way to kick off this T4 mini final. So as the drivers come through at the start of the race, are we going to go racing this time by? No, we don't. Formation lap is hesitated. It's put on pause then. And so the race will get started again in another formation lap.
Well, that's very, very disappointing to see at the first of our finals. Three drivers out, including our second place runner, before it has even begun. And there's a red flag potentially being...
Yeah, red flag. Now, what this means then essentially is that the race is going to be brought back to the starting grid, and I would guess that that means that this is going to be a fresh restart. So George House, Patrick Romoff and Jaromir Arkhipov are going to get another chance to get themselves out on the starting grid. That is brilliant news.
Well, that really is a blessing in disguise for George House there. Not even making it to the third corner of the formation lap, but managing to get another opportunity to race thanks to two other drivers also having issues and not being able to take the start. And we can see from the commentary box, the kart's in a quite dangerous position towards the end of that sort of mini straight there, towards turn 10. It's a heavy braking zone. We've seen a couple of people making mistakes there, and it does look like they are going to be going back to the grid, and we hope at least that this means everyone who has been knocked out in the formation lap will be given another chance to start the race.
Well, I've certainly known it in the past when the race has been completely red flagged in a race event similar to this kind of level, that when the when the race has been red flagged like this, regular procedure, I'm not guaranteeing that it's exactly as it is going to play out, but regular procedure dictates that under a red flag that the race is rebooted and the drivers are given another opportunity to start once again. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it's going to go again, but we just need to double check.
And I can see from my commentary box George House putting his helmet back on, so I believe that there's quite a few officials standing around, so I think his mechanic may have asked, and we can see his kart being pulled across the grid now, so it remains to be seen. I think George House is hoping that he'll get a chance to restart, but they seem to be doing a little bit of work on the kart. We can't see because there is a concrete wall in the way, but we can see Magado there pushing his kart forward with his feet, but I think that George House, he's got his helmet on, he's looking at the kart himself, and I think that George House is hopeful that he will be given another chance to start, potentially from the pit lane, as the kart has been pushed out of view into what looks like the pre-grid area. But this is going to be very, very interesting to see what happens, as we can see the other two stricken runners there. What happens to these drivers who haven't been able to make it past the formation lap? And as we can see there on our screens, the 1-2-1 machine there of Jaromir Arkhipov, the driver racing under the Spanish flag, but I believe of Russian descent. And now we get an image of all the drivers standing outside of their karts, not really knowing what's going on. A good few of them standing there. And we have the rescue ATV on the track, understandably, to pick up the two stricken karts of Arkhipov, and the 1-3-4 of that is, let me take a look here, Patrick Romov, of course, the Czech driver. As we can see there, plenty of our mini drivers out of the karts so far, and looking to the officials to see what is going to happen. But it seems like we might have a bit of a delay here to our race start while we get the karts off of the track, of course, and then while we wait for word from the officials as to whether or not they will be allowed to take to the start. Maybe from the pit lane, maybe they will, maybe they won't. We will wait for the word from the officials, as we can still see the balcony absolutely packed. The Portuguese flags waving there for Magado, who is starting technically in position number 4, but he has moved himself into the number 2 position on the grid. But I believe that the officials, they're wheeling him back into the number 4 grid slot. So that tells me, Jake, that there is an increasingly likely chance that the 3 drivers who we have seen go out will be allowed to take the start.
I can give you official confirmation that the procedure is going to be that there is a 15-minute delay, and in that 15 minutes, the karts that need to be repaired are going to be allowed the chance to do so. So they will get their repair time, and then the race will restart with every driver reinstated on the starting grid in their original grid positions.
Well, that really is fantastic to hear, and I'm sure the 3 drivers involved are going to be very, very happy at that, as we can see along the back of the course there, the 2 stricken karts of Arkhipov and Romov being brought back to the pit lane to be prepared and repaired also ahead of the restart. All of the drivers, though, you have to feel for them. Many of them wearing black overalls, sitting there on dark tarmac. They are going to be getting very, very hot, and we can see the position number, that looks to be the P10 driver, 2468, yeah, the P10 driver there. Let's take a look. That looks to be 2468.
Yeah, all of the drivers, they've been signalled out of their carts, so they're allowed to get out of their machines. And obviously, with this pause, with this 15 minutes of delay, all of the drivers allowed the opportunity to reset and get themselves into their original and correct grid positions. That means that Armani Kinyua is going to take up pole position once again, but crucially, George House, alongside him on the front row of the grid, will be allowed to take the start and will be allowed to do so from his original P2. And that is very good news, as of course it will be for Patrick Romov, the Czech driver, and the Spanish driver Jaromir Arkhipov, who both had problems on the rolling lap as well. And the race director, Gonzalo Planta, has taken the decision under those circumstances to red flag the race, and there will be a delay, allowing the drivers the chance to reset their karts, to repair them if necessary, and then they can get the race underway once again in the regular grid positions. I have to say that's a brilliant decision there taken by Gonzalo Planta. Obviously, you've got to remember that these kids are 8 to 11 years of age, some of them getting their chance to race in front of the world stage for the very first time. So it obviously makes things a little bit more devastating for them if some kind of technical difficulty prevents them from going racing again. So a good decision there taken by both Gonzalo Planta and Tillotson in cooperation and collaboration there with RGMMC's servicing team. But it means then, of course, that the race can go ahead as it's supposed to do with 12 zaps. We'll take a quick pause to allow them to do that. And that means that when we go back to racing once again, all of the contenders in T4 Mini will get their chance to battle for the Nations Cup.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time. You train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you got to be ready to play the next day. You got to be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're going to have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not gonna mention them, but when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
Yeah.
Come on.
So the drivers now get the command to restart their engines. A fabulous battle awaits us in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022, as the T4 Minis will get their second chance to go for the battle here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Simon Byford. You're here for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. If you're wondering why we're a little behind schedule, we had a red flag for the T4 Minis on the first start after 3 carts suffered mechanical maladies. The race was red flagged in order to allow the drivers the chance to get themselves back onto the starting grid once again for the T4 Mini Final.
They certainly suffered some terrible luck there, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as all of them now back on the grid. We've got George House there lining up in P2. You can see him there on the front row, just on the left-hand side of the grid, just left of centre of your frame on the live stream. And he is going to be counting his blessings, I would imagine, as we come up towards the race start. We've seen the 3-minute board, and the 1-minute board is being held at a position of almost readiness, as I would like to say. And it will only be a short while until hopefully we see some proper racing action in the T4 Mini Final. Obviously, all of the Mini drivers on the grid, not a big enough grid to start eliminating drivers, but in the senior classes, we will have just the top 36 drivers taking part. As we see the 1-minute board now, all the mechanics leaving the grid. Maybe one final word of good luck to their drivers. Quick fist bump and a pat on the helmet for the drivers, and they're being told something in hand signals. I didn't quite catch what the official was saying there.
Love seeing on the banners here that we've got so many of the nation's flags for the different countries. The support is there for South Africa. Across the way, I know that there's big support for Portugal as well. So it's really good to see that everybody is really rooting for their home nation, as race director Gonzalo Planta gears us up ready for the restart here at Cartodromo Valencia. But this is it now. Time for the first of 4 finals in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. Which driver is going to come through to win T4 Mini and get the ball rolling for the nation to win the Nations Cup? The cheers go up on the sidelines as our T4 Mini drivers go back around the circuit one more time for their formation lap. It is Armani Kinua of South Africa in pole position. George House of Great Britain alongside. Jindro Svoboda for the Czech Republic in 3rd. 4th position is Portugal's Guilherme Morgado. In 5th it is Ben McLaughlin of Ireland. 6th position for Great Britain it is Luke Millward. For the Dominican Republic it is Antonella Tomazello. For Guatemala it is Matthias Glover. For the Czech Republic it is Patrick Romov. And then it is Guatemala's Aaron Bourbano. For South Africa, Sebastian Venkov. For Portugal, it is Francisco Iglesias. For Ireland, it is Tyke Malone. For Portugal, it is Carolina Duarte. For South Africa, it is Joel Goodman. For Portugal, again, it is Martin Gomez. Then for Guatemala, it is Fernando Wheeler Jr. For Costa Rica, it is Gabriel Sandoval Soto. For Spain, it is Yalimir Arkhipov. For the Dominican Republic, it is Valentina Helena. For Spain, it is the very talented Bermi Gomarez. For South Africa, on the back of the grid, 2 drivers, Antonio Isidro and Diego Bernardone. This is going to be an interesting battle as our contenders in the T4 Mini gear up for another formation lap around the course. And this time, they're all circulating, ready for the start.
And that's great to see, as we can see side by side almost there, going through the first corner, the front row runners. In fact, that looks to be Armani Kinua, who is leading the way, and then we have positions 2 and 3 sort of side by side, but they are starting to sort themselves out now. Very early on getting into their positions for the rolling start that we will have in about 2/3 of a lap's time. And that will start our 12-lap final. 12 laps of scintillating action coming up for the minis and the juniors, and then I believe 15 laps for each of the senior classes. It is sure to be an absolute festival of action and adrenaline in this, the Spanish sunshine, the height of the day here in Spain. The temperatures could not be higher, the stakes could not be higher, and the ambition of each and every one of these drivers to win could not be higher. As they come through turn number 10, where we saw 2 of the carts parked up a little more than 15 minutes ago. Obviously both of them taking the start this time round. A fantastically fair decision there by the race director to let everyone race. Obviously wouldn't be entirely fair to let a bunch of mini drivers ages 8 to 11, as we have said before, to let them drive 3 corners or 10 corners and then tell them, no, sorry, your day is over. So a fantastic decision there by the race director, and I don't think anyone would disagree with his judgment on that one. But as they come through turn number 13, getting ready to start up the T4 mini final, they have but 1 turn left to complete before the commencement of this, the creme de la creme of mini racing. As they come round the final corner, they get into the tram lines, and we are going the minis.
This is the race we've been waiting for in T4 Mini. Up they come to the first corner. Amani Kinua gets a decent start. George House trying to come in round the outside, but Yindra Svoboda has managed to get through in a second position. And as the field work their way through the hairpin, they have all come through in good form. Looks like House has slotted into 3rd position behind Svoboda, who I think has gone, is that Svoboda into the lead as the field tries to knit its way through in the first couple of apexes. Out in front, it is still a good battle between Amani Kinua and Yindra Svoboda. So they run through in 1st and 2nd place. South Africa versus the Czech Republic. And in 3rd place, it is Great Britain for George House in P3. And as they come through off the turn, it's going to be side by side between Svoboda and Kinua. Svoboda had a bit of a go there to try and get the lead, and it hasn't quite worked out. So Amani Kinua still leads. George House back on the inside in a 2nd position. Great run from George House on the hairpin, and I don't think he's going to be the only one. Looks like Ben McLaughlin of Ireland could make his run there into 3rd. He has managed to do so. So already a big challenge forward as the top 4 drivers have broken clear up front. 12 laps of racing, and the first one is already almost completed. A bit of a wobble there for our race leader, Amani Kinua. And so suddenly, it's going to be a big dash down to the first corner as the T4 Minis are under starters' orders. George House hanging on to 2nd position. Ben McLaughlin still there in P3. 4th place for Svoboda. And 5th place, it is another driver from the Czech Republic, Patrick Romov. He was one of the drivers that had the mechanical problem that brought out the red flag, and he's up to 5th position. A great charge through from Patrick Romov.
And it really is great to see George House there setting the fastest lap straight away on the pace. But Amani Kinua there with the fastest first sector of anyone in the 2 laps, or the 1 lap even, that we have had racing so far. But still on the pace, all of the front runners there attacking into turn 10. Look at this. Oh, there's huge contact there, and out goes the 145. That is Amani Kinua from the lead of the race. He is out at turn number 10, and if you needed more drama in Tillotson T4s, here you go. Amani Kinua's day comes to a terrible, terrible premature end, and that is going to be absolute heartbreak for the young man from South Africa. Ben McLaughlin, I believe. No, it's not Ben McLaughlin. It is the 172. It is.
No, it is McLaughlin.
It is McLaughlin. McLaughlin has somehow inherited the lead. That is absolutely brilliant from the young man who started in 5th position to get up into the lead as they flow through turn 2. And so, oh dearie me, I can't speak. I'm that excited. Svoboda there in position number 2. He's going to be looking to hunt down. A little bit of touching there with McLaughlin as they come through turns 5 and 6 into turn 7. No dramas so far for McLaughlin. He's going to try and manage this race now. 10 laps to go. Can he hold on? That is the question on everyone's lips, and it might be a question we get an answer to very, very quickly indeed. Up the inside there goes Svoboda on McLaughlin, but McLaughlin doesn't look to be done yet.
Devastating for Amani Kinua, the South African, now down and out of it. And it looks like we've got another driver off the road there in the hairpin. Couldn't quite make out who that was that's dropped off the pace. I think it's Francisco Iglesias. Francisco Iglesias, the Portuguese driver, out of this race then by the look of it. That's very unfortunate indeed for him. But Svoboda has McLaughlin and House right in behind. Then it is Romov. Up to 5th position, by the way, is Durell Goodman. He has picked up the baton for South Africa. As there goes Iglesias back into the race again. But the baton has been well and truly handed over to Durell Goodman, who has come up from 15th on the grid and is now in P5. Brilliant start for Durell Goodman. And that's not all there is, because Luke Millwood is there in P6, trying to work his way further forward, getting the fastest lap of the race. Side by side for the lead. That's Svoboda versus McLaughlin. George House trying to hang on in front of Romoff. And still they continue to battle, but it is heartbreakers up there for the battle for the lead. Contact between Svoboda and McLaughlin. They slide their way through. George House is going to get up the inside in a second place. Past both of them comes Patrick Romoff. Romoff into P2, House into P3, and down to P4 comes McLaughlin. Now that it has really started to open up, as Jindra Svoboda, the young man from the Czech Republic, has taken a clear advantage up front.
This is absolutely fantastic. Svoboda is having the race of his dreams now, breaking away from the rest of the field, who are busy squabbling behind him, as we can see there. The 1-3-4 of Romoff. Fantastic job up into P2 from, let's take a look, Patrick Romoff, up 7 positions from where he started. That is absolutely exemplary from the young Czech driver. It's the Czech Republic 1-2. George House still sitting comfy in P3, but not for too long. He's up the inside, and Romoff has been bumped down 2 positions. He's been taken by both McLaughlin and House in one corner.
So House up to second position then. Ben McLaughlin, the young man from Ireland, doing a great job in third position, trying to work his way forward, but they need to stop squabbling amongst themselves, because Svoboda is now 1.4 seconds away from them, and he has got himself a comfortable advantage here. They need to start working together to get him back. They've still got 8 laps to catch him, but Svoboda has got 1.4 seconds already on George House and Ben McLaughlin. They really need to settle their differences now and start to close up on the young man from the Czech Republic up front. So far, the gap is just 1.3 seconds, so it's pretty even as it was. They have caught up a little bit, but they need to start to unite. Ben McLaughlin hopefully going to work with George House as they continue to charge forward. But this man up front, Jindra Svoboda, absolutely loving life in the lead of this T4 mini-final at Valencia. House, McLaughlin, Romoff, Millwood, and Jarell Goodman. 5 drivers battling away. That's another driver walking away. That is Guilherme Morgado. The Portuguese driver, Guilherme Morgado. That is so unfortunate. He was up in 4th on the grid. It's not gone his way at all, nor has it gone the way of his team. Oh, little bit of nudging there as Romoff gets right in behind McLaughlin. There was a little bit of a bump draft there on the way to turn 6. That's not really the way it's supposed to be done. So a little bit of a moment there from Patrick Romoff. As they come down to the hairpin, he's going to get his move on the inside line. And Patrick Romoff gets into 3rd place, but can he hold it on the exit? McLaughlin's going to come through up the inside again. And there's going to be a little bit of a challenge from the carts further back as Millwood and Goodman get into the battle themselves as well there. And it looks as though we've now lost Quinua, Iglesias and Morgado. So 3 drivers out of the race altogether then. And there is another one walking away from the scene. I think that is Antonio Iseldro. Oh no, that is Morgado walking away. So we've already had 3 drivers then come out of the race side by side. Here comes McLaughlin trying to get back on terms once again with Romoff, and he's going to get some pressure as up the inside comes the 147 of Jarell Goodman.
And this is absolutely fantastic racing. 6 laps of scintillating action so far, as I described before. And the minis, you can always rely on them for a couple of fantastic moves. As up the inside tries the 138 machine.
3 wide.
That is Luke Millwood trying his luck 3 wide through turn number 7. That is absolutely brilliant stuff. These minis taking no prisoners, leaving nothing on the line. It is millimetric margins, as we have seen all of yesterday and all of today.
So Jarell Goodman managed to pop through into 4th position as a result of all of that. Romoff is still left battling with Luke Millwood, tapping the helmet there. Come on, let's work out to the guys in front. Let's get back onto the toe. So Millwood and Romoff battling away for 5th and 6th positions there. 7th place for Matthias Glover in front of Antonella Tomasello. Then Tig Malone and Sebastian Venkov from Aaron Barbano and Gabriel Sandoval Soto. Then it is Martin Gomez from Carolina Duarte and Fernando Wheelo Jr. So they're going to continue their battle. 5 laps remaining. But for Svoboda, he has a 1.2 second advantage over George House. Battles all the way through this field. This is Arkimov battling away with Helena, Gamarez, Isidro and Beradone. So they are all still battling all the way through this field. It's not just the runners at the lead of the race that are having a good squabble, but everybody getting close to each other in that little mixture of drivers in the mid-pack as well. But Svoboda losing a little bit of ground to George House. House has gone on his own to try and close up on the leader. There they are. So Svoboda, House, then McLaughlin and Goodman, Romoff and Millwood. And then a little further back, you've got Matthias Glover and Antonella Tomasello, the young lady from the Dominican Republic. Still everything to play for here with just over 4 laps to go.
And this really has been an incredible start to our finals, hasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? As up the inside we have two cars battling. It's the 134 and the 136 of, or the 138 perhaps, of Romoff and Millwood there, both going at it, hammer and tong. Look at this, up the inside potentially there goes Luke Millwood, but he thinks better of it, coming down into turn one, just sits behind Patrick Romoff in front, waiting for a better opportunity, currently occupying P5 and P6 respectively as they come through the turn 3 and 4 chicane. And, well, you have to say, Jake, the leaders now starting to get a bit spread out, starting to run races of their own. And you have to say, Jindra Svoboda is absolutely running away with this. He is maintaining his 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 second gap perfectly. This is an expert drive from the young man from the Czech Republic. And George House, despite the pace that he's shown so far this weekend, doesn't seem to be able to catch him at a meaningful rate at this stage in the race.
So this race all comes down to patience and discipline now at the front end of the field. Meanwhile, side by side, that's Romoff and Millwood having another great battle. The young man from the Czech Republic versus the Brit. We've got two of those battles, one for the lead and one for fifth. And then in third position, we've got the Irishman Ben McLaughlin trying to get away from Durell Goodman. Here comes the move up the inside, and it's a lovely overtake there from Durell Goodman. The South African gets back into third position, nicely handled. Looks like Luke Millwood still going side by side with Romoff as well. So those two having a great duel for fifth position as they continue on their way. George House sets the new fastest lap of the race, just ducks under 1:06 for the lap, trying to close up on the drivers up in front, the one driver up in front, I should say, Jindra Svoboda. So George House trying to win this race out. But obviously he's got a lot of work to do. Durell Goodman up to fourth position, trying to make it third. And in fact, Goodman has done so. So Goodman is into the podium positions now. Third position for Durell Goodman. That is a climb of 12 places from his original starting place of 15th on the grid.
And you have to say the race becoming increasingly tactical now. It's all about managing gaps for Svoboda in front and George House behind. George House starting to take a little bit of margin away from Jindra Svoboda. And, well, that is going to be good news for him. But Svoboda only has to hang on for 2 more laps and he will be crowned the champion. That is all he has to do. He has a 1.2 second gap. And, well, you have to say he seems to have this race so far in his control, as we see George House setting the fastest lap again with a 1:05.9, slightly faster, 2/100ths of a second faster than his previous best that he set on the last lap, and he is really pushing hard to try and take this victory, as we're still looking on the live feed at the 147 and the 173. That is Durell Goodman and Ben McLaughlin battling for third position, line astern through turn 11, through the sweeper of 12. It is a difficult corner on the neck, as well as turn 13, particularly when you do it as many times as each of our mini, junior, senior and 165 drivers have over this weekend. Coming into the final chicane, there are the leaders following each other through. McLaughlin still sitting behind Durell Goodman, the South African, as they come down the start-finish straight. McLaughlin to the inside. Can he make this stick? It's a good overtaking opportunity. McLaughlin passes Durell Goodman up the inside. That is a clinical move from the young Irishman. That is absolutely brilliant stuff. And he goes up into P3, and now he sets his sights on George House in front.
But this man is going to come through after a very tame performance in the final. He knew when he needed to make his overtakes. He knew he needed to time it right. And he has been ever so cool, calm and collected in this T4 mini final. It's not been easy to control the pace over the course of the weekend. He has had to work increasingly hard to put himself in the right place at the right time. He's had 2 second places and a 5th across the qualifying heats. He couldn't quite win the superheat. He ended up in 3rd place. He hasn't yet won a race over the course of this weekend, but he's about to win it in fantastic style. His first win of the weekend, Jindra Svoboda of the Czech Republic, is going to come through in amazing fashion. He will win the T4 Minis. Jindra Svoboda wins the T4 Mini category in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup for the Czech Republic. An amazing race, and Jindra Svoboda's first win of the weekend. What a way to do it in the final.
Starting P3, you have to say that is an absolutely A-star effort from the young man from the Czech Republic. As far as I can remember, he is the first driver from the Czech Republic to win a T4 Nations Cup final, and that is an absolutely exemplary display of driving from Jindra Svoboda. From, well, not lights to flag, but certainly from the second half of the race onwards, just building that gap and maintaining it beautifully. That was a display of dominance in the second half of the race that you can only get when you have a really mature head on a driver's shoulders.
Good work from George House and Ben McLaughlin to get their way to the podium after what's been a very tough weekend for them. And they have earned their place on the podium later this afternoon. We will crown these three drivers on our podium ceremony a little later, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, Jindra Svoboda of the Czech Republic comes through to take the win in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup T4 Mini Final. George House in front of Ben McLaughlin and Durell Goodman, then Luke Millwood and Patrick Romoff from Matthias Glover, Antonella Tomasello, Sebastian Venkov in front of Tyke Malone, Carolina Duarte, Martin Gomez and Gabriel Sandoval, then Fernando Wheeler Jr. in front of Aaron Burbano, Jaromir Arkhipov ahead of Valentina Elena and Antonio Isidro. Then we have Diego Berdonna and Bernmith Gomareth at the end of the race there. But retirements for Guillermo Morgado, Francisco Iglesias, and very unfortunate indeed for the South African star Amani Kinyua, who was on pole position for this final. Didn't quite go his way in the end, but they've learnt a heck of a lot, these T4 Minis. And they've put up an amazing show here at Valencia. And I'm hoping, and I'm pretty sure, it's going to be the first of many they will produce.
Well, I certainly hope so. If that doesn't whet the appetite for these guys racing, then, well, I don't know what will. Many of these guys, they are coming from their home countries where perhaps the T4 grids aren't as big as we've seen here. This is, like we've said so many times, many of them, their first taste of international competition, their first taste of going abroad for a race into another area of the world, another area of the continent, or another continent altogether. And I think even those drivers who maybe didn't do as well as they thought they would, they will have learned so much about motorsport this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great demonstration of what these youngsters can learn, and that's the thing in karting. It's not just about what you win, it's about what you learn. It's about the knowledge that you soak up. These guys have been absolutely terrific in T4 Mini. They gave us a classic final. Next up, though, there's more great racing where that came from, as the T4 Juniors will get out on track very shortly.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Back to the action we go once again then here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup finals. And it is a brilliant race battle that we are going to have in prospect now for the T4 junior category. We've just witnessed Jindra Svoboda of the Czech Republic come home in first position in the T4 mini race ahead of George House of Great Britain, with Ben McLaughlin of Ireland in front of Durell Goodman of South Africa. A fabulous race battle with our 4 different nations in the top 4 places. And so now we have final winners after yesterday's endurance race, which was won by the Netherlands, and today's T4 mini final, which has been won by the Czech Republic. Coming into the junior final, well, it's going to be yet another set of nations that will try to quest for the top spot. After the superheats, it now plays out with a pole position for Great Britain. Dan Amor has been an absolutely fantastic competitor over the course of this week. And Dan Amor now finds himself in pole position for this final alongside the American charge, Chase Buscaglia. Then it is George Townsend that lines up in third position on the starting grid for the United Kingdom. And here are the 2 front row protagonists, Dan Amor of Great Britain and Chase Buscaglia of the United States, chatting away with the race director, Gonzalo Planta, just getting a reminder as to how things are going to play out. Keep an eye on these 2. From the front row of the starting grid, Chase Buscaglia has really put himself into the best possible position to give the United States the junior final victory. But he's not the only one from the USA that has a chance to do it. From 6th on the starting grid, the man who won 2 of his 3 qualifying heats, Truly Adams, is going to line up alongside Dan Hartley on the 3rd row of the starting grid. The British driver in P5, Dan Hartley, who has only been karting for 11 months, would you believe? And here he is on the 3rd row of the starting grid in the Tillotson T4 Nations final. Start your engines as far as the racers are concerned. The 3-minute board goes up. And so it is time for these racers to get underway once again. There are the drivers on the 2nd row of the starting grid. That's George Townsend in the background. And in the foreground, it is the Czech driver Richard Sejka, who has had another very convincing weekend to put himself 4th position on the starting grid for this final. And so the contenders are very much in a solid position as they continue to make progress. Dan Amor and Chase Buscalia, George Townsend and Richard Sejka. There are the 2 drivers on row 3. Dan Hartley in the background in P5 and Truly Adams, P6 of the starting grid from the outside of the 3rd row. Still every chance for these 2 drivers to make their way to the rostrum after what has been a very competitive weekend. The 4th row of the starting grid is going to see the Frenchman Sean Canivet, who will line up alongside the Dominican, that is Manuel Gonzalez, as they run together. You can see the 2 drivers there on the 4th row of the starting grid. And it'll be interesting to see whether the young man from the Dominican Republic will be able to charge his way through in quite the same style as he was able to do in the Superheat just a short while ago. And then on the 5th row of the starting grid, on the inside line, we have Mexico's Diego Palanco in kart number 220. There he is in the background. And in the foreground, from the Republic of Ireland, it is Theo Lestrange in the number 236. He will be there from 10th position on the starting grid. These juniors still have plenty of opportunities to race for the top spot. It's going to be a really competitive final, this, in T4 Junior.
It certainly will, and like we say, we've got Daniel Amor on pole, one of our 2 esports champions. He says there's a lot that can be practiced through the simulator, and overall it is very realistic, the T4 simulator. Lots and lots of drivers have been doing laps in it to get some practice in before the World Cup. I know a lot of the Irish drivers were practicing in the T4 simulator at Kiltorcan Raceway, which hosts the T4 Regional Championship in Ireland. And a lot of the drivers saying that it is very realistic, the way that the kart handles, the way it handles curbs, the way you can unsettle the kart in certain ways, the way it slides. It is a very, very accurate model. Over 18 months, almost 2 years, I think, of development went into it with the guys at Kart Sim and the Tillotson crew, and it can be used according to Daniel Amor at least, and also Calais Atkins, to get you here to the Nations Cup final and in with a chance of winning the Nations Cup final, which is an extremely exciting prospect for almost anyone who owns Kart Sim and a steering wheel and pedals.
From esports to pole position, Dan Amor alongside Chase Buscalia, George Townsend and Richard Sejka from Dan Hartley and Truly Adams, then Sean Canivet and Manuel Gonzalez from Diego Palanco and Theo Lestrange, Marco Velasco and Nico Franca from Phil Becker and Jaden Tromp, Antonio Martinez and James Treacy, Daniel Berzin and Jensen O'Neill Going, Keith Burke and Brooke Loretti from Antonio Vicente and Breen Wilson, then Amelie Ackett, Tara Keneally, Rudy Schuster, David Chinchilla, Hugo Fenol, Rafael Calvo and Matteo Alfano will get their way round this circuit. 29 drivers gearing up for the T4 Junior Final of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in association with RGMMC, Maxis and Tidal Sport. It's going to be a really exciting battle for this Nations Cup final in the junior category. So far, 2 different nations have triumphed across our 2 finals. Yesterday's endurance race of 3 hours was won by the Dutch contingent for Peter Brothers Zavora, the 2-man endurance squad that won the 3-hour race in fantastic style. Today, we've had the T4 mini race that's been won by Jindra Svoboda of the Czech Republic. Looks like we could end up potentially with a 3rd different nation winning a 3rd final. Shows you just how competitive it is across the nations in Tillotson T4.
21 nations taking part. You have to say it is a hugely multinational field, given that there are T4 series in 25 different countries worldwide. You have to say 21 countries being represented here. It is a fantastic achievement from everyone at Tillotson and the wider T4 community to come here, and many people making a holiday out of it with their family and friends, and some other people flying back home tomorrow to be back at work on Tuesday. So it just goes to show the sheer variety of people who we have in this class. We have families of 4 or 5 drivers. Oh, and there's someone pulling off there on the side of frame. I think that looks like it might be Amelie Ackett's, I think it is. It's the 211 machine.
Oh dear, it is. Yeah, that is Amelie Ackett's. That's very disappointing indeed for the British charge. So hopefully Amelie Ackett's is going to get the opportunity to restart. Can we get going again? I'm not sure we can in the time we've got. The only way she's going to be able to get going again essentially now. Yeah, she's being told by the marshal, that's it. I'm sorry if the car breaks down. We've got a second one. We've got a second one on the back straight. So it's not the only driver in trouble, but there is a second car stopping on the back straight there. So we've got 2 karts now in difficulty. I can't quite make out who the second driver is, but certainly the front row of the grid. It's Marco Velasco, the Spanish driver. So Marco Velasco is in difficulty once again. We are going to go racing though. Down to the first corner. We're underway in the T4 Junior Final as Dan Amor gets the start in front of George Townsend. So it's Britain's 1 and 2 as they go through the hairpin. And Gonzalo Planta, race director, has elected to get this race underway. The 2 karts that were broken down have already been cleared. And as the field works its way through in the first chicane, you know that's the cleanest start to a junior race through that chicane that we have seen all weekend long. So everybody's clearly learned their lessons from the earlier races. And now out in front, it is Dan Amor, but back into second position has come Chase Pascalia. He'd only lost second briefly. He's managed to fight his way back into contention once more.
He certainly has, and that's fantastic to see as we see up the inside goes the 267. That is George Townsend up the inside, I believe, of Chase Pascali. Oh, never mind. Up the inside of Richard Saker into position number 3, excuse me. And the young Brit is on a charge, trying to help out his countryman of Daniel Amor, who's obviously currently leading this race and trying to edge out a gap. But look at that. It's Amor from Pascaglia, from George Townsend, and quite a gap emerging. And look at this, 3 wide into turn 1. Where have you seen this before? This is exceptional racing. This is absolutely extraordinary as the 228 of...
That's 220, I think.
220, excuse me.
So that's Diego Polanco.
Diego Polanco there with a fantastic move to go from P5 up to, I believe that's P3 it is. That is absolutely fantastic from the young Mexican driver to make his way up the field, having started in position number 9. That is absolutely exemplary from the young man as we are on lap 1 of 2, well, lap 2 of 2 technically, lap 2 of 12, excuse me, technically, as Dan Amor still leading the way. Chase Pascaglia still less than half a second behind, and he looks to be trying to close that gap down ever so slightly. Diego Polanco in 3rd place, coming under pressure from behind from Truly Adams, the man who won both of the junior heats yesterday. He's a very, very quick young man. His father is his driver coach and also a former NASCAR driver, so he has certainly automotive racing form behind him, as we can see there. That looks to be Hartley and Shankanive, I think, going into turn 1, having a bit of a tussle with each other. And as they flow their way through the second sector, an extremely technical set of corners. A lot of time can be made or lost. And look at this, Chase Pascaglia seems to be falling into the clutches of Diego Polanco, who has really closed him down this lap. And he goes up the inside, he's looking, he's hard on the brakes into turn 10, and he snatches P2 away from Chase Pascaglia, the American, who is getting an increasing amount of work to do and a decreasing amount of laps to do it.
A good run there from Diego Polanco, the Mexican, having fought his way back into P2, but this is not over for Chase Pascaglia and Truly Adams as well. The 2 Americans in 3rd and 4th positions. They're going to be trying to make their bid back into the lead of the race once again. Dan Amor doesn't have the dominant lead he would want either after 3 laps. He's only got 0.4 of a second on Diego Polanco and the American talents, as on the pit wall, fans and mechanics alike rooting on for their drivers. But Dan Amor, the man who was 2nd in the esports competition, is now right up there into the position, into the lead of this race. Diego Polanco sets the new fastest lap of this race and has gone fastest of all in the first sector as well. So the Mexican really charging his way further forward. Some great battles as they continue, but Dan Amor under serious pressure now. Here comes Diego Polanco, Chase Pascalia, and Truly Adams. They're all running in formation there, second through to fourth, and there's a little bit of a gap back to fifth position. That's Richard Saker. Then we have Townsend, Gonzalez, and Dan Hartley all battling away for P6. Ninth position, Sean Canivet. And then it is Phil Becker, the German driver from Theo Lestrange, Antonio Martinez, Jaden Trump, Dan Pezerns, and Jensen O'Neill going. So they're having a really good battle of it all the way down to P15. And up on the inside, is this going to be the lead? Dan Amor has to concede it. Through comes Diego Polanco to take the lead. Watch for the American pair, Pascalia and Adams, now trying to take it on, but Diego Polanco of Mexico hits the front in the T4 final of juniors, and here comes Truly Adams on the inside of Chase Pascalia. There's the gap. That'll do. Thanks very much. I'm going to get into third position. Clearly, this needs a little bit of my firepower. I'm bouncing back, and I'm going to bring the United States to the top of the podium.
Diego Polanco doing an absolutely fantastic job for Mexico, having started in position number 9, I believe that is, making up 8 positions. On lap 4, he finds himself leading, but he is under some serious pressure from Dan Amor. He's saying, let's work together, let's work together. For some reason, I don't think Amor has the appetite for that, as he's just been passed by Truly Adams, the American driver, who is now going to chase down Diego Polanco, the Mexican. Truly Adams, he does a lot of his racing in Mexico. He has a deep personal connection to the place. And through turn 13, this is absolutely exemplary.
Adams
Truly
leads.
Adams into the lead. Diego Polanco finds himself suddenly going from first to fourth. This is absolutely amazing racing, Jake. And as we come down into turn number 1, Diego Polanco trying to salvage something. He's up the inside, he's back into position number 3, up the inside of the American of Chase Pascaglia.
And this is the half-distance lap as well, so we're only just building to fever pitch. Truly Adams leads this race. The American has been superb in guiding his way back from P6 on the grid on the outside of row 3. Now Truly Adams leads the way from Amor, Polanco, Pascalia, Saker, Hartley, Townsend, and Canivet. So they are running very well indeed as they run through onto the back straight. Who's going to make the first bid for the lead again? Dan Amor just waiting for his opportunity. Polanco still there in third position, having got back past Pascalia, and Richard Saker, the young man for the Czech Republic, hoping to make it 2 in a row for the European country. Down the back straight, Dan Amor just settling in, trying to go away with Truly Adams, hoping they can drop Polanco and Pascalia, but they are in the slipstream as well. Wait for the opportunity. It's going to get very hungry here for the lead of this race, but it's Adams, Amor, Polanco, Pascalia, Saker. The 5 carts go together. The quintet moves its way further towards the first turn and up through the hairpin. Dan Amor just picking his moment. Diego Polanco just dropping a little bit further wide to get a little bit of a better run, faster line mate on the apex there, trying to get the radius a little bit tightened up. As everybody's still pressuring, here comes Polanco on the inside of Dan Amor. P2 for the Mexican. Great run from Diego Polanco as he makes the bid there into turn 6, straightens it up, and now he's going to go back after Truly Adams as they run through to the back straight.
This is absolutely fantastic racing, hammer and tong every single lap. Look at Amor though, he's having to defend from Chase Pascaglia, who is really putting pressure on him now. He seems to be dropping back from Polanco in P2, and he has Chase Pascaglia all down his neck as they come on to the back straight. Pascaglia moves to the inside. They're going to go side by side almost. No, they're not. Chase Pascaglia backs out of it. They say, no, we don't want to go side by side through turn 13 for the second lap running. It was too scary the last time, and we don't want to do it again. Truly Adams there with a bit of a mistake through the final corner, and that could cost him. Coming down into turn 1, Diego Polanco up the inside. Can Amor follow him? This is such incredible racing, and suddenly Truly Adams, having made the most minute of errors, finds himself being bumped from first down to third, but he's not done yet. Up the inside of Amor into turn number 5, and Amor drops down to 4th now. This is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, Pascalia gets his way into third position then, so he follows in behind his countryman Truly Adams, but it's Mexico that hits the front for the first time again in this final. Diego Polanco now trying to spread away from Truly Adams and Chase Pascalia. Dan Amor has settled into 4th position in front of Richard Saker. P6 is Dan Hartley having a great race as they come up off the turn again. And this is going to be Truly Adams making his way through on the inside. Job done. He takes the lead again. So Truly Adams, that's yet another lead change in this junior final as Truly Adams hits the front once more. He is really timing his moves to perfection here. But it's not done because Polanco, Buscaglia, Amor and Saker all still want to come back at him. 4 laps to go. It's a late bid from Polanco. Dives through on the inside line. He's back into the lead again. Diego Polanco, as soon as he loses the lead, he reclaims it. And now Buscaglia trying to get his own run on Truly Adams. This is going to be tough to call who's going to get the victory in this one. Anyone in that top 5 with a decent claim to the victory now, as we have Polanco, Adams, Buscaglia, Amor and Saker, the 5 drivers running so close to each other now, with Hartley, Townsend and Caneve giving chase behind.
And you have to say Polanco's really coming into form now. Has got Truly Adams battling with Chase Buscaglia and Diego Polanco there holding on to P2, but only just from Chase Buscaglia. The man who came 3rd and 7th in the heats yesterday has really come into form. The Mexican driver, he is driving a 10 out of 10 race for effort so far, and so far it is paying off as they come down into the final chicane. He's staring down at the back of Truly Adams' helmet. Once again, Adams leads out of the final corner. Can he maintain the lead coming into turn 1? He goes defensive. This is a bad place to be, but Diego Polanco, he has Chase Buscaglia up his inside. It's so difficult to defend around the outside, and he can't, and he's going to be taken. Oh no, he's not. He's just about defended from Daniel Amor. That's a good effort to not lose 2 positions. Minimum damage there in only losing out to Chase Buscaglia.
USA 1, USA 2, Mexico 3, Great Britain 4, Czech Republic 5. That is how it looks in the top quintet at the moment. They are still having a great deal of it, but Buscaglia is going to come back in on Truly Adams, and he's going to get some support from Polanco. They're both going to drift out wide. Amor's going to try and cut in. He's slow in, fast out. Adams gets through on the inside of Polanco. And Amor is now going to get through to 3rd position. Saker's going to go with him. Poor Diego Polanco is going to suddenly find himself down in 5th position. And watch out, because now we've got Hartley, Townsend and Gonzalez. They have joined the cavalry. This is an amazing run. Now suddenly Buscaglia drops back. Truly Adams is through to the lead. Amor is through to 2nd. There's overtaking moves galore. Now onto the main straight once again. Truly Adams in front of Dan Amor. Down to the hairpin, up on the inside of Buscaglia. There goes Polanco, there goes Saker as well. So now Buscaglia finds himself down to P5. Anyone is going to take the victory in this T4 junior race, and we are on the edge of our seats. And it's collision further back. That is a big problem further back. That is, I think that is Caneve and Gonzalez. So Caneve and Gonzalez, they have gone together at turn 3. They will both recover, but that's any chance they might have had of the podium now well and truly wiped out. So now there is only 7 drivers in the battle for this victory once again. Up the inside, Truly Adams side by side with Dan Amor. Amor needs to stay to the inside to cover off Diego Polanco. This is brilliant racing. Polanco now back to the inside of Dan Amor, and he's trying to hold it. Polanco is there. He's through, and Buscaglia is going with him.
This is absolutely incredible stuff. I think it sums it up that Jake said there is now only 7 drivers in the running for this victory. That is absolutely exceptional. This is what the T4s are all about. And the thing is, this isn't uncommon to see at regional level as Truly Adams goes to the inside. Diego Polanco, he can find no room on the inside apart from position number 4.
Dan Amor gets the run. Polanco's there, and that's Buscaglia down to 4th position for the moment at least. Saker is going to go wheel to wheel there with Townsend. Hartley is going to find himself around the outside as well. Up on the inside. There comes the run for Polanco. Polanco and Amor both drift wide. Buscaglia comes through. Amor slices in on the inside. What a move from Dan Amor to get back in a 2nd. But that should be enough for Truly Adams up front. Buscaglia is going to try his best to break in his 2nd position. Now they're going to run side by side. Polanco's going to get some support here from George Townsend. Amor holds the line on the inside. Buscaglia cuts across on Polanco. Polanco's going to come back through on the inside. Diego Polanco through to 3rd position. There goes Townsend with him. Poor Chase Buscaglia pushed back down to 5th position, but out in front, despite the gaggle, still squabbling away down through turn 13. They're all going to have an amazing race of it, but nobody is going to have a better time of it through the final turn than Truly Adams. He wins in brilliant style. Truly Adams wins in the T4 Junior Final of the Nations Cup for the United States of America. totally deserved for Truly Adams. He was devastated after his mechanical problems earlier on that put him out of the superheat, but Truly Adams bounces back victoriously.
And you have to say that really is redemption day for the young American. He is so proud of himself. Look at that, punching the air, putting his finger up. I am number one, he's saying to everyone at the circuit, everyone on the live stream, all of his family and friends watching back home in California and the US of A. It is a fantastic day for T4s in the US. Truly Adams takes the victory in commanding style. When everyone else behind him was battling, he checked out in front and won by a fantastic gap and left the others to battle it out, much to our amusement.
Is that not the greatest Tillotson T4 Junior final you have ever seen in your life? Truly Adams wins in phenomenal fashion from Danamore and George Townsend. Diego Polanco coming through for 4th position. What a drive from the Mexican. Dan Hartley and Chase Pascalia in the top 6 from Richard Saker. Any one of those 7 deserved to win it. Antonio Martinez from Theo Lestrange and Phil Becker. Then James Treacy. Jensen O'Neill going in a very solid 12th ahead of Jaden Tromp and Daniel Berzin. Nico Franca and Keith Burke ahead of Manuel Gonzalez, who fought back with Sean Canivet after their clash earlier on. Then Breen Wilson in front of Rudy Schussler and Antonio Vicente. Tara Connealy ahead of David Chinchilla, Brooke Loretti, Hugo Fenol, Matteo Alfano and Rafael Calvo. Just the 2 retirements in the end, the ones that failed to start, Marco Velasco and Amelie Ackitts. It's not a great day for those 2. They deserve more. But Truly Adams, after the heartbreak of the superheat, what a way to bounce back. That was truly bombastic from Truly Adams.
It was absolutely fantastic. As Jake said, it is a great day for him. From the heartbreak of having to DNF from a very, very, very competitive position in the superheats, coming through to win. He started in position number 6. He came through to position number 1. He held off all of the competition, and I have a feeling that there is going to be a very, very big hug waiting for him in Parc Ferme. That is such a feel-good story for Truly Adams. It really, truly is Redemption Day.
Well, 2 down and 2 to go then. We've had the T4 mini victor, Jindra Svoboda, for the Czech Republic. And now we've had the T4 junior winner, Truly Adams, for the United States of America. Next up, what will happen in the T4 senior final?
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. your human potential. Together, we rise.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you gotta be ready to play the next day. You gotta be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're gonna have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not gonna mention them, but when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
We've had some battles, now it's time to go to war. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 brings us to the senior T4 final. We've had some of the toughest, roughest and most brutal of racing action in the senior category. Now we get to watch them as they duel away for the final race of the day in the senior category. And it's going to be for the United States, Tyler McIntyre on the front row of the starting grid alongside South Africa's Fabienne Lands. And it's going to be a very interesting challenge, as in third position, the Irish champion Evan Stapleton will line up in P3, And there'll be another South African talent, Rashaan Goodman, there in P4 on the grid, from a pair of American talents, Hunter Perry and Ian Quinn. Then for Great Britain, it is the esports champion, Kalai Atkins, who will go off P7 on the grid. From 8th place, Gianluca Werthmann, the Mexican champion, from Dara Adriansens and Jose Antonio Gomez. There is the front row of the grid, the two drivers, Tyler McIntyre of the United States and Fabienne Lanz of South Africa, both getting a little bit of instruction there from the race director, Gonzalo Planta. But the American and the South African will go to battle to try to win this T4 Nations Cup final.
They certainly will, and it is going to be a battle for the ages. But watch out for Kalai Atkins starting in P7. That's not representative of his pace. Only starting down there due to that tragic DNF that he had when his chain came off. And on, I believe it was the last or second to last lap, he DNF'd from the lead of the race, having led the entirety of it. It was really a heartbreaking occasion for the young British-Jamaican driver, and he is certainly going to be looking to make his way up the field. He has the potential to win. It's more of a question of can he scythe his way through the 6 carts that are starting in front of him. He's starting on the inside line, as we see Fabienne Lanz there getting ready, sitting down into her cart, getting comfortable, and a quick fist bump there with, I believe that's Rashaan Goodman, her teammate from South Africa, wishing each other the best of luck. Fabienne Lanz, of course, flying the flag not only for South Africa but also for women in motorsport, as we see the 3-minute board coming up, all the drivers getting into their carts. Fabienne, a very vocal supporter of getting more people into motorsports, minorities of all descriptions, and also making motorsport more accessible to the people who perhaps don't have as much money, which is a very noble cause in a country like South Africa, where there is a serious amount of people who don't have the money to go motor racing, but they do have the ambition. And I think that's what the T4s are appealing to, and that is what has drawn Fabienne here today. She was meant to be at the last World Cup, but unfortunately she couldn't compete. So this is her second entry into the Nations Cup, but her first actual Nations Cup in one way or another. As we can see there, the 397 of Ian Quinn there, getting ready to start. He's lining up in P6, just alongside Kalai Atkins. He's going to be very conscious of that fact, I feel, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Kalai can get past him, as well as a few others into turn 1, starting on the advantageous inside. It is going to be very interesting to see what people can do from the inside and the outside. Watch out for Evan Stapleton as well. He's been doing very well with race starts so far, and the opening couple of laps. He has won one of his heats through a lucky collision for the front 2 when he was running in 3rd, inherited the lead and took home the victory. But it is going to be a fearsome couple of moments as we wait for the 1-minute board to appear, and all of the mechanics will soon leave the grid, say their final good luck to the drivers, excuse me, as there is the 1-minute board. Michael, who I was speaking to very recently, saying good luck to Kalai Atkins. Kalai Atkins, no response whatsoever. He is 100% in the zone. His visor is down. He's looking across to see when are we going to get racing.
So this is it, the moment that these T4 senior drivers have been waiting for in the Nations Cup weekend. And it will be a very tough situation for all of the contenders as they duel for the crown. And of course, every time there's a decent points finish for a particular nation, that will improve their chances of coming through for the Nations Cup. We've had wins for the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, and the United States so far this weekend. Now it's time to see if we get a 4th different nation on the top step of the podium, and we could well do, because around Tyler McIntyre, who's hoping to make it 2 from 2 for the United States, we also have for South Africa Fabienne Lanz and Rashaan Goodman. For Ireland, Evan Stapleton. For Great Britain, Kalai Atkins behind the fellow Americans Hunter Perry and Ian Quinn. And then for Mexico, Gianluca Werthmann. A lot of drivers with a chance to win, but they're all going to give us their very best in terms of action. So here we go through the grid. 14 laps of this circuit. Tyler McIntyre and Fabienne Lanz from Evan Stapleton and Rashaan Goodman. Hunter Perry and Ian Quinn from Kalai Atkins and Gianluca Werthmann. then Dara Adriansens and Jose Antonio Gomez, Calvin Pratt and Ben Leider, Owen Ayrton Spears and Eddie Byrne from Rasheen Sweeney and Josh Back, then Kirsten Adriansens, Colm Manili, Alistair Tinker, Juris Calvelis, Raivo Dripe, Francisco Acevedo, Patrick Hayden, Rowan Conrady, Conor McPollin, Richard Kinlock, John Nuttall, Paula Estrada, Miguel Armando Parra, Rory O'Shea, Harry Gladkin, Alex Fleming, Gerardo Rosalia Freccia, Samuel Johnson, Alejandro Payan and Fabio Marangon.
And this is set to be an absolutely extraordinary affair with all of our T4 senior drivers, well, not all of them, crucially, in fact, drivers 1 to 36 in their rankings. The other drivers, unfortunately, not able to take the start, as we do only have limited positions on the grid as they go around for their second of 2 formation laps. Getting to know the track one last time before they do battle. Time to pick up on any little changes in the track and how it's driven. How is the kart performing around the different corners? How is the track performing? How are the tyres? How is the balance? How is the driver feeling? That's a very important aspect of any final, is how are the drivers feeling? What are they thinking about? Where are they looking? How are they breathing even? It can come down to the smallest things, and dare I say it, it probably will, because we are set to have an incredibly tight race as we see all of the drivers starting to form up, being told to slow down by the marshals. Slow down, you're going too fast. You need to keep it calm, keep it cool, and we will get underway for this T4 senior final, arguably the most hyped up final of them all, purely because a majority of the drivers are competing in this class. There is so much competition. It really is the creme de la creme. If it wasn't for the fact that the minis and juniors are limited by age, then I'm sure they would love to be racing in this class, purely because there is so much other talent out there.
Well, with time they'll get their opportunity, but for the moment they will have to sit on the sidelines and watch as McIntyre, Lands, Stapleton, Goodman, Perry, Quinn, Atkins, Worthman, Adriansens, Gomez et al. Go to battle in the T4 senior final of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Let's race! Up to the first corner, it's a great start from Stapleton. Look at Stapleton trying to cut through past everybody up to the inside line. I think the Irishman may have got through to the lead. Evan Stapleton comes through and he's not quite managed to hold off his opponents. That is Fabienne Lands from second on the grid. Fabienne Lands has come through to take the lead, and there's problems in the chicane. Several karts going wide and going off. So big problems. That's Sweeney, Adriansens. We've had Alexander Fleming have a problem. So too for Acevedo and Hayden. They've got going again, those two, but big problems all around. And I'm afraid there's 3 drivers that are not going any further. Fleming, Adriansens and Sweeney by the look of it. And a very, very fed up Alex Fleming. His race is over and he walks away from his kart, so there are problems for Rasheen Sweeney. She's out of the race now as well. And it looks to me as though so too is Kirsten Adriansens, the Belgian. Oh, she's got going again. So Kirsten Adriansens has managed to get moving, but out in front, crucially, it is South Africa that leads the way, and it is the 35-year-old Fabienne Lands that leads the race.
And that's so disappointing to see Roisin Sweeney there, the reigning Motorsport Ireland T4 champion, being taken out in the first lap, as we see Evan Stapleton being passed there by Roshan Goodman. It's the 2 South Africans out in front now, the 2 teammates as well. Evan Stapleton, part of Stapleton Motorsports, as is Roisin Sweeney. And look at this battle going on for position number 3.
Oh, Atkins has gone for 2 in 1.
Oh, that is absolutely beautiful, Jake. Atkins 2 in 1, like you say, it's like a meal deal up in here. Calai Atkins with a absolutely fantastic start. That looks to me like Miguel Parra potentially, and he seems to be out of the kart. Not sure what has happened to him, but as we go back to the action now, looking at the battle, Calai Atkins immediately up into P2, Fabienne Lands with a gap of just under a second. The question is, Can she hold on to it?
To clarify, that was actually Alistair Tinker, so the British driver is out of the race now as well. So Tinker's gone, Sweeney's gone, Fleming's gone, everybody else still going, but Lands is your leader from Kalai Atkins. Then it is Tyler McIntyre from Quinn, Stapleton, Goodman and Worthman, and up to the inside line, Stapleton trying to get back on terms with Ian Quinn. What if Ian Quinn could go from the back of the grid in qualifying to the top step of the podium in this final? That would be an amazing charge through from Ian Quinn, but there's big pressure further up as Tyler McIntyre is giving Kalai Atkins no end of pressure as they both try and close up on the South African racer Fabienne Lands. She leads at the moment in front of Atkins and McIntyre, then Quinn, Stapleton and Goodman, but this is going to get very tight for the lead of the race. Fabienne Lands so dearly wants her first win of the weekend to be in the Nations Cup final of the T4 Seniors, but it's going to be tight as Kalai Atkins is going to give her no end of pressure. Onto the back straight they come. South Africa versus Great Britain. Fabienne Lands leads the way, but she's got so much pressure from Kalai Atkins. Atkins is going to work his magic to try and get back through on the inside line. Can he work past Fabienne Lands? Not on this lap. Maybe going into turn 1 into lap number 4. He's going to get alongside, and surely Kalai Atkins is going to commit to the move. He's going to take the lead. So Kalai Atkins gets through on Fabienne Lands and takes the lead of the T4 Senior Final.
Remember what I said about watch out for Kalai Atkins. It's only a matter of when he's able to side through the 6 carts in front of him. He's been able to do it within a matter of laps, and Fabienne Lands now falling down into 3rd place, being taken by Tyler McIntyre on the exit of the 3-4 chicane. That is a very, very poor first half of the 3rd lap for Fabienne Lands, the lady racer from South Africa. She said she would just take it as it comes in the final, see how things are going and adjust her strategy to suit. And so far, that has not worked out for her this lap. Ultimately, she is still in P3 and she has plenty of time to overtake Tyler McIntyre. The big question is, Kalai Atkins, can anybody catch him? It's not a matter of when he will be caught, it is a matter of if. He is just that quick. Our Tillotson T4 Esports champion, qualified to be here today through the Esports series, which he won by the tightest of margins overall. And as they come through turn number 1, it is the Esports champion who leads the way from Tyler McIntyre and Fabienne Lands, who are both closing up to him now. Look at that. Look at the gap that they have managed to close up. Kalai Atkins seemingly starting to lose a bit of pace. Maybe the slipstream is just that powerful, because Kalai Atkins closed up a 2nd gap to Fabienne Lands within a lap and a half, but seemingly they have been able to do the same to him. And now it is going to be a question of, do they work together to combat the British Jamaican driver, or will they just go hammer and tong, all or nothing, and see who comes out on top? I have a funny feeling that if they choose the latter, then it is just going to play into the hands of Kalai Atkins. But as they come down into the final chicane, it is still Atkins from Tyler McIntyre, from Fabienne Lands, and then Dara Adriansons comes in at P4, battling away with, that is Quinn and Stapleton in P5 and P6, but everyone seemingly just keeping it close, keeping it tidy, coming through the 1st sector. And there might be a few moves in P8, I think that is. Position number 8, that looks like Hunter Perry getting involved with Hunter Perry and...
I think that's Spears.
Spears, Owen Ayrton Spears with the very distinctive Senna helmet. And, well, that is a battle that could emerge. There's a gaggle of about 5 cars as we look to the top of the track, and there is no change for positions at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that battle. As
we've had a retirement. It's Haris Gladkin. Haris Gladkin has come off the road there, unfortunately, in the chicane. So Haris Gladkin, I'm afraid the Latvian, is going to be out of this race after 5 laps. That's very unfortunate indeed for Haris Gladkin, but that's game over as far as he's concerned. So these 3 continue to hold station. Kalai Atkins, Tyler McIntyre and Fabienne Lands. That would be a very cool podium, I have to say, but will it stay in that order? That's the crucial one. As we have Adriansons, Quinn, Stapleton, Worthman, and now Owen Ayrton Spears has managed to get through into 8th position. So working his way through to the front end of this queue. Owen Ayrton Spears, well, he was. Now he has dropped back again behind Calvin Pratt. So Calvin Pratt has managed to get through into 8th position. Then behind Spears, it is in 10th place, that is Hunter Perry. then Josh back, Ben Leider. Oh no, Leider and Goodman have both managed to get past Joshua back, and then it's Eddie Byrne and Jose Antonio Gomez. So a lot of big talents in this one, but this is the first time really that they've all been on the same racetrack at the same time. So it's definitely incredibly telling as to who has been able to get the best of it in terms of the early doors. But look now, Kalai Atkins has bolted. He's just set the fastest second sector of anybody in the race, and he's just started to open up a little bit of daylight between himself and Tyler McIntyre. This is all on Lands now to try and work with McIntyre to move forward. A little bit of a trip over the curbs there though for Kalai Atkins. That's going to unsettle the kart somewhat. But Lands had an even bigger problem through that chicane as well. So the three drivers there just trying to work their way forward, but a very tricky situation for our contenders.
And I'm just looking at the timing screens here. Down in position number 23, it may seem insignificant, but Alejandro Payan made up 12 positions from where he started in the 7 laps so far in this race. John Nuttall as well has made up 10. He's currently sitting in position number 17 as the leaders all seem to be spreading themselves out now. A gap of 3/10 between Atkins and McIntyre, and a gap of a further 4/10 to Fabian Lands in position number 3 as we look at Stapleton battling away with that looks to be Quinn in front in the 3:14. No, it isn't. It's Gianluca Werthmann, excuse me, as we go back to the leaders now. That is going to be a battle that we are going to have to think about emerging as we look into turn 10 there from the commentary box. A couple of moves further down the field, but still looking at that is Andriansen and Quinn. That is Quinn, who has done a fantastic job so far this weekend. He had a very unfortunate qualifying, but has shown real pace since then and is now hunting down the Belgian driver for position number 4 as they come through the turn 3 and 4 chicane, where we have seen so many casualties as far as the T4 karts are concerned. So many DNFs happening at that corner in the opening couple of laps. Roisin Sweeney on lap 1, as well as a whole host of other drivers throughout the last 2 days.
So Sweeney, Tinker and Fleming were out on the first lap. Hadius Gladkin has unfortunately retired from the race as well. All the other 32 drivers in this race are still going strong as we watch Adriansen's, Quinn and Werthmann, 4th, 5th and 6th. These 3 drivers still haven't given up on the designs for the victory. It's going to be significantly harder now that the top 3 have got clear, but there's still time. You never know what's still going to take a path through as they run their way through. It's going to be a difficult race to finish off with as the contenders still make hay while the sun shines. Here comes Werthmann trying to get through on the inside of Ian Quinn. Dara Adriansen holds on to that 4th position for the time being, but it's definitely looking pretty neat and tidy. They come through on the first hairpin. Adriansen still in front of Quinn and Werthmann, but then in 7th position that is Evan Stapleton, who looked so strong in the initial phase of this race, but has ended up dropping to 7th position. It's so difficult to keep yourself at the front end of this field, as Atkins, McIntyre and Lands have proven already. They've already spaced out to 1.6 seconds between the 3 karts. Never easy. McIntyre's going to have one final crack, I think, at Kalai Atkins before this race comes to an end. We're on lap 10 out of 14. 9 laps have been completed, so we have got, well, by the time they complete this lap, it will be the end of the 10th lap, of course. A great midfield battle going on as well. It's really starting to shapen up between the likes of Pratt, Perry, Spears, Leider, Goodman, Byrne, Back and Gomez, along with Conor McPollin, Ravi O'Dright and John Nuttall. So they're having some great racing all the way through that pack. But as they come through at the end of lap number 10, there are just 4 laps to go here in Valencia, and here comes the opportunity for Werthmann to get through on the inside. Werthmann's going to get into 4th position. Quinn's going to get the inside line as well. So Werthmann through to 4th, Quinn is through to 5th, Adriansen's down to 6th.
And just looking at the leaders starting to really space themselves out now. Gap of 7/10 between Atkins and McIntyre at the front of the field. A further gap of 2 seconds to Fabian Lands. Fabian saying that she felt the tyre pressures were a bit too high in the superheat, and that was a fairly simple adjustment to make, but otherwise she felt comfortable in the kart. It seems that the kart just doesn't have the pace. Whatever's going wrong, it just doesn't seem to be working for Fabian Lands, and she is starting to fall back, but crucially she does have a margin of, let me take a look on the timing screens, a margin of 1.9 seconds to Gianluca Werthmann in 4th, and that is hopefully something that she is going to be able to maintain as we come in to the final couple of laps of this T4 Senior Final, watching the 3:14 of the aforementioned Jan-Luca Werthmann battling with Ian Quinn for P4. Now it's going to be very difficult for them to get onto the podium, barring a calamity for one of the top three, which I don't suspect will happen because the gaps there are just absolutely stupendous between them. It'd be very, very difficult for them to tangle, but nevertheless, pride is on the line for Werthmann and Quinn, and they are going to be battling it out until the end, I would imagine.
We've had an off, I'm afraid. It's Gerardo Rosalia Freccia who has managed to recover, but is now right down at the back end of the field, I do believe. So a bit of a problem there for the young man from Puerto Rico. But there is your man up front. Tyler McIntyre, second position in this race. Still trying to get that second gap down to Kalai Atkins, but the esports champion, Kalai Atkins, came into this race having won a ticket to the T4 Nations Cup by racing on the virtual version of the Tillotson T4 Cup in fantastic fashion on his kart sim software, on his rig at home. He won that title, earned his ticket to come here, and he is leading the final with 2 laps to go. Question, can you go from esports to be a champion in racing? In about 90 seconds or so, Kalai Atkins may be about to find out.
It certainly looks that way, Jake. A gap of 1.5 seconds now between him and the man in second, the American Tyler McIntyre. It is looking like another absolutely dominant display for the British Jamaican driver as he rounds turns 8 and 9, coming onto the mini back straight. Going down into turn 10, he has it all under control as we look at the battle for 4th place, still between Werthmann, Quinn and Adriansons there. Coming down into turn 10 also. And no drama there just yet, but I would put money, if I was a gambling man, on it all kicking off in maybe a lap or two's time when we get into the final few moments of the race.
See, all 3 of these drivers are doing their best to catch up to Fabienne Lanz, and I think she may get a nasty shock on the final lap as these 3 drivers all get very close to her in the final lap. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Werthmann though. Werthmann is absolutely fuming with himself more than anything else as we go into the final lap. So Werthmann is now going to lose a little bit of traction there and a little bit of ground. He begs desperately to Quinn and Adriansons, come on, go with me. Let's see if we can catch Fabienne Lanz on the last lap. They're going to have to really work at it because Fabienne Lanz has got about 7/10 of a second on them, and that's a lot to make up in 1 lap. But they are going to do everything they can. Maybe people power is going to be enough to catch up to the South African on the last lap, and the tyres are really starting to fall away for Fabienne Lanz. The 3rd step of the podium could be coming the way of Jan-Luca Werthmann, and he knows it. Fabienne Lanz is right there. Lanz knows that Werthmann is going to try, and he'll go for it. He's through. Lanz cuts back through. Past both of them comes Ian Quinn. Ian Quinn cuts through to 3rd position. What a move from the man who started this weekend from the back of the grid, and now he's going to be on the rostrum. Amazing for Ian Quinn, but up in front, the gamer turned Tillotson T4 Superman comes through to victory. Kalai Atkins wins for the United Kingdom.
And there's huge drama at the final chicane. There's multiple positions being handed, and
oh my goodness,
Werthmann who comes through to take the final podium position at the 11th.
A spin after the flag.
Oh no.
A spin after the flag for Jan-Luca Werthmann.
At the 11th hour, Werthmann takes the final podium position and then proceeds to spin off. I'm not sure, is he going to stop the car?
He is going to stop the car.
He is.
What on earth happened there in the final bend? But Jan-Luca Werthmann ended up in 3rd position after all of that, in front of Adriansons, Quinn and Fabienne Lanz.
You have to say Fabienne Lanz very, very unlucky there, being demoted from 3rd to 6th at the final corner. I took a look there from the commentary box. It seemed to be 2 or 3 carts bouncing across the curves, maybe 2 or 3 wide, and then after the final chicane on the exit.
Could there be an investigation into that then at the end of this race?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was a very, very clumsy set of moves.
Well, Dara Adriansons there, who crossed the line in 4th place, going through very slowly. I don't think this race is quite over yet. Certainly in the top 2 it is. Kalai Atkins and Tyler McIntyre. Then Jan-Luca Werthmann, Daria Adriansons, Ian Quinn and Fabienne Lanz, provisionally at least. Evan Stapleton, Calvin Pratt, Owen Ayrton Spears and Ben Lyder in the top 10 from Hunter Perry, Connor McPollin, Rashaan Goodman and Eddie Byrne. Then Jose Antonio Gomez, Joshua Bach from Rivo Tribe of Latvia and John Nuttall of the United Kingdom. 19th place, it goes the way of Rowan Conrady in front of Paulo Estrada and Yuris Galveles. Then Kirsten Adriansens from Miguel Amanda Paro. And then it is Francisco Acevedo, Alejandro Payan, Richard Kinlock, Patrick Hayden, Gerardo Rosalia Freccia, Sam Johnson from Colm Manili, Fabio Marangon, and Rory O'Shea. The retirements, Harius Gladkin, Rushin Sweeney, Alistair Tinker, and Alex Fleming. The latter three all coming off on the very first lap of racing. What a dramatic battle it has been in T4 Senior. But one thing we can be sure of, Kalai Atkins, the worthy winner from gaming to champion.
Exactly. That was, in one way, extremely predictable, but in another way, very, very unpredictable. If you remember back to the start of the race, we were questioning how would Kalai Atkins manage the traffic. It turns out exceptionally well. Not only did he manage the traffic, but he managed the gap to all of the karts behind and managed to take a well-deserved win to become the T4 Senior champion. That is an absolutely fantastic day for the Team GB group at the T4 Nations Cup here in sunny Valencia. There's Roisin Sweeney waving away to the crowd.
Yep, waving goodbye to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. They've done their best, skipping their way home. Well done, guys. Alex Fleming and Roisin Sweeney doing their best after a fantastic end to their weekend. They gave it their best shot. That's the least that we expect from them and the most that we can ask from them. Excellent stuff there. Well, 4 finals out of 5 so far, and 4 different nations have taken the top spot. The Netherlands, the Czech Republic, the United States of America, and the United Kingdom. Anybody who wants 5 out of 5, you might just be about to get it, because the T4 Senior 165s are up next with a Belgian and a Frenchman on the front row of the grid.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
Snap your fingers
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
And then there was just one race left. Where has this weekend gone for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 on the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, just near the city of Valencia in Spain? It's been an amazing weekend. We've had 4 different winners in our finals from 4 different nations. It really has been a sensational challenge all the way through. And now we are going to give ourselves one more sensational challenge as the battle continues in earnest for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We had a win yesterday in the 3-hour endurance race for the Netherlands for the Peter Brothers Avora team. Earlier today, Jindra Svoboda in the Czech Republic for the T4 Mini final. Then it was a victory for Truly Adams for the United States of America in the T4 Juniors. We've just watched Kalai Atkins go from gamer to champion in fantastic fashion in the T4 Senior. Now it's time for what could be the toughest, roughest, and most brutal race of the entire weekend, the T4 Senior 165s. And it's going to be a Belgian, a Frenchman, a Brit, a German, and a pair of Brazilians in the top 6.
Well, it's set to be a fantastic affair. We haven't been disappointed so far with the T4 165s. A grid of hugely experienced racers in its majority. The top 6 glued together for pretty much every race we have seen, as we can see Julien Granvaux and the pole position man of Jensen Adriansens there talking with our race director, getting a few words of instruction for the race start, same as both of all of the other classes. The front 2 drivers being told how is it going to work. You have to keep the pace down, you have to let everyone form up behind you, and of course you have to stick in the tram lines, which is something that we've seen a few people making a mistake about, going out of the tram lines in a very interesting set of mistakes there. Not entirely sure what's been causing it. Has it just been a tactical infringement, as you might call it, because they do seem to be quite clear, the tram lines. It's got the grid markings surrounded by white lines, so it is quite simple to drive within, but nevertheless we will be getting underway in a few moments' time when the The drivers have finished taking some pictures and they've all jumped into their carts. As we can see there, Julien Granvaux, the 469. He has won one of the heats so far, and he is always a contender up at the front, and he's going to be looking to take another win. This one, the most important.
Racers, start your engines. They get the 3-minute command. Always wanted to say that on a live broadcast. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup is going to come to a conclusion with just one final remaining, and that is the T4 Senior 165. It's been an amazing race weekend. So far, we have had 4 different countries win the 4 finals that have taken place so far this weekend. I'm a sucker. I dearly would love it to be 5 different nations in the top 5 positions. I really, really would. And certainly Jensen Adriaansens of Belgium has a great chance to make it his from pole position. He's always been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, Jensen Adriaansens? It's never quite been the perfect weekend for him. And up to this point, he has yet to take a race victory. Despite starting from pole position, he has had some amazing performances, a trio of second places across the qualifying heats, then second again in the superheat. He has never finished a race lower than second position. This is his chance to go one better and put Belgium on the top step of the podium in the last race of the weekend. But Julien Granvaux of France, Anwar Beral-Smith of the United Kingdom, and Andreas Matthijs of Germany, those 2 drivers you are now looking at on the second row of the starting grid. And then on the third row of the grid, we have the 2 Brazilians, Felipe Braga and Roberto Woodstruck Jr., who will line up on the third row of the starting grid. Felipe Braga under an Italian license, but he is a very proud Brazilian, the guy in the background there alongside Roberto Woodstruck Jr. The man in P5 on the grid, the number 433, Felipe Braga, to the left of your screen in the 3rd position slot. He was the mechanic to the newly crowned world champion, Matheus Morgado, the first Brazilian world karting champion for 24 years, nearly a quarter of a century. And while Matheus celebrates back home in Brazil, it is very much the time for Felipe Braga to cruise in the sunshine here in Valencia. We just saw Jaime Labastida and Phil Pignataro, the Mexican and the American. And then to round out the top 10, it's going to be the German talent Dirk Prochnov alongside the Irishman Niall Herson. So they will finish off in fine style here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022, the last final of the weekend. So far, there have been victories for the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, the United States of America, and the United Kingdom. Are we going to get 5 different nations from 5 finals here this weekend? I, for one, would dearly love to see it, as it would showcase just how competitive the racing has been in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And what it would also do is make the win in the Nations Cup a really pleasant surprise and a bit of a lottery. And we will find that out at the podium ceremony a little later on. It's time to go racing, though, in the T4 Senior 165 final. Jensen Adriaansens and Julien Granvaux from Anwar Beral-Smith and Andreas Matthijs, Felipe Braga and Roberto Woodstruck Jr. from Jaime Labastida and Phil Pignataro, then Dirk Prochnov and Niall Herson. Juan Pablo Glover and Vladimir Vlasov from Darren Beavers and Harm Sherman, Aaron Doyle and Ryan Herson from Jamie Going and Walter Kessler, then Rudolf Berzin and Fernando Vila. So it's going to be a really interesting end to the weekend, and we could well come through with 5 different nations winning the 5 finals. And I genuinely couldn't tell you at this point which nation is set to triumph in the T4 Nations Cup. But by the end of this race, we will know for sure, as the final points will be calculated, and our podium ceremony will obviously be a big moment for the winning nation. Don't forget, we're not just going to have our T4 final podiums across mini, junior, senior and 165. We're also going to have the pole position trophies given out by Maxxis Tyres. They will go to the pole position lifters from timed qualifying yesterday. So that means there is also going to be a separate trophy presentation. The T4 Mini trophy in the Maxxis trophy will obviously go to George House. The T4 Juniors, that will go to the American Chase Buscalia. In the T4 Senior, that will go to Kalai Atkins. And in the T4 Senior 165, that is, of course, going to go the way of Andreas Matthijs. So those 4 drivers, George House, Chase Buscalia, Kalai Atkins and Andreas Mattis. Their presence will be requested at the podium after this final because they will have the Maxis pole position trophy presented to each of them after this final, which will obviously celebrate their pole positions from time qualifying. So those 4 drivers, please make sure you stick around because you'll still get a trophy on the top of the podium from the Maxis pole position trophy. Meanwhile though, we are 14 laps away from discovering the identity of the winning nation of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup and the winning driver in the T4 Senior 165 final. 14 laps of racing, a very tough race in prospect for our contenders, and they've definitely given us a very exciting run up to this point so far. We were always going to have a really exciting challenge for the contenders as they gear ourselves up ready for an exciting battle. Just a shave under 20 kilometers of racing to decide this final. But as they come through out of the final turn, it's going to be Adriansens, Granvo, Beryl Smith, Mattis, Braga, Woodstruck Jr. Will we race? Yes, we do. Let's race at Valencia for the last time. Up to the first corner, good start from Jensen Adriansens and a very good start indeed from Anwar Beryl Smith and from Felipe Braga. They've all broken through to the top 3. No worries at all from then. Julian Granvo has to slot into P4 as they work their way through on the first couple of corners. A great start from Roberto Woodstruck Jr. as well. The Brazilian has come up into 5th position. So a very good start indeed from the 2 Brazilian talents. Braga and Woodstruck Jr. They have managed to get themselves into 3rd and 5th respectfully, but there is a very clean start from the drivers behind as they work their way through the first few corners. Everybody just trying to keep it nip and tuck. But this is going to be an interesting challenge from Anwar Beryl Smith, who doesn't want to wait around too long to get his move on Jensen Adriansens. But the Belgian is out in front.
He certainly is, and that is a great thing for the Belgian driver, managing to maintain that lead from Anwar Beryl Smith and the 4.69 of Julien Granvo, who has unfortunately lost his 2nd place off the start, but only losing 1 position. That is considering a reasonably good start from the disadvantageous side of the grid as they come on to start their 2nd lap now. It is still Jensen Adriansens who is in the lead as they come down into turn 1. But look at this, Roberto Woodstruck Jr. battling with, I believe that is the 147 or the 178 of
Granvo.
Is it Granvo?
It's Granvo. That is Julien Granvo. And they've lost a bit of ground there, actually, dropping down the... Oh, no, sorry, that is not Granvo. That is Andreas Mattis.
It is.
So the German Andreas Mattis, who is there in 5th position. So Mattis was down behind Woodstruck Jr. But on that lap, the German, who got the Maxis pole position trophy yesterday, and who will receive that later this afternoon, is managing to make his way back through to 5th position. But as you can see already, the top 4 have seen the writing on the wall, and they're going to try and pull clear of Andreas Mattis, the German driver getting himself into 5th position. So it's Adriansens, Beryl Smith, Braga and Granvo.
It certainly is, and that battle for position number 5, it could hot up if Mattis and Woodstruck Jr. start battling. Obviously Woodstruck Jr. this time last week was still on the high from marrying his fiancée. I believe her name is Gabriella, so congratulations to both of them as we see a move coming into turn 1. That is Felipe Braga going up the inside of Beryl Smith, and that is a fantastic move up the inside into turn 1, and now he goes hunting after the Belgian Jensen Adriansens. He's going to be coming under increasing pressure. However, Julien Granvo behind, watch him, he's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 106.6 lap time. That is a good lap time. It's very competitive, and he is going to be closing them down. Currently sitting in P4, but he might not be sitting there for too long as we look into turn number 10. As we see the top 4 still very much together, this battle for first could become a 6 or 8 kart battle if we're not too careful, and I wouldn't at all be surprised if that happens based on the racing we've seen so far today in the T4 165s. Coming down into turn 13, still Linus Stern, Jensen Adriansens and Felipe Braga still battling away, bouncing over those curbs, leaving no room on the table as they rocket down past the commentary box and into turn 1. No moves being made just yet by Felipe Braga, the Brazilian racing under the Italian flag, but still very much in it for Brazil. Coming down into turn 3, still no moves being made as Andrea Mattis takes the fastest lap with a 103.6, 3/10 faster than the previous best lap. As we file our way through turns 7 and 8. No heroics so far in the race. Everyone taking it nice and calm. Only lap 3 of 14 at this stage. But as we come down into turn 10, Felipe Braga is going to be getting a bit impatient now, because there is a gap behind, but it is shrinking quite rapidly, with Anwar Birel-Smith rocketing up behind the leading two, and behind him there is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 drivers waiting and prowling, trying to take that first position off of whoever it may be it Jensen Adriansens or Felipe Braga.
It's a grand total of 8 drivers battling for the lead this time. Adriansens, Braga, Birel-Smith, Granville, Mattis, Woodstruck Jr., Pignataro and Labastida. All 8 drivers really going to go for it now. 1.7 seconds between them all. And they keep it nice and tidy. Wouldn't it be absolutely spectacular if Felipe Braga could win the T4 Senior 165 final for Brazil just 2 weeks after his boy wonder Matheus Morgado became FIA karting world champion? That would be a special moment for both men. And I think Matheus Morgado would be as emotional watching along back in Brazil as he was 2 weeks ago in Sarno when he won the title of the world championship on his own. So now Adriansens trying to fend off from his Brazilian rival, but here comes Anwar Birel-Smith and also Julien Granville. Julien Granville looking pretty hungry there in 4th position, tucked up behind the British driver Anwar Birel-Smith. Here comes the moment from Felipe Braga up the inside of Jensen Adriansens. Perfectly done. Gets a little bit of curb though, so both drivers are going to have to ease off the power. Jensen Adriansens is going to try and get back. Braga's going to squeeze him. Watch out for Anwar Birel-Smith on the inside line as well. Adriansens takes the lead back from Braga, almost in the time it took me to say it. And so a very nice run there. And here comes Braga back again for more. Takes the lead into the chicane. So Braga retakes the lead. Adriansens is coming back at him. Braga having to shut the door once more. But Felipe Braga for Brazil is leading in the final here in Valencia.
And this is a fantastic race emerging. Remember when we said it could easily be a 6-kart battle for the win? Well, it certainly is. In fact, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 karts as Robert Woodstruck Jr. runs wide on the exit of turn 10. Doesn't lose out a huge amount, I don't believe. Don't think he lost any positions. Oh, never mind. He did lose one to Julien Granville, and he has now traded that 5th position for a 6th as we look into turn 13. Oh, the tightest of margins there.
Look out for Mattis. Mattis is suddenly going to try and emerge on the scene here in 4th position as Adriansens had to bail off the throttle, had to feather it a little bit. Anwar Birel-Smith still finds himself in 3rd. Watch for Andreas Mattis as side by side. There comes Julien Granville trying to shake off Woodstruck Jr. once again. We're on lap 7, the halfway home mark of this final, and it is very close indeed. But Felipe Braga leads from Jensen Adriansens. Then it is Birel-Smith, Andreas Mattis, Julien Granville, Roberto Woodstruck Jr. from Phil Pignataro, and Jaime Labastida of Mexico. So it is a very tight run all the way through from the front to the back of this conflagration. And I can tell you there's only one nation represented twice, and that is Brazil in the top 8. Braga leading the way, although he is under an Italian license on a technicality. He is still very much hoping to win this race for Brazil.
He certainly is, and I wouldn't put it out of the equation. The number 433 currently leading the way. He has the pace, but he is being overtaken straight out of turn 12. Jensen Adriansens up the inside into turn 13. He takes the place back in a masterful display, but not for too long. Felipe Braga straight away takes the position back. He says, no thank you, I am going back up the inside. You leave the door open for me, I will walk through it. As they come down into turn 1, look at this train of karts. Every single one of these drivers is in with a chance of securing the T4 165 Nations Cup Championship.
Who would have thought it would come down to 8 incredible races? It's an amazing battle so far. Drivers still trying to pick their moment. They are line astern. There's a good battle going on for 9th as well between Niall Hurst and Dirk Prochnov, Vladimir Vlasov and Juan Pablo Glaver. So they're having a good battle. Here we go. Jensen Adriansens on the inside of Braga. Retakes the lead, but drifts wide. Braga gets back alongside. Watch for Anwar Birel-Smith trying to cut through on the inside line of Braga. Braga holds it round the outside, but Anwar Birel-Smith is still to the inside line. No, you don't, says the Brazilian, hanging on a 2nd place. Braga now takes on Jensen Adriansens down the back straight. It's Belgium, Brazil, Britain, Germany, France, Brazil, USA and Mexico. Absolutely fever pitch. And Braga has managed to save his bacon back into second place, charging back on terms with Jensen Andreasen. 6 laps to go and still unpredictable as ever. Nobody making the big dive to the inside line, so it's tight as ever before.
It certainly is. I mean, let's just take a look at the gaps. Less than 1/10 of a second between the top two, then a 10.5 back, then just over a 10th back to the 4th position driver of Andreas Matisse as they flow their way through the middle sector. Then behind Andreas Matisse, we have Julien Granvaux, 0.2 of a second across the line, and then 0.17 seconds from Roberto Woodstruck Jr., I do believe that is, to Julien Granvaux just in front of him. Anyways, as we look back to the action, coming through turns 11 and 12, Jensen Andreasen pulling out a slight lead now over Felipe Braga, but it won't last for long. Look at this now. Andreas Matisse, I believe that is, or it could be, never mind, it is Birel Smith going up into 3rd, looking for the move up the inside of Felipe Braga. Can't make it work though. Coming through the final corner onto the start-finish straight, rocketing down past the commentary box once again. That fantastic roar of the engines as they come past us. The TP225 RS engine, 15 horsepower each, multiplied by 8. There you go, there's the maths. You do the maths on how many horsepower that is in total as they come through the second sector once again.
Birel Smith, it's come together!
Oh,
Birel
no.
Smith
That is
tangles
terrible.
with Felipe Braga. Birel Smith puts his hand up.
Braga is in the middle of the track on the exit of turn number 8. That is a very dangerous position, and I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to go under yellow flag conditions.
Oh, unbelievable. Braga is out of the fight. So too is Birel Smith. Anwar Birel Smith, the first one to put his hand up and say, sorry, that was my mistake. But it's too late for Felipe Braga, who had to cut across the grass in the hope that he could rejoin. But I'm afraid it's all gone wrong for Felipe Braga and Anwar Birel Smith with 5 laps to go. They are out of the hunt for victory. So now it suddenly goes the way. Red flags by the look of it. Red flags on the main straight. So red flags, I'm afraid. And they're going to stop the race on the main straight then. So red flag conditions as the contenders are there together on the main straight. They will come to a stop on the main straight. Now, we have completed 9 laps of racing before the point of the red flag. So a bit of an interesting situation there for the contenders. But obviously the red flag is there because Felipe Braga has come to a stop in the middle of the racetrack. Now, we have completed 9 laps. We didn't quite get to the end of lap 10. So we've still got 5 laps in duration. Now, this is a bit of an interesting situation in the last race of the day because we could end up with a race being restarted. The driver's trying to go round again to the end of the lap, but they have been told to stop out on the circuit. So they are under red flag conditions. So a bit of a tricky situation then for the contenders in this race. We're not entirely sure what this is going to mean, and it looks as though Felipe Braga is out of the kart, so they have managed to extricate him from the machine, but it looks as though he's had a fairly difficult landing in the kart when there was that contact with Anwar Birel Smith. So he is out of the kart. They've managed to move the kart away from the racing line, so the medical team are just down there giving him some expert support. They obviously have to make sure that Anwar Birel Smith is okay. Well, Anwar Birel Smith is okay, of course, but it's Felipe Braga that was involved in that incident as well. So obviously those 2 karts coming together, but it is some medical attention that's needed, just part of protocol proceedings, you understand. The ambulance is coming through. This is, again, just part of the protocol proceedings. There's no need to panic. This is just part of the procedure. They obviously have to run through when a driver has ended up having an incident which has led to a red flag, and then obviously medical attention is just needed as a protocol measure and a slight precaution. So we will let you know what the situation is. We've technically still got 5 laps to run. It could end up as a 5-lap sprint, but they could end up also declaring the race after 9 laps have been completed. I think it's got to be under 75% distance that they can easily declare a race. They may be able to continue with 5 laps remaining, but we'll have to double check. But certainly an interesting situation then for a red flag period in the T4 Senior 165s. We'll allow the officials to do their work, and then we'll come back with information as to where the lay of the land is.
And as we see many of the T4s being parked there on the straights, the number 4 in front of all of the numbers, designating them as masters. And some of the drivers still remaining on the grid, many of the others going to their mechanics to try and learn about the situation. When is the race going to restart, and what is the condition of their fellow racer? Obviously our thoughts and hopes are that it is nothing serious. Like Jake says, it is a protocol measure that when there is an incident where a driver brings out a red flag due to a collision, there is a procedure that states that they have to be checked over in the ambulance, and on this occasion it has been decided that the ambulance should go to Felipe Braga. And the medical crews with him now. Some of the best medical crews in the world here, and we're very, very lucky to have them on the scene incredibly promptly and moving the cart away from Felipe Braga. Some of the drivers still there talking on the start-finish straight. As we can see there, the ambulance which has checked out Felipe Braga, and we can see him standing up there. That is an absolutely fantastic sight there, talking with the medical staff. Obviously, he'd taken a fair knock there with that hefty collision, but he is standing up and talking to the medical crews, and it is an absolutely fantastic sight to see. And the day is over for Felipe Braga, but thankfully he is able to walk away from the collision after a bit of time sitting in the cart, catching his breath, a bit of time laying on the ground, catching his breath. The marshals straight over to him initially, calling over for some medical support, which came incredibly promptly, and the ambulance crews checking him over, but he is talking with the marshals, with the medical staff, and with the RGMMC organisation crews. We can see there the medical bag being held up, so clearly not in use, and we can see Felipe Braga there clearly having an intelligent conversation with the event organisers there, the RGMMC, who are very, very studious when it comes to safety procedures at their events. And Felipe Braga seems to be having a bit of a complaint to the RGMMC guys there about the collision, what happened. You can tell that this guy really is a racer through and through, because he is already talking seemingly about whose fault the collision was and how unfair it is that his day has been brought to a close. But I'm sure he will appreciate that the most important thing is that he is up and okay on his feet. The ambulance there still with him. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the ambulance brought him away from the track to the nearest hospital, as they appear to be moving in the direction of said ambulance. But I think Felipe Braga will be saying, no, I'm okay. I just want to go back racing. But unfortunately, the day is done for Felipe Braga. Obviously, we're still under red flag conditions. It will be a few minutes before we can get back underway again. But I think the wait, and I'm sure all of you watching along on the live stream and along here at the track will agree that the wait is more than worthwhile, given that Felipe Braga, he walks away from the ambulance, he walks away from the scene of the collision to applause coming from the balcony and from the pit wall. Listen to that rapturous applause going up all around the track as Felipe Braga there, seen walking away from the collision, immensely disappointed but crucially uninjured, it would seem. The day is done for him, the weekend is over in incredibly disappointing fashion, but the feeling of relief is very, very difficult to put into words. An almost superfluous feeling of gratitude that one of our drivers is uninjured after a very hefty collision there with Anwar Birrell Smith. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he goes over and talks to Anwar and discuss what happened and shake hands and say no hard feelings, because crucially the most important thing is that while we have had a big collision and a red flag, Felipe Braga is able to walk away from the collision unharmed. And look at that, he's really very upset with the RGMMC guys there for what has happened. He's not at all happy that he's been taken out of this race and desperately wanting to continue on. Lap 9 is as far as we made it in this 14-lap affair before the collision. He only had 5 laps left. He was in the running to win it. He's been gunning for the win all weekend, and that is a terribly, terribly unfortunate way to end the weekend for the Brazilian, who is racing under the Italian flag. But a man with such experience will understand the feeling of everyone else at the circuit, that as long as he is okay, nothing else matters.
Absolutely. Driver coach to the reigning world champion, Matheus Morgado. Felipe Braga, I can tell you the official word, having spoken to race director Gonzalo Planta. The reason that we were brought under red flag was because Felipe Braga basically suffered from heat exhaustion. He had that incident with Anwar Barral-Smith, and he was basically suffering from the heat, which is why we had to stop the race and obviously revive him. But he's okay, perfectly all right, just a little bit of an issue with blood sugar or something along those lines. But he is okay. That is the main thing. He is absolutely fine. He's not got any injuries. It's just a very, very hot day here in Valencia. And obviously when you're racing that hard, trying to get to the finish, and you have an incident like that, it can be very, very easy for something like that to let slip. What I can also tell you is that the race is going to be restarted. So we will have a race restart. It will continue with either 5 or 6 laps to run. We're not entirely sure what it's going to be. The race will restart in single file formation, and it will be based on the results up to the point where we went to the red flag. Whether it is going to be at the end of lap 9 or the end of lap 8, I can't tell you at this moment because we're still deciphering that. What is going to be significant, though, is that front fairing penalties that drivers have picked up in the first 8 laps are going to be applied in terms of making the correct grid position. So the drivers, if they've got a front fairing penalty at the end of lap 8, that is going to be taken into account when given their new starting positions. So if they're going to lose 5 seconds from having a loose front fairing, that will be added to their aggregate race time, and they will be shunted back down positions if they need to lose places based on having a 5-second penalty added. So the race is going to be restarted. It'll be restarted in single file formation. Oh, hang on a minute. You need a driver. You definitely need a driver in that kart. That's a slightly big problem, and that's going to go straight into the barriers. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's gone straight off there on the far side of the course.
And that's Roberto Woodstruck Jr., the man who only recently got married. His kart has run away from him there. It has decided, no, I don't want to play a part in this anymore. And just as Roberto Woodstruck Jr. was getting ready to take the restart, his kart has driven probably the best part of 200 meters away from him across the track.
Now I've seen everything.
Yeah, so have I. I would assume that is a stuck accelerator.
Well, there you go. That's a Tillotson T4 kart auditioning for the next Herbie film.
Exactly.
It's going off on its own.
There we go. We do more than just kart racing. Apparently we do acting as well.
We do indeed.
There we have it.
All our own stunts.
We saw him trying to restart his kart, and now we see him walking over to his kart after it is driven away from him. But it went into the barriers at quite the speed.
It did. Well, now is Roberto Woodstruck Jr. going to be able to restart the race?
I don't think he will, because we're getting ready for the restart
it
now.
It was a sizable crash into the barriers, wasn't it?
It was full gas into the tyre barriers. Now, thankfully, they are tyre barriers and not concrete, but nevertheless, that is going to be
do you know what?
A good amount of damage.
Do you know what? Roberto Woodstruck Jr. is looking at his surveyed kart. He's not going to pull a Marc Marquez, is he? He's clearly thought, well, I've come off the kart, it's gone into the barriers, I can restart the thing, it's quite strong, it's quite robust, let's give it a go. So he is going to try and restart it. If he can restart it, of course, he's getting into it. So is Roberto Woodstruck Jr. going to be able to start his kart again and then rejoin the grid? I don't believe it. They are going to restart it up on the far side of the course after that kart has gone clean into the barriers up at turn 12. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that, yes, I don't believe it. Roberto Woodstruck Jr. Look at him on the back straight.
This is
Roberto Woodstruck Jr. has managed to get his kart restarted as it now comes through turn 13, and it's going to rejoin everybody on the back of the grid. That is absolutely extraordinary.
It
How
still looks to
strong-
be in good condition
Yeah, here
as
it
well.
comes onto the back straight again. And it's parked up in the top 5. He's got the cart stopped and parked up. Do you
That
know
is
what?
absolutely brilliant.
That is how strong a Tillotson T4 is. That is absolutely incredible. Well, now I really have seen everything. Roberto Woodstruck Jr. has got an adventure to tell the wife after this one. But yeah, we're going to take a pause while they reset things, because this is going to take a few minutes, I would think, because they obviously need to reset the positions. They need to figure out which lap we're counting back to, whether it's the end of lap 8 or the end of lap 9. But we really have seen everything, and we've still got a 6 or possibly 5 lap sprint to come.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
Snap your fingers and I'm on the scene. Come in.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you got to be ready to play the next day. You got to be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're going to have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not gonna mention them, but when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Welcome back to the action then at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. We are going to go racing very shortly indeed, with the drivers gearing up for a restart here at the Catadromo Valencia. It's been a race red flag in the final race of the day, the T4 Senior 165 final, after an incident involving Anwar Beral-Smith and Felipe Braga. I can tell you that everybody is going to take up the restart again, except for one driver, and that is the Brazilian Felipe Braga, who is okay, but just very exhausted, and a little bit of heat exhaustion is what caused the incident that brought out the red flag. He is all right. I should stress that he is okay. Start your engines, racers. The 3-minute board goes up, and they're going to go racing again for a 5-lap sprint. The man that is the luckiest of all out of all of this, of course, is Anwar Beral-Smith, who was involved in that incident. But because they will count back to the end of lap 9, he will be allowed to start the race in second position. The only major change to the race result in terms of the positions is Vladimir Vlasov, the German, who had a 5-second front fairing penalty. So he has moved down the order a couple of positions, I do believe, outside the top 10. So Vlasov now drops to 15th place. In terms of the race battle up front, though, between Adriansens, Beral-Smith, Matis, Granvo and Pignataro, it's game on. And incredibly, Roberto Woodstruck Jr., despite watching his kart go clean off at full pelt into the barriers on the back straight of its own accord, is going to be taking up the start in the same kart.
He certainly is, and that is a remarkable advert for the Tillotson T4 C1 chassis. We had Charles, the president of Tillotson, come up to the box saying that he's never seen racing like this before, and I don't think any of us have seen that. The automated T4, self-driving, admittedly driving into a barrier, but still self-driving nonetheless, and we'll see if that's a new addition to the grid for next year. Obviously, we had the T4 endurance category added for this year. Maybe we will have self-driving T4s next year, but that remains to be seen. I think that might be a bit of a hard press for the Tillotson engineers to design that. And funnily enough, I don't think the racing would be as good as what we've seen today.
I think that might be a step too far somehow. Unfortunately, it just kind of looked like, you know, when you've got your Hot Wheels collection, you buy a really, really cool car, but you drive it around and there's nobody in it. It doesn't quite look right somehow. So that's kind of what that looked like, I'm afraid. So, yeah, I'm not sure it'll catch on, but it's certainly amazing to show just how strong and robust these Tillotson T4 chassis are. We saw that happen, and it went into the barrier pretty darn hard. And yet, Roberto Woodstruck Jr. of Brazil, he's going to start the race from P6. There is Gonzalo Planta, one of Europe's youngest karting race directors, and certainly has been guiding us through the paces here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup very well indeed. It's back to the top spot once again for Jensen Adriansens. We will go to green flags, but obviously we are going to get underway under full course yellows, and then we will race under single file once we go back into the race positions once again. So the race is going to be reset into its original positions once again. And then obviously we will go racing with 5 laps remaining, I do believe, at the end of this run, or it could be 4, depending on how well things are going to progress. I think we're going to be racing with 5 laps remaining when we restart, because obviously 9 laps were completed, and it is going to be a single file restart. So it'll be Jensen Adriansens, Anwar Beral-Smith, Andreas Matiz, Julien Granvode, Phil Pignataro and Roberto Woodstruck Jr. in front of Jaime Labastida, Niall Herson, Dirk Prochnov and Juan Pablo Glauber. Then it will be Darren Beavers in front of Aaron Doyle, Harm Sherman, Ryan Herson and Walter Kessler, from Jamie Going, Rudolf Berzin, Vladimir Vlasov and Fernando Wheeler. So that'll be the 19 contenders that remain still able to battle for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. But we are genuinely looking at the prospect of 5 different nations taking the victory across the 5 finals. The drivers are now in their single file formation. I think we are going to be able to restart this time by Jensen Andreassens controlling the pace of the field as they come off the final turn. And are we going to go racing this time by? Yes, we do. Green flags, and we are racing with 4 laps to go here So Jensen Andreassens is going to come through in front of Anwar Beral Smith and Andreas Matisse. A 4-lap sprint then to finish the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And so far so good amongst the top 4 or 5 drivers. They have got through to a very clean start. And as everybody comes through, Anwar Beral Smith still trying to check in on Jensen Andreassens and make that bid on the inside line. 3rd position, it is Andreas Matisse, the German, who is going to try and get himself back into the winning position. But it's now or never with 3.5 laps to go of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 165.
It certainly is, and we're seeing a move down there into turn number 10. That looks to be position 8, I think. Position 8 or 10 being contested by, I think that might be Niall Herson or Glover, potentially, but I am not entirely sure about that. We will see on the timing screens as they come across the line whether there has been a change for position, but Adriansson still leads, coming through the first lap after the restart, clattering the curbs through the final chicane. Look at them, the 2 front pair going to the outside, everyone else seemingly going to the inside, trying to attack each other into turn 1, but no moves being made at the front so far as they come into turn 3. Still just holding position. A few laps remain. Generally in the 165s we see everything kick off in sort of the last 2 to 3 laps, or potentially 2 to 3 corners even in a situation. Oh, look at this down the back. We've got a couple of drivers squabbling down the back. Maybe Jake, you can update us on who that is as we see the leaders flowing through the 3rd sector. Jake, who was it?
It's Going, Kessler, Herson, Berzin, Doyle and Vlasov, so all 6 of them dueling away. Sadly we have a retirement, that is Harm Sherman. So Harm Sherman couldn't quite go the distance in this one. And off the road, down at the back in that 6-kart battle. Looks like somebody's come off and dropped to the back of the field, kicking up the dust as we come into the penultimate lap now. And Andreassens is trying to hang on here, but up to 2nd has come Andreas Matisse. The German is going well. Now Anwar Beral Smith is trying to work with Matisse to get back on terms with Jensen Andreassens. The Belgian is going to run away and sprint to this victory if they're not careful. They need to make sure they go with Andreas Matisse. But Anwar Beral Smith trying to stay in front of Julien Grunvo and Phil Pignataro. The race lead may already be decided for Jensen Andreassens, but Andreas Matisse, the German, is going to try everything he can to make sure that the Belgium can be overhauled once more. Anwar Beral Smith still there in 3rd position, and then in 4th it is Grunvo in front of Pignataro, Woodstruck Jr., Labastida, and then Niall Herson is a little way back, but the top 7 have definitely broken clear. Going for the lead! Burnside in the inside from Andreas Matisse. Andreassens runs wide. Beral Smith gets through in a 2nd place. Big mistake for the Belgian as Andreassens is going to lose out. 3 wide further back, and it's contact as the 2 carts come together there. Pignataro and Grunvo. They almost end up off the road. Somehow they managed to stay out of harm's way, but Andreas Matisse of Germany is now being hunted down by Anwar Beral Smith.
This is absolutely incredible racing. It just goes to show now that the racing is back up and running, so is the fighting as they all move to the inside. Coming down into turn 1, it is Andreas Matisse who leads. Coming down into turn 1 on this, the final lap of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. The final lap of the 165 category as they come through turn 3. It is Matisse from Beral Smith, from Jensen Andreassens, who's lost the lead. He's now down to 3rd. He's going to be looking to come back in fine form. He's all over the back of Beral Smith, but no overtaking opportunities for the next couple of corners. Turn 10, that's his best bet. Is the possibility of the win gone? Not yet, but it could disappear soon.
Time for a gamble. Beral Smith is going to have to protect us round the outside. Andreassens comes back for it. Bit of defensive tactics from Andreas Matisse. Back on the inside, Julien Grunvo forces the issue to try and come through. Andreassens tries to get past Beral Smith. It's not going to happen, but Beral Smith has got good pace off the turn. Andreas Matisse is trying to make it 5 nations out of 5 as they come through turn 13. This is going to need to be a big gamble for Beral Smith. Can he send it? He's going to be slowing fast out. Up and over the curbs comes Matisse. Beral Smith's got a fast exit. It's going to be to the line, but Matisse is going to get it. Andreas Matisse for Germany makes it 5 nations in 5 finals. Brilliant work from Andreas Matisse. The German has got the victory after getting pole position in qualifying yesterday and having had a very tough week since then. Andreas Matisse comes through to make it 5 nations on the top step of the podium in 2 days of racing at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. First it was the Netherlands, then the Czech Republic, then USA, then the United Kingdom, and finally it's Germany for Andreas Mertes.
And it's great to see that outburst of joy and relief from the German as he came across the line. The normally unflappable, imperturbable German threw both hands up into the air, shouted, "Yes, I am the Tillotson T4 165 champion for 2022. A huge congratulations to him. As far as I am aware, he may be the first ever German to win in the T4 Nations Cup ever.
Vielen Dank. Andreas Mertes takes the victory in front of Anwar Beral-Smith and Jensen Adriansens. Julian Granvaux in front of Phil Pignataro and Roberto Woodstruck Jr. Jaime Labastida and Niall Herson from Dirk Brucknoff and Juan Pablo Glover. Darren Beavers in 11th place in front of Vladimir Vlasov. Jamie Going in 13th in front of Aaron Doyle. Ryan Herson, Rudolf Berzin, Walter Kessler and Fernando Wheeler. Just the 2 retirements in the end after a very busy race of the action. Harm Sherman and Felipe Braga, who of course brought out the red flags. What an amazing weekend it has been. We have just the podium ceremonies remaining. We have the Maxis pole position trophies to give out, as well as the finals in T4 Mini, Junior, Senior and 165. And of course, the Nations Cup itself. And I still don't know at this point which nation has triumphed.
Well, neither do I. I think it's going to be a bit of time until we can learn that. Now, Tillotson did have plenty of time to do the maths while we had the race waiting to be restarted. So we're not sure when we're going to be told who are the Nations Cup champions. I believe that it might be the top 3 nations who get a prize, with a particularly sizable prize for the winners. Now, I could be wrong on that. I will just check my notes very briefly on that and give you some confirmation, but it has been an absolutely fantastic weekend of action thus far, and I can tell you that the T4 Nations Cup trophy is awarded to the country with the highest points accumulated, and the top 3 drivers are the ones who accumulate the points. So the top 3 drivers for each country are the ones who count towards the point of said country. So it isn't the top 3 countries, it is the top 3 drivers from each country, with the winning country winning the prize. And obviously the Nations Cup points awarded based on the results, and we will await to see who it is who has come out on top.
We shall indeed. Simon Byford, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box for these races. It has been an absolute thrill and a pleasure. I can't wait to do it all over again.
Well, neither can I. It has been an absolute honour and a privilege working with someone as knowledgeable and passionate as yourself, Jake. It has been nothing if not a pleasure to be here in sunny Spain for this weekend of absolutely scintillating motorsport action. Few thank yous that I think we have to say. Big thank you to all the staff at Tillotson for all of their hard work that has gone into making this event possible. Big thank you to the RGMMC for promoting and streaming and doing all of the race organising for this event. It has been extraordinarily well put together and coordinated by people who are an absolute privilege to work with and a credit to themselves. Big thank you also to the Cartodromo Internacional, Lucas Guerrero there. Goodness me, I've gone through the entire weekend and I still don't know the name of the track that we're racing at. They have been incredible in accommodating all of us, all 112 drivers from the 21 countries, and it has been an absolute privilege to be here. Thank you all ever so much for tuning in over the 2 days, and we look forward to seeing you this time next year.
Gracias, mi amigo. Thank you very much indeed. It's going to be a great conclusion to the T4 Nations Cup. We're not quite signed out yet. The podium ceremony is just a few short minutes away.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you gotta be ready to play the next day. You gotta be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're gonna have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not going to mention them. But when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you gotta be ready to play the next day. You gotta be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're gonna have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not gonna mention them, but when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. together, we rise.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 has been a sensational weekend, and we are going to start first and foremost by presenting the drivers with the Maxis pole position trophies in each of the 4 categories after their timed qualifying performance yesterday. So we will welcome them out one by one. First of all, we will ask Bim Spielman and Rob Finesse of Maxis Racing to come out to present the pole position trophy to each of our candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, the boys from Maxis Racing. We are so grateful to them for their hard work this weekend, providing the tyres for this fantastic event. So, one by one, we will ask the drivers to come out. In the T4 Mini, the Maxis pole position trophy for the United Kingdom, George House. He was the fastest in time qualifying yesterday and totally deserves his place on the podium. We'll give him the top step as he is one of the smaller contenders on the rostrum here this weekend, but he gets the fabulous pole position trophy from Maxis Tyres. Ladies and gentlemen, for T4 Mini, George House! And now we will welcome the pole position Maxis trophy for the junior category for the United States of America, Chase Pascalia. An excellent performance from Chase. He was the fastest man in junior time qualifying yesterday and a very worthy recipient of the Maxis pole position trophy. And he will get his way to the podium once again to stand beside George House of the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, for the United States of America, your T4 Junior Maxis pole position trophy, Chase Pascalia. And of course, we move from there to the T4 Senior Pole Position Trophy. For the United Kingdom, please welcome Kalai Atkins. From the world of esports to the pole position trophy yesterday, it really has been an amazing weekend for Kalai Atkins. A wonderful debut in Tillotson T4 in the Nations Cup. And for the United Kingdom, he really has been amazing. So the Maxis pole position trophy in T4 Senior, ladies and gentlemen, Kalai Atkins! And last but by no means least, your Maxis pole position trophy winner in the T4 Senior 165 category for Germany, Andreas Matisse. A brilliant performance in time qualifying yesterday, got to the top spot and started each of the qualifying heats from the front, and it is for that reason that he will lift the Maxis pole position trophy on the podium in fantastic style, and he will join his fellow pole positioners, ladies and gentlemen, Andreas Matisse. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen, your Maxis pole position trophy winners across T4 Mini, Junior, Senior and 165. George House, Chase Pascalia, Kalai Atkins and Andreas Matisse. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, and what a fantastic performance in yesterday's qualifying session. Hopefully there is more where that came from when they return to the world of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We're going to have an absolutely amazing end to the day with our podium ceremony across the 4 categories in T4 Mini, Junior, Senior and 165. But well done to our recipients of the Maxis T4 pole position trophy for our 4 contenders in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. Thank you very much to George, to Chase, to Kalai and to Andreas. They walk away as the pole position recipients after a fantastic battle. So stay tuned with us, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue the podium ceremony in just a moment's time. Attention paddock, can we please have Durell Goodman to the podium? Durell Goodman to the podium. Thank you very much. Attention paddock, can we please have Durell Goodman to the podium presentation, please? Durell Goodman to the podium presentation, please. Thank you. Attention paddock, can we please have all of the female competitors to the pre-grid, all of the female competitors to the pre-grid for a Girls on Track presentation photograph. That is all of the female competitors to the pre-grid for a presentation photograph for Girls on Track. One last call for all of the female competitors to the pre-grid for a photograph presentation for Girls on Track. Thank you.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
So we're going to begin the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup podium ceremonies for our finals. We will also, of course, have the Nations Cup itself decided after the Senior 165 final. So please don't go away, because we will still have, after all four finals, the Nations Cup to determine which nation it is that has triumphed in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. First of all, we'd like to thank our Tillotson president, Charles Demerjen, who will give out the trophies to the competitors on the T4 podium. Thank you very much, Charles. And we will welcome the drivers out onto the rostrum. Our driver in third position has sadly had to make a quick exit for the airport, so we will still celebrate Jarrell Goodman in third position. His teammate for South Africa has come to collect the trophy in his stead, Amani Kanyua. So Amani Kanyua, the South African talent from T4 Mini, has come to pick up the trophy for his colleague Jarrell Goodman. And he will stand on the podium in his stead. I'm sure Jarrell will get the trophy when the time is right. Amani will make sure he gets it. But South Africa is on the T4 Mini podium, ladies and gentlemen. In second position for the Republic of Ireland, Ben McLaughlin. What an amazing run from Ben. He's been so consistent, so smooth and so fast. And the final, he deserves his run to the rostrum in P2 after an exceptional run. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben McLaughlin. And now to our driver on the top step of the podium in T4 Mini for the United Kingdom. Please welcome George House. It's a victory in the T4 Mini final after an amazing week of great race action. And in his Tillotson T4 debut, he lifts the ultimate prize in T4 Mini. Ladies and gentlemen, George House! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, we will now hear the national anthem for the United Kingdom. God Save the King rings out over the Cartodromo Valencia as we congratulate our 3 drivers in the T4 mini-final of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. And we congratulate our 3 drivers. Joel Goodman, of course, unable to be here on the podium, so Amani Kinua collects the trophy for South Africa. But also we congratulate Ben McLaughlin and George House. I believe our drivers may need some assistance here on the podium. Fortunately, we have 2 brilliant photographers and the Tillotson president. None of these drivers have had the experience of spraying a bottle of bubbly before, so it could be a very interesting experience for them. But they're going to get some assistance. They're champions on the podium, so they deserve to celebrate like kings on the rostrum here at the Cartodromo Valencia. Do, of course, keep up to date with all the latest news from the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup on tillotson.ie. But now, of course, it's time for our drivers on the rostrum in the T4 mini-final. They can now celebrate in style, Valencia style. It's time on the Tillotson T4 podium for our T4 minis to celebrate with a little bit of bubbly. Don't worry, it is non-alcoholic. We did check. It's going to be an interesting time for them to spray away, boys. You can have as much fun as you like. It's time to shake it up and get busy with a fizzy! We apologise to all 3 parents who now have to do a very big laundry run this evening. But what a fantastic trio, celebrating in style. Amani Kinua picking up the trophy for South Africa in honour of Joel Goodman. Ben McLaughlin for Ireland, and your winner for the United Kingdom, George House! So congratulations to our 3 drivers on the Nations Cup podium. It's a slightly worse for wear set of trophies because they are a little bit sticky now, but they totally deserve them, and they're going to go on the mantelpieces of Joel Goodman, Ben McLaughlin and George House. Thank you, gentlemen. We will see you back again in 2023.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
So a fantastic end to the day then in the T4 Minis. Congratulations to our recipients of trophies in the T4 Minis. Well done to Jarell Goodman of South Africa, to our second place driver, Ben McLaughlin of the Republic of Ireland, and to the United Kingdom for George House. Now we will welcome 3 drivers to the podium once again for the rostrum in the T4 Junior. And gentlemen, just be careful because the podium is still a little slippery. I think you're going to make it even more slippery by the end of this one. So we'll welcome the T4 Junior podium out onto the rostrum. In third position for the United Kingdom, Daniel Hartley. The man who only started karting 11 months ago, his first weekend in Europe, and he climbs the rostrum for the very first time on his first appearance in Europe. Yeah, he is slippery up there. Charles will help him out. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, in third position, Daniel Hartley. And in second position, also for the United Kingdom, George Townsend. What a fabulous result it is for George. He was so smooth and consistent throughout the weekend, able to make his way to the second step of the rostrum. Ladies and gentlemen, George Townsend! But ladies and gentlemen, your T4 Junior winner in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup for the United States of America, Truly Adams! The Star-Spangled Banner aloft Truly's overalls. Great to see him on the top step of the podium. And he lifts the trophy at Star. Ladies and gentlemen, Truly Adams! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the United States of America. Congratulations to our drivers on the rostrum. They will have podium pictures, of course, Probably a good idea to get the podium pictures out of the way first, I would think, because things are about to get messy up on the T4 Junior podium here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. What a podium it is, ladies and gentlemen. 3 very deserving racers in the final roster of the T4 Junior Nations Cup result. Ladies and gentlemen, a fabulous result. There you go. Our president, Charles the Merchant of Tillotson, just instructing the juniors on how to get the job done in fine style. This is going to be, I think, for all 3 of them, their first proper chance of doing this in the European stage. Just hold your thumb in place, Truly. Very good, very good. He's pretty good at this, actually. Must have won several races before. There we go, boys. You can have some fun now. Let's get busy with a fizzy! Our junior trilogy having an amazing time on the podium. The 2 Brits and the American in fine style on the top step. A truly brilliant podium topped by Truly Adams. A fabulous result here in the Tillotson T4 Junior Battle. They're still fighting even on the podium. Absolutely brilliant. Still scrapping away. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Hartley, George Townsend, and your winner in T4 Junior, Truly Adams! Congratulations to our 3 heroes on the rostrum in the T4 Nations Cup 2022 in Junior. Welcome to the 3 latest superstars of international karting. And no doubt they'll be back when we return for the T4 Nations Cup in 2023. The T4 seniors are up shortly.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
So we continue with our Tillotson T4 Nations Cup podium ceremony. Don't disappear too quickly, folks, because not only do we have the two finals from Senior and Senior 165, but we also, of course, have the Nations Cup itself to give out to the winning nation from the 2022 T4 Nations Cup. So do stick around. Next up, it is the T4 Senior podium after a brilliant, brilliant final. And we'll welcome three very worthy drivers to the rostrum. In third position, representing Belgium, Dara Adriaansens. Great to see Dara in third position. A great run for the Belgian talent. He walks to the podium with the Belgian flag aloft and very deserving indeed in the senior podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Dara Adriaansens. In second position for the United States of America, Tyler McIntyre. A great run for Tyler. All through the weekend, he has looked like a serial podium finisher, and now he cements it with P2 in the final of the T4 Nations Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyler McIntyre! Much your winner in the T4 Senior category of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 for the United Kingdom, Kalai Atkins! Making his debut in Tillotson T4 from the world of esports, winning that title to get his ticket to the T4 Nations Cup. Now he gets to lift it in T4 Senior. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in 2022 in Senior, Kalai Atkins! And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, once again, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. Congratulations to our drivers on the T4 Senior podium then. It has been an amazing weekend for them all, and we're going to let them raise their trophies aloft in a podium presentation for our photographers. Don't forget, of course, you can get in touch with Josh East and Stu Stratton Media, as well as our photographers around the circuit. They will be able to give you the pictures that you need. But now, boys, you can party in style, T4 style, as our senior drivers are going to want to celebrate in magnificent fashion for Belgium, for the United States, and for the United Kingdom. It is time for our boys to celebrate on the podium in fine style, ladies and gentlemen, in Valencia, in Spain, for the T4 Nations Cup 2022. Our boys, Dara Adriaansens, Tyler McIntyre, and Kalai Atkins. A brilliant rostrum for our top three, and they get a thorough soaking. I'm not entirely sure that any of them are going to be welcome on their flight home tonight. They can go in the luggage, that's fine. What an amazing result. Ladies and gentlemen, Dara Adriaansens, Tyler McIntyre, and your T4 senior champion, Kalai Atkins. The pride of Team Belgium, Team USA, and Team GB. An amazing run in T4 Senior. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we have the T4 Senior 165 category podium coming up.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
Attention paddock, can we please have Anwar Beryl Smith
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you got to be ready to play the next day. You got to be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're going to have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not gonna mention them, but when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
So we have one more final podium to conduct, and then after that point we will also announce the T4 Nations Cup winners, and obviously there will be a trophy given out to the winning nation after what has been a very important weekend. Just to stress to everybody that this is a provisional podium ranking, as there is still an official result to be declared, but we will welcome the 3 drivers for the podium ceremony in Senior 165. In third position, representing Belgium, Jensen Adriaansens. 2 members from the Adriaansens family then on the rostrum here today, and a fabulous weekend for the Belgian contingent, and he will raise the trophy aloft for his run in third position. Ladies and gentlemen, Jensen Adriaansens. The flag didn't stay up, but Jensen certainly did. In second position, representing the United Kingdom, Anwar Beral-Smith. A great drive all through the weekend from Anwar Beral-Smith, fighting tooth and nail to the last, and he will make his way to the rostrum after a phenomenal display here in Valencia. An excellent result. He gets the handshake from the president, Charles de Mergen of Tillotson. Ladies and gentlemen, Anwar Beral-Smith. But on the top step of the podium, representing Germany, Andreas Matthijs. An excellent result for Team Germany, and what an amazing run from Andreas Matthijs. He really was in exceptional form in the final, and he managed to come home just 91 thousandths of a second ahead of the rest of the field. It was tight, it was close, but it was well fought and well earned. Ladies and gentlemen, Andreas Matthijs! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Germany. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, your Senior 165 podium here in the Tillotson T4 Cup of Nations. 4 different nations graced the top step of the podium this weekend. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and now Germany in fantastic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, our top 3 contenders, Jensen Adriaansens, Anwar Beral-Smith, and Andreas Matthijs. And now they get to celebrate in fashion, ladies and gentlemen, after what has been an exceptional weekend for our Senior 165 competitors. In fine style, they'll bid the bubbly. Let's get busy with a fizzy! A terrific end to a fantastic weekend for our drivers on the rostrum. All 3 of them rightfully deserve to be there, ladies and gentlemen. Jensen Adriaansens, Anwar Beral-Smith, and your winner, Andreas Matthijs. There is one final presentation to give out, ladies and gentlemen, so do stick around. We have finished with our finals, but now, in just a few short moments' time, comes the presentation of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We reckon it will be in about 10 to 15 minutes' time, so do stick around, but we will make sure we will present the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup of 2022 very shortly. One last round of applause, though, ladies and gentlemen, for our T4 podium finishers.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you gotta be ready to play the next day. You gotta be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're gonna have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the inflammation wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, inflammation is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, inflammation goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain that tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, inflammation also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not going to mention them. But when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Come on.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we just have one final presentation to give before we announce the T4 Nations Cup itself, because that is currently being calculated. That final trophy is for the Masters category. This is a class within the Senior 165 category for drivers in the Masters Trophy, and the winner and recipient of that in the 2022 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup is Andreas Matthijs. Congratulations to Andreas, the German talent who also won the final in the Senior 165. He also comes away with the Masters Trophy as well. A fabulous result for the German talent, and we wish him all the best going into the 2023 motorsport season, and hopefully we will see him back once again. Fantastic. Vielen Dank, Andreas Matthijs. We will see you again in next year's running of the event. Still a few more minutes before we announce the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been waiting for is upon us. After an incredibly intense week of competition, after some amazing finals, qualifying heats, and some incredible performances out here at the Cartodromo Valencia, we finally have our result in the 2022 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. 21 countries from around the globe have come to contest this incredible prize, and after amazing races in the T4 Mini, Junior, Senior and 165 categories, as well as the 3-hour endurance yesterday, we finally have our victors in the 2022 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And it will be presented to them by Mark French of Tillotson Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022, Team Great Britain! We will invite the team manager, Darren Beavers, to make his way to the podium, along with as many representatives of Team GB as they can fit on the podium. It's been an amazing weekend, and these guys have been absolutely amazing all through the weekend. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will ask the Team GB recipients to make their way onto the podium, and Darren Beavers will hold the trophy aloft for Team GB. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup goes to the United Kingdom! And in deference to the winning nation, we will hear the national anthem for the United Kingdom. God Save the King rings out over Cartodromo Valencia, and now Team GB can celebrate in style. They get busy with a fizzy. Congratulations to Team GB. They take the championship title in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an amazing weekend. We hope you've enjoyed it. Don't forget to tune in to tillotson.ie on the web for more great news of this amazing competition as it returns next year. Who knows, it could be you racing for the Nations Cup in 2023. On behalf of RGMMC, Tidal Sport, Maxis Tyres and the whole of the Tillotson Group, from myself, Jake Sanson, my co-commentator Simon Byford, and everybody here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Spain, gracias mi amigos, and adios!